ultimately, this whole AI ecosystem only works if it brings bottom line results to ordinary companies. If company XYZ, can actually say, you know what, I'm spending all this money on my AI, and I love your work on maxing, because that's completely a sign of panic move in this sense, but from the individual sense. But what I think you also end up with is, question of, this is kind of what happened after the internet era. Let me stipulate, the internet was everything it was supposed to be, and then some. But you laid all this bandwidth that proved necessary, but it took a while for that to really become economically viable. And yes, I will say the internet brought immense efficiencies to all kinds of business and created new kinds of businesses. But there's that period of adjustment where, and this has happened, by the way, with every technology, whether it's the mainframe era in the 60s, the PC era in the 80s, radio in the 20s, utilities and radio, and railroads, I should say. They all had this immense investment, and they all had a hangover afterwards, despite the fact that these technologies proved wonderful.
Yeah. All right. We gotta get to our last thing, because it's cool, and this Frost is excited to talk about it. There is a new Bronco.
Yes.
Say goodbye to the Eddie Bauer Broncos of the past. This is the next gen Pilsen.
Yes.
Which is interesting, because it's not a brand that I think everyone knows. It's sort of a bougie outdoor brand. Is that fair to say?
I mean, it's a 100-year-old company. It's known more for people fly fishers and people like that. That's a very high-end gear. So Ford, looking at the Broncos, and we need to address their market, right? We have the Raptor, which is high.
Good morning.
The Broncos that are very kind of mainstream. They wanted to go after more premium customer, and that's why he's with Wilson. But I think what we're talking about here is that not just the badge.
All right, markets are seeing a little bit of profit taking this morning. Okay, looks like what Broadcom got smoked. It's down. It was down 14%. I'm not sure what it's down right now. Let's see, Broadcom. We'll have to adjust those lower put credits from that Condor. Oh, we're starting to bounce now. Okay, so we got plenty of time on this one. It seems with Core 1M where it is and calls being so expensive, people are starting to wake up. Little crack here and there. When you get a leading stock like Broadcom drop as much as it did, along with CrowdStrike and what was it, Palo Alto yesterday, it's telling you that things are changing slightly. So we want to pay attention.
Running your first 5K? Hard. His first day behind the wheel? Laurie. Choosing me for your first. Not easy. Progressive understands first times can be challenging. It's why we created the Up Payment program. Down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. Because first times are easy with a little help. Learn more at progressive.com/open.
Yeah, Corey, I only update that when Brent does. The whole purpose of using some of his information is to stay with him. If he doesn't update, I don't update. And it's referring to the pivot anyway. So he's referring to this number right here. Okay, that hasn't really changed. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's go see. Let's go back to 5/27, May 28th. All right, here's May 28th p.m. Let's look at what. All right, so he's having some issues here, getting older stuff. Okay, I'll have to look at this later, but yeah, that's what that's referring to. Let me go. Okay, now I have an error. Oh, that's why. Okay, he wants me to log back in. Okay. Go to the founder's notes. Let's go down to 5:27 a.m. Okay, so there's your number right there. So this risk pivot number, Corey, has not changed. That's what that's referring to. These numbers change the support and resistance levels every day, if they do. All right, let's look at trace, and we can see that we have positive gamma.
Mochi has helped me reverse the generational curse.
Both of my parents died from complications due to obesity.
My dad was type 1 diabetic, and ultimately his life ended. Losing my grandmother, that was my wake up call. When I heard about Mochi Health, I had this little glimmer of hope. They were offering more than just medication. They have a nutritionist and a doctor all in one place for free. I've lost 30 pounds and cut my blood pressure medicine. Mochi has given me my life.
Okay. What's going on there? Do I have a bad monitor? What's going on here? I hope not. Let's see. Okay, we got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go.
You can bring your own phone. 17, also your number. Bring that too. Hey, are you trying me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay. Is this my commercial?
You want food, huh? All right, let me go get you some food. Let's get the food.
And now the hotel deal highlights from Trivago. Jurgen, this couple just saved over $100 a night on Trivago. Let's see it again. This hotel normally costs $285 a night. And boom, $107.
Trivago just makes it look easy. World class.
Score your own deal on Trivago, where you compare hotel prices and save up to 40%.
That's what women do.
Hotel Trivago.
Guys, this is real. I just won $900 on Chain Luck. I had no experience. I'm still learning. But win up to $800 in this game. That's insane. You can have up your bank account. Just try it.
You have a chance to hit the jackpot in 10 minutes. No ads, no scams, no withdrawal limits. You can smoothly access your rewards anytime. Try it now.
Okay, we got a little bit more than a minute to go here. Positive gamma, so we should see bounces. Like we've been saying for the last couple of weeks, you should be reducing your risk into strength. Bring those stops up and tight. Microsoft popping up. Okay, Broadcom. Let's see. Microsoft with a nice pop. SPY. SPY, I have the 750 puts. As you're aware, I'm going to take those off. Okay. Okay, SPY. We're off a bit. Okay, Meta's climbing. Meta, let's see. Walmart was up this morning. Walmart gapping up. Walmart gapping up. Okay, Walmart. I will add to this one. Netflix higher. Meta's higher. Let's see. Meta looks like it might stretch its legs today. Watch Meta. Okay, Meta's on the move. CRML. That one was off yesterday. Yeah, I think this monitor is screwing up. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, Microsoft. That was a big pop in Microsoft. It was dropped off. Microsoft. Inside day on Microsoft. Okay, Meta's on the move here. Meta. Okay, CRM with the bounce. That's starting to fade. Let's see what Broadcom looks like. Broadcom. Okay, we'll need to manage Broadcom, obviously. We're below that 430 strike. And the short 425 strike. Over the next few trading days, we want to see this rise a bit, see if this becomes a little support. Okay, we're looking for support right in this area at the 50-day. Okay, what is that noise? Okay, support.
Revenue outlook for the quarter that came in shy of expectations. That came in below expectations, and this is something that some Wall Street analysts have been noting.
Okay, Tesla. We're going to get some shorts to cover on Broadcom, looks like. Tesla also popping up with Meta. These two are going. Okay, make sure if you're trading short-term options and you have an opportunity to roll them today, I would be rolling out at least to July. Give yourself a lot of time in case this turns out to be a few days of consolidation up here. We're only down 2 days, lady. What are you talking about? It's a sell-off. Jeez. They don't even reference, they're not even referencing positive gamma. Things that would keep this up here. Okay, we know that you got positive gamma, all right? So yeah, it can pull back a little bit. The levels here. Okay, so you see where support is 75.10. That's a 97 percentile. Any of these 99 percentiles? No. So it should be sticky in this area. Okay. Tesla, nice bounce. Tesla. Okay, 3 days above the 200-day. That's kind of odd price action, right? 3 inside days. Inside of Monday's price action. Unable to break above yesterday's high yet. There goes Google. Google's on the move. Okay, Nokia was down a little bit. Was it Nokia? Okay, by the way, if you're concerned about downside, you can start buying something like SQQQ. All right, you could buy SPXS. Okay, this could come back in the opposite direction. These are wasting assets. So if you don't get this 3 or 4 or 5 day bounce, the markets could continue to move higher and this asset will roll over. So this is just a hedge. You could also hedge with VIX. I bought the July 22s, still nothing there. Okay, all the New York Fangs are actually turned up. That's kind of odd. Okay, all the New York Fangs presently are pointing a bit higher. Bouncing after 3 days down. Just watching stocks like Google, which are currently bouncing right at the 50-day. This might be a 3-candle reversal in Google. Okay, futures are continuing to rise. Give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down. We have positive gamma, so we're looking for bounces. SPY. Okay, I took the 750s off this morning. I had 750 put that I bought on Friday. I took the calls off on Monday from a strangle. All right, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's starting to move now. NVIDIA with bounce, oversold conditions. I'm a little reluctant to go after any longs at the moment, only because of the gap down this morning in the futures. Core 1M, let's see what Core 1M looks like. Core 1M. Okay, still below 8. Still a lot of calls like Broadcom. Broadcom got smoked yesterday. Broadcom. Okay, we're looking for this to hold this area and look for it to bounce a little bit back towards 430 into next week. Meta looking good. All right, the top 10 stocks on the NASDAQ 100. Let's just go through those real quick. Top 10 stocks, NASDAQ 100. Thomson Reuters. Not interested. BRTX. Interesting. Vertex Pharmaceuticals, defensive stocks starting to look good, like Walmart. Okay, Walmart's starting to see some buyers coming in on the dip, a little bit. CSGP, CoStar Group, coming off the lows. Looks like it's about to break above the 50-day, like Oracle did back here in April. Oracle consolidating. This is typical of phase 2, the markup phase. You'll have periods where the stock rises rapidly, then consolidates, rises rapidly, consolidates. We're looking for it to consolidate right above the 9 EMA, hopefully, and continue on with this trend. Microsoft, also part of the same group, IGV. Okay, that's bouncing at, IGV's bouncing at the 200-day. We'll see if that gets a bid. ADP looks like it wants to break out. Mercado Libre. Okay, Tesla on the move. All right, so I did buy some more Tesla yesterday and Tuesday. Let's see what we got going here. All right, Tesla. Okay, Tesla still moving. Okay, NVIDIA looking really good, right? Okay, Google bouncing at the 50-day. Continuing on with the NASDAQ 100, CMC SA, Comcast. Ugly chart. We'll stay away from that. Paychecks. Booking.com, BKNG. We started off the week. Cruise lines look pretty good. They're still consolidating. We also saw some action in the casinos, MGM, consolidating at the highs. We also had Cisco following through. That's starting to trend, Cisco. DoorDash in the top 10. DoorDash, okay, doesn't look that great. DoorDash. Palantir trying to hold on to last week's gains into this week, starting to bounce. Kind of looks like Microsoft. All of these stocks got quickly bought up. They jumped and then looks like institutions might have been taking profits off into strength. Who knows? My guess is because Core 1M is so low, stocks options are so expensive that you need to be taking profits where you can, reduce your exposure, collect some cash. This could be the first shot across the bow. We don't know. See how the markets fare. Okay, right now, the 21 days right there. The last time we consolidated, we bounced. After 3 days down, we bounced on the fourth day and continued the trend. So RSI is still up here above 50. Volume recently very strong. MACD stochastics, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it right now. So let's go see what breadth is telling us. That'll be important. Okay, breadth is actually turning up. So that's a good sign. Together with breadth and positive gamma, that's a welcome sign. All right, so we're looking for dips to get bought. Me personally, short-term options, anything under 2 weeks, I'm looking to roll out, and I'm also looking to take some profits off the table, reduce my exposure, because the markets just feel a little bit iffy. Okay, one of the things we said when we came in to the week is that there's no reason to think the market's going to fall apart because we have a lot of positive gamma. However, if we start to see the ranges starting to expand like they are right now, okay, and we lose the short-term moving averages, the 5, the 9, the 21's below. So we lost the 5 and the 9. So that's the first signal that something's changed. So we want to accommodate that change by, if we got 25 calls, we'll sell 10. We'll keep 15. We'll roll out the 15 from June expiration monthly to July expiration or even further out. You'll pay up a little bit. It'll be a debit, but you'll have time. And if this does bounce, like it looks like it might, and we just squash a lot of this premium, then we'll be okay. If not, you've got time on your side, and we can adjust and do some other creative things. Like with Broadcom, I'm thinking about buying some puts if this doesn't bounce. Okay, it's starting to fade a bit more. Okay, Broadcom's fading a bit more at the moment. Okay. Okay, Broadcom. Let's see, Microsoft trying to bounce. Okay, I have August calls on Microsoft. So this is an example of what I'm talking about. Microsoft looks like it has turned the corner, but I don't want to be holding options that expire in 2 weeks. Okay, this is building higher highs and higher lows. So giving it the benefit of the doubt, I want to roll my calls out to June, July, to July at least, maybe even August. In this case, I have Microsoft August calls. Okay, looking forward to get back to the 200-day. All right, Tesla, same thing. Tesla, we've got the benefit of an IPO, SpaceX IPO. A lot of people are looking at Tesla as a surrogate. Wedbush thinks that their impression, just talking to people in the know, is that they may merge Tesla and SpaceX at some point. Now, here's a caveat that I keep thinking about is that, okay, let's say because the markets are where they are, right? Because the markets are up here at the highs and looking for a reason to consolidate more. What if it's the SpaceX IPO that forces more liquidity, right? People start selling. Are you prepared for that? If you're not prepared for that, then you need to start thinking that way. You need to think, okay, should I buy some hedges? Benny said he had July 22 call hedges. Yeah, the market's down a little bit, but day 2. Yeah, so we need to start thinking. If I'm not prepared for it, I need to start thinking hedges. Okay, you got SPXS for the index starting to turn up as the indices are showing signs of a potential consolidation up here. Okay. So I'm not buying any longs at the moment, even though we know that we've got positive gamma. What I'm thinking is that, okay, if, let's say we get a nice little bounce here and the markets start to repair the morning gap down. I'm looking to take profits off. I'm looking to reduce exposure. I don't want another Broadcom. Let's look at CrowdStrike too. CrowdStrike is down as well. All right, so Broadcom, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto is down. Palo Alto. All right, so these stocks that have been running higher have started to consolidate. Okay, so we don't know if they're going to bounce today or not. We got a lot of positive gamma, so that should be good. Continuing on, let's look at the top 10 on the S&P 500 because we know we have positive gamma, UNH. The healthcare stocks are considered defensive. UNH looks like it wants to break higher. UNH, defensive stocks. UNH, defensive healthcare. UNH bounce. Big cup and handle. Okay, I had the 400s, if you recall. The June 400s, I'm out of those. I got it out of those a few weeks ago, back in May, I guess it was, early May, that run up. RSI got a bit overbought, showing muscle. The reason for the exit was I was reducing exposure. If you recall, over the last month or so, we've been talking about that. Some of these stocks that run up quite a bit, you can see where we've turned from 255 all the way up to 404, been taking profits. Another candidate for something like that is Micron. I would be taking profits in Micron. Taiwan Semiconductor got whacked. Okay, that might bounce. If it bounces, I'll probably take some of that off too. Okay, S&P is trying to bounce. The Qs look like a gravestone doji right now, just a doji. Tight price action. Everything okay? Sun came to visit. Okay, what's IWM look like? IWM. All right, so IWM looking pretty good. So let's see what the 10-year is telling us. 10-year yield is dropping off. All right, so this is good for IWM. It's perhaps IWM. IWM could be good. Mondo. As the 10-year. Oh, you're already in it. I just looked up. All right, just look back in the chat and I just see that Mondo is already in it. So he's ahead of the game here. 10-year yield moves lower. That's good for IWM. So look for small caps to outperform, perhaps. Some money go into small caps. Futures are still trying to push a bit higher. I can't stress enough that you should be reducing your exposure and reassessing your positions. Collect a lot of cash. Right? You're going to miss out on some gains if we do pop up, right? I mean, if Trump comes out and says something and the markets pop, you're going to be pissed that you took profits off the table. However, if Core 1M continues to be a problem and we get these gap downs like Broadcom, 14% drop, you're going to be happy that you took some profits off. So you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. Our first goal is obviously to make money, but one of the things we always have to keep in mind is that we need to protect our assets. That's why over the last few weeks I've been telling you bring your stops up and tight underneath today's low. Instead of it being like at the beginning of the week or a weekly low, okay, instead of your stop being at a weekly low, if it was, you've been taken out this morning, right? So instead of that, what you're doing is you're bringing your stops up and tight. So you're containing all of your gains for the most part that you've made over the last few weeks, and you're ready for a dip. My son's been asking me, Papa, when can I get long? He's going to have a competition with a buddy of his. And I said, give it a few days for the markets to pull back. If it turns out to be more than we saw a couple of weeks ago, where we pulled back for 3 days and then rallied, if it turns out to be more, then you're going to have an opportunity. Maybe it gets here to the 21 day. Maybe it gets back to the 50 day. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. Right now, the markets look okay. And as long as this positive gamma continues to perpetuate our trading screens, we know that, the dips are going to get bought. So you can see that hedge flows right now is starting to turn up. Watch the hedge flows here. Small caps are leading right now. So let's go see what that looks like. Small caps, IWM. Okay, so you can see puts are being sold below, calls are being bought. So IWM looks pretty good. NVIDIA just rolled over. Tesla just saw some profit taking. Microsoft's trying to bounce. Apple's trying to bounce. Okay, let's look again at IWM. Yeah, it looks pretty good. IWM. Okay, you went from oversold at the open. Okay, that's the 1 minute chart. Okay, 1 minute chart. Let's look at the 3 minute. Let's look at the 5 minute. 5 minute. Okay, overbought right now. So don't buy a WM right here. Wait for a little flag or whatever. This looks pretty good. Could run right back up to 291. Mondo has 290s, I believe he said. 290s. Okay. IWM looking for more upside. Meta looks like it's going to continue. Meta. Okay, we'll look at the top 10 on the S&P as well. Okay, Meta looking good here. Meta. Okay, sustaining this activity this morning. Looks good. Meta. Okay, we're above the 50-day, 60 period, 60-minute, 20 EMA, rising. Okay, so if we break above 643, this could run. We know that 650 is the main level. Meta, 650 is the call wall target. 60-minute chart is bullish. Price above, bullish, 20 EMA. Okay. Also, maybe you only take 1 or 2 positions today and monitor them very closely. As you're reducing your exposure, we'll see if Meta needs to get above this level here. All right, we're taking out 635 now. That pivot's been taken out. RSI is still rising. All right, again, we have Walmart, day 2, Walmart, day 2, above 60-minute 20 MA. That's bullish. If you bought yesterday, bring your stop underneath, up and tight underneath today's low. All right, today's low 118, 118. All right, let's see. Okay, today's low. All right, Walmart looking good. I'm going to add to Walmart. I could have added on that dip just now, I guess. Okay, watch. Let's see. Casey's, what Casey's doing. That stopped at the 50-day yesterday. Casey's is good. Pulled back to the 60-minute 20 EMA. Bouncing now. Retail is bullish. Okay, market's bullish. Target, ditto. Okay, Casey's needs to get above the 50-day on the daily. All right, so these are looking good. What else? Dollar Tree was up yesterday. Dollar Tree, DLTR. Let's see, Ross Stores, ROST, and TJ Maxx, ROST, TJ Maxx, all of them. Okay, let's see. Gap Stores, GAP, turning the corner. Okay, American Eagle. Okay, AEO looks good. AEO just now turning. By the close, moved above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. That's bullish. Okay, so you got AEO, fairly inexpensive. You can buy some in the money, maybe. Doesn't move a lot. It's got a 80-cent ATR. It's already up 20 cents. Looks good, though. It was oversold right out of the gate. Okay, it's turning up. It looks good. There goes Meta. Okay, Meta. Dip. And now it's bouncing again. All right, 650 is the call wall. Okay. Okay, we'll look at the S&P 500 here shortly. S&P. Let's do that now. Okay, so you got UNH. Okay, UNH bouncing. You got Humana. Rosanna Dana. Humana breaking out. Okay, Humana, UNH breaking out. Healthcare. Okay, what else? All right, see, NCLH is higher. NCLH, the cruise lines. NCLH, Cayman noted cruises on Monday. Okay, let's see. NCLH, let's see. CCL, there was some issue with one of their boats or something, one of their ships. In the Navy, you don't call a vessel a boat, you call it a ship. I found that out the first week I was in boot camp. It's called a ship, recruit. Got smacked across the head by my drill sergeant, even though he was a petty officer. Still call them drill sergeants. CCL, RCL, Okay, these are all looking good. RCL, CCL, RCL best. Okay, they run a tight ship. They're not cheap, but you keep the riffraff out. Carnival always has issues or has been having issues. You get people that can take a cruise all you can eat for what, $300 or whatever it is for a 3-day cruise. I mean, what kind of deal is that? You get all kinds of riffraff. Where Royal Caribbean, you can't get a 3-day cruise that cheap, that I'm aware of anyway. Riffraff comes in all colors, so don't take it the wrong way. Okay. GOOG. Google looking good here, folks. Okay, Google. Stacking higher highs and higher lows. Continuing on with the S&P 500. If you're interested, CNC. Okay, Centene. Another CNC, HUM, UNH. They're all looking very bullish, and they're just breaking out. Just breaking out. IWM looking good there. Good job, Mondo. Finding the hidden treasures. Okay, looking good. IWM. Okay, continuation. IWM. Okay. I bought yesterday, tomorrow's 290s. I bought the 290s when I saw you post. So those are looking good. IWM. Can we keep going, IWM? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Okay, NVIDIA fading all the way back to the open. Microsoft looking good. Looks like dip's getting bought, Microsoft. Okay, let's look at the 10-year yield, TNX. We want the 10-year to continue. Okay, 10 years dropping more. 10-year rolled over. Good for IWM. Okay, the 10 years rolling over right here, okay? US 10-year. Okay, just made a new low. 10-year, that's good for IWM. Okay. I don't know if you can hear that. My wife is yelling at her Russian mother-in-law. She was outside with one of my kitchen knives because we hid all the garden tools from her because she keeps digging shit up. She dug up my irrigation lines. Caused about $300 worth of damage. I had to go out there and fix all that shit. So my wife took all the tools and hid them. She was out there yesterday pruning with one of my fillet knives, of all things. Those are pretty delicate for fish. Anyway, I can hear them arguing in the background. I don't know if you can hear them. Or they might have gone outside. All right, so the 10-year, if that moves lower, that's good for IWM. Okay. In a downtrend, I would like to see the 10-year yield drop off and go down to the 50-day. Below 4.5% would be good. Okay, Google's still pushing here. Google, nice bounce. Don't forget to take profits off in the strength and reduce your exposure, okay? Because I think this is giving us an opportunity right now. I just got the feeling that Core 1M is going to continue to be a problem. Calls are very expensive. So one way that they can crush volatility, obviously, is to see something like Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom's starting to bounce. Okay, Broadcom. Look for that to turn back up over the next several trading days. We'll roll out or do something with Broadcom. Don't be that concerned about it for now. Let's see. Microsoft turning up. You hungry, baby? There you go. There you go. Here's some fish and chips for you. Okay. So SPY, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. SPY just rolled over again. Okay, the Qs, IWM, Qs. Why do you have to show it to me? Just throw it out.
The bag was wide open. All the mold was everywhere.
Say it a little louder.
It's all molded.
Okay, keep saying it. Has nothing to do with trading, but thank you. Throw it out, Elena, when you see something like that. She's always got to do that shit. Come tell me what's going on. Sorry about that. Didn't realize I still was on mute. Meta's still pushing. Looking good. Meta. All right, nice. This looks like it's going to break out. This is what we were looking for yesterday. We were saying that we were ping-ponging around this area. People got trapped. Now it's turning back up. They probably took positions off yesterday. Now institutions are showing the true direction. RSI is still rising. MACD stochastics turned up. Volume increasing. I got a feeling Meta's going to run for a few days, at least up to 650. First encounter is going to be 650. Then the dealers are going to have to roll their positions up to the 200-day if they haven't already done so. I heard a lot of noise about hims and hers yesterday. HIMS. Looks good. HIMS. Looks good, Ryan. Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, quantum is, it is like the early days of the PC industry. It is in its early days. It is developing very rapidly. I mean, the industry 2 years ago had a roadmap.
Okay, hims and hers. Okay.
A certain level of capability in the 2030 timeframe. We have develop the technology, mature it, accelerate it, so we bring those goals into now in the next 2 to 3 years on our roadmap. And so every passing day, there is more conviction, there's more engagement from our customers. And the way we see retail customers is look at what they look at is sustainable, durable.
Okay, looks good.
And where to best place their bets. And with our full stack approach, our discipline and we're well positioned in that respect. In a cohort that has increasing number of players, as you noted, and that's a good sign for the industry.
Raj, watching the shares here, not open quite yet, but we'll keep an eye on them as we go through the day. Pricing at $60 a share. Raj, thank you so much, and congrats on the IPO.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Coming up, Broadcom shares seeing the biggest drop in 16 months. We're going to dive into the company's earnings next and take a look at.
Okay, Meta looking good. Broadcom.
Didn't even check Split your event. Download Split Pay today.
Looking for thrills? Then welcome to the South Carolina Education Lottery, where every chance at a win comes with a chance at a win.
Tesla bouncing. Tesla needs to get above yesterday's high.
Face right there, that's a face that's fun. But when the game stops being fun and that face goes away, it might be time to take a break.
That makes sense. Thanks.
No problem. Play for fun makes you a better player. A better player is a better you.
I think Lindsey Graham is a disgrace, and I think you have one of the worst representatives of any representative in the United States. The guy is a nut job. I don't want his endorsement. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't think
NVIDIA.
This guy, Lindsey Graham, you have a guy who's one of the dumbest human beings I've ever seen, in my opinion. I think he's disgraced. I don't want anything to do with it. You have one of the worst representatives of any representative in the United States.
I'm Mark Lynch, and I approve this message.
There's a card barreling towards me. All you think about is how stuck I've been trying to get out of debt.
Should I be wearing a helmet? Everybody else seems to be wearing a helmet.
Seriously, saving any money feels impossible.
You've been doing great.
You always have your big financial plan. Help you navigate your finances.
My finances are turning around. Experience. Your big financial plan is always by your side. Best hidden object game for long flights.
Okay, John Deere, Caterpillar, those two. When they get going together, John Deere, Caterpillar, looks good. Like it, like it. John Deere. Let's see if there's, okay, let me run a scan here. Let me run a scan, the morning scan. NVIDIA starting to bounce. John Deere, let's see what that looks like. It's at the high of the day right now. Can't buy it. John Deere on the move. Let's see, what's the ATR on this one is 16 bucks. It's up 12 bucks right now. You could do it if you, I like it better on a dip, but all right. Any open interest anywhere, John Deere? Yeah, I don't see any open interest there, David. What are you guys looking at? January? I see a few hundred. I like to see a couple of thousand in open interest at least. so I can get out if I need to. Let's see what July looks like. July monthlies. Yeah, there's only like $200 or $300, 300 option contracts in open interest. I see people trading onesie twosies. All right, I'll pass on John Deere options. Maybe shares. What's Caterpillar? Caterpillar looks like it wants to go. Caterpillar. A little bit higher open interest. Let's see. Let's go to September. See what September looks like. September. Caterpillar. Yeah, there's not a lot of open interest. CRML turning back up. That got whacked yesterday. CRML pulled back yesterday, bouncing today at the 50-day. USAR. These metals, precious metals, rare earth metals, I should say. Those all pulled back yesterday, bouncing today. Maybe there's a bounce in that. Let's see. IWM still going here. IWM. All right. So if the 10-year yield continues to drop off, that means we should expect IWM to continue. All right. The 10-year looks pretty weak here. Okay. If it drops below 4.42%, another 20 basis points or whatever, that'd be nice. Google's still going. All right. So if you bought some Google after we heard that Warren, the group over at Berkshire Hathaway buying Google, you got the dip. Okay. You're not buying at the high. It is in tech. Yes. They got so many revenue streams that are recession resistant or market consolidation resistant in some fashion. Let's take a look at Trace. Still got a lot of purple on the screen. We're bouncing. What do we have here? 98 percentile, 98, 97, 97, 98. So there's no 99s yet. We'll come back and look at this in a minute. Core 1M is climbing as calls get crushed, like Broadcom. As these calls are getting crushed, it's helping out the markets. So maybe we stay up here a little bit. I still would be taking profits off the table and reducing my risk.
But I think that general story as we get into next year starts to look really interesting again. So again, does it take a bit of a pause for the next quarter or two? Maybe. But I think people start to get interested again as we go into Q7. So in a couple of quarters.
Well, it's interesting you talk about like the waxing and waning of interest in the economy because this is a thought I've had like as we were approaching these numbers. I thought, we don't really
Shopify, okay, clearing the 50-day again. 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. In this case, 3 to 4 steps forward, and we pull back for 2 days. Now we're bouncing, so this should continue, I would think. Futures continue to rise. IWM still rising. IWM.
Well, I think they're going to do what they do. I mean, that's it. But I would say in general, you're right. You know, so the AI compute and the Broadcoms and the NVIDIA world have fine. They've underperformed the broader space because I think investors have been more attracted to the shiny objects than to the bottlenecks and the constraints. And so you went from playing the compute a while back, semi-cap, and then optical, and then power semis, and now it's CPUs, right?
Apple, no follow through. Microsoft rolling over. NVIDIA trying to bounce. All right, you're looking at NVDX. Okay, maybe a bounce here. Okay, it could get back to 2010.
People have been playing the broader revision trends, like numbers, particularly like in something like memory, for example. You know, we've got some memory companies that are guiding their earnings next quarter that are higher than the stock price was, 18 months ago. I mean, that's the kind of earnings revision
Google's still pushing. Google looking good. Google, Meta. All right, these are at highs. All right, starting to consolidate. Meta. SPY. Qs. Okay, more importantly, let's go see what the New York Stock Exchange is doing. Composite. Okay, so yesterday it gave us a little warning shot, but look at it today. Look at it today. Look at it today.
Attention tends to move from one to the other, like kind of back and forth as people sort of think through like GPU versus CPU. And I've advocated owning both because I think that narrative swings back and forth. You never quite know which way it's going to go.
Okay, that's a nice reversal. Look at that. That's crazy. All right, so yesterday looked like this was going to fall off. Now we're right back above the 20 EMA. 60-minute chart. And bullish. Wow, that's nice. 2,400 components. Broad market. Yeah, 60-minute 20 EMA looks really good on Google. Yep, looks good. Just about turned the corner now. Walmart looking good. Walmart too. Day 2. Looks good. Walmart looks good. Target. Okay, turning the corner. TJ Maxx. I like TJ Maxx. Everybody knows I like TJ Maxx. Ross Stores, not so much. Reminds me of Kmart, the old Kmarts. You know, the racks everywhere, disarray. You get some values, but just kind of get a creepy feeling when I go into Ross Stores compared to TJ Maxx, which is totally different. TJ Maxx and Home Goods. I love Home Goods. Nvidia still bouncing. Okay, I like what I'm seeing in the markets, but I'm really reticent on putting on a lot of risk because we've been taking risk off. I'd love to see this break out. I'd love to see it break out. New York Stock Exchange. Look at this. Okay, so that's a good sign. New York Stock Exchange. And let's look at breadth. Broad measure. Breadth. Okay. Everything's turned up. Okay, let's look at ARCA Institutional Index and let's look at the equal weight. Remember, the equal weight was hanging out pretty well. Looked pretty strong yesterday, right? The equal weight. Equal weight's breaking out. Wow. Good to see you. Good to see you, Brian.
We're going into conference season now, so we'll see what all the companies have to say. There's going to be a lot of hype around some of the broader like IPOs that are out there for some of the foundational labs, right? So there's probably going to be news flow. But you're right, the earnings, it feels like a dollar earnings season. I think earnings season, it actually starts to get late. I don't know if you're that long away. We'll see.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Beam. What do they do? Beam looks fine. Okay, so this is really important. The equal weight index, equal weight is breaking out, and the number of stocks trading above the 20-day is also trend. Wow, that was was that a trap? What's going on here with this market? You see what's going on here? Wow. Wow, that's impressive. Equal weights turning up. I'm getting excited all of a sudden. Okay, looking good. Looking good. Nice. Okay, this looks pretty good. I am reducing my risk though. This dip this morning was kind of a heads up with Core 1M being where it is. Not taking any chances. I'm going to continue to reduce risk until there's no reason to. I thought for sure we'd get a little bit more of a dip. What I think and what happens are two different things usually. Okay, we do see a lot of stocks cooperating. Still a lot of positive gamma. Okay, so we got positive gamma. It's not it's not my imagination. That's positive gamma, and then hedge flows are turning up now. Futures continue to rise. We're going to be green here shortly, right? What's okay? We got 4 handles to go. Okay, I've seen this happen before. I know you have too. If you've been in the trading room for more than for any length of time here, we'll get a dip, and then we'll run back up. We'll go green on the day. People get all excited, and then we'll get the markets roll over again. So just be aware of it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I'm taking the opportunity to reduce my risk. I know you're getting tiresome saying this, but anything that's expiring within 2 weeks, I'm rolling out to at least July, and in some cases out to August. Okay, so okay, Hims and Hers looks really good. Okay, that's breaking higher. John Deere is looking good. John Deere and Caterpillar sitting in a tree. Okay, okay, Caterpillar's starting to wake up. Okay, Cat and John Deere. Yeah, yeah. Mhm. All right. Let's see. What's Oracle doing? We'd really like to see Oracle back up. Oracle. Okay, Oracle, nice bounce. Still got a lot of work to do, but it's not going to go up every single day. Yesterday we had a pretty decent selling bar. Okay, so we know that there are some people out there taking profits at the highs. Okay, Meta, nice little bounce in Meta. Looking for that to continue.
When I was in high school, coach liked to say, you don't rise to low expectations. And that's just always stuck with me. With the help of my lottery-funded life solution, I was able to get a degree in secondary education. Now it's my
Okay,
turn to lead
Axon. Let me see. Axon. I've been sitting on these Axon calls for a while. It's finally breaking higher.
maybe one day they'll do the same for someone else.
Okay, I had the 500, 510. We're approaching 500.
Bingo. It's a great way to wear your phone hands free. You look out your cash and things like that, but it's easy. Just stick the phone card, stick it in the back side of your case, clip in your phone, and boom, your phone has now become a case that you can carry it on hands free. Looks so adorable. But wait, there's more. You can pull off a portion of the strap and make it into a wristlet. So you can wear it as a wristlet or a crossbody. Either one. Your hands are free, your phone is there, and you're ready to
And now, drum roll, please. The number one reason why everyone is switching to
Axon. Ooh, looking good. Axon. Okay, I have July calls on Axon. The 500, 510 call spread.
the price they quoted was amazing. If you want great auto insurance at an affordable price, Freeway Insurance is the answer. Official insurance partner of NASCO. 800-676-3021. 800-676-3021.
Axon looking good. Police body cams, etc. Paraphernalia, whatever the police use. Google's still pushing. Nice reversal in Google. Looking for that to continue. CRML. The metals did get hit yesterday. Those are bouncing. Let's see what's actually working right now. Okay, so we got Macy's up. Macy's is breaking out. Go figure. Macy's one of those retailers.
Is the system up to the task? I think is the question that we're all millennials.
Macy's another retailer breaking out.
Even some folks are boomers are struggling with these questions. So how are you thinking about these questions?
First, thank you. It's great to see you. And this really is one of the key issues of our time. There is a level of retirement security that.
Okay, that looks good. Hims and Hers, brought to you by Ryan K. Kratos, KTOS, KTOS. Kratos, Wakey Wakey. They do a lot of drones and stuff, right? Kratos. Pilgrim's Pride. Pilgrim's Pride bouncing. Base. PPC. Pilgrim's Pride. Base. Breakout. Soon. All right. Intel, a little bounce there. Okay, Intel. Okay, number of stocks trading above the 20-day looks good. Quantum QNT is going public today, and the IPO was oversubscribed 20 times. Helios, Quantum Quantum Helios powered by Honeywell. Interesting. What's inside the box? Huh.
On average, I'm going to need to save more. That'll be inefficient for me individually, and that'll be inefficient if all of society is doing that. So we can be better by having more income, whether that's through individual selection of annuities or that's workplace plans having income streams be part of the picture.
What do you do if you're someone might say, okay, well, I put my money in my 401k. I'm choosing my investments, maybe with the help of money manager, maybe my own. And I think that's what is the answer that most people can't do that, or is it the answer that you're effectively buying the security of knowing there's not the uncertainty of can I get it or can I not?
Well, I don't think people should be mandated into these choices, but I think they should be guided. And certainly people can make their own choices based on their circumstances. But we know through research that on average, people are challenged by this in terms of there's some people that enter retirement and they've been really successful, but they're really cautious on drawing down. So they live below the means they could have, and they're spending less in the economy, so that's not efficient.
Okay, Google's starting to see a little profit taking. Day traders taking some profits off up here. Google. All right, Google. I got August calls in Google, so that's fine. We'll hang on to that for a while. IONQ.
It's not just about how much you end up with.
IONQ. All right.
Portion it out in retirement. People like to talk about the magic number, though, right? They like to talk about how much. What is the nut that I need in retirement? Is that a useful discussion? Do you think about is there a good guide that you use with people when they're talking about that?
Well, I think right now, how do people live their lives? They know what they need to spend each month, and it's hard to translate that into a balance. So I think the fixation just on building a balance is not answering the question, because once you stop working, you no longer.
Okay, so Axon. Nice move here, Axon. I got the 500 510 call spread for July.
That is economically good and also good for people in terms of confidence and anxiety.
I want to ask you about something else that is a little more speculative, I guess. And it's around something that Elon Musk has talked about. Don't worry about retirement. Eventually, the abundance eventually AI.
Today turned out a lot different than I thought it would. I'll be very frank. Speaking of Frank, anybody talk to Frank lately? How's Frank doing? Dr. Frank, if you're listening, hope you're feeling better. I know you've been having a rough go of it.
High probability efficient and also reassuring for individuals. And one view of the world is, don't worry, it'll all work out because technology is going to solve it, and all those solutions you described, that could be the answer. Are you sure? Do you want to place that bet? I think for society as a whole, we need to save more, ideally through the workplace. That's the best system. It ought to happen through automatic defaults that people can opt out of if they don't like. Same thing for the investment path. And a portion of that needs to be drawn down in a way that if I could do it more efficiently, I wouldn't have to save as much. And for myself, for my parents, etc., I would want that confidence and security. I'm not going to expectations that everything will be fine.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming in. Coming up, sports as an asset class. We'll tell you about one fund that allows retail investors to get in on big sports franchises. That is next.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, the 10-year yield's due to come back, Armando. So that should work for a few days. I would think the 10-year yield. Okay, let's see what happens there. All right, there goes Nvidia.
Whether you're size 8 or 28, our coaches fit better. Why? They're just made clothes. And even your best fitting wardrobe staple.
JP Morgan looking good. JP Morgan. All right, nice little bounce there. All right, we got a nice squeeze on JP Morgan. You know, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. All right, they're already back up again. Giving you very little opportunity to get back in. Wells Fargo also gapping up. Wells Fargo. All right, looks good. All right, Wells Fargo. I got to add to Wells Fargo, right? Wells Fargo. Let me just check my Wells Fargo position. Wells Fargo. What's Generac doing? Generac. Shopify. Let's see. Shopify. SHOP. Shopify. All right, Amazon recovering. Google still pushing. Snowflake at the high of the day. Snowflake. Something just surged up there. Let's see. ABGO. No, not ABGO. Let's go to Axon. Axon. What's the deal with Axon? Axon. Really nice move on Axon today. Following through. Okay, Axon. I got some July calls and I've been trying to do something with this. Oh, I see what's going on. Very little open interest. Got myself into a position I wasn't paying attention. 400 contracts and open interest on Axon. That's why I'm having difficulties. Okay, I just got a flash on my screen in Schwab, the pattern day trader rules. Many of you have already pointed that out. There's been changes. So over the weekend, Charles Schwab, you'll still see these. You still see messages, I guess, if you have under 25,000. But coming next week, you won't. All right, so that's good for those of you with smaller accounts. Tesla pulling back a bit. Google. Cisco. Apple. Walmart still going. I'm going to add the Walmart. Meta. Meta looking good.
And I think what we're starting to see is real estate as part of the sports portfolio becoming kind of another opportunity, another growth level for some sports platforms.
Okay, I got 630, 635 Meta, so I gotta do something with these. Gotta do something with those. Mm-hmm.
No, I think we're in a space where the demand for sports is going to continue to heat up. I think where some of that demand goes is the opportunity there. I think some of the big four, big five leagues.
Meta, I took a little profits. I had the 630, 635, so I was $2 in a month above my maximum strike there, but I was going to capture some of that implied volatility as well. So
Professional leagues that are performing well just haven't had that media cycle moment yet. So as the media cycle and the media rights deals enter into those leagues, I think you'll start to see valuations in other leagues start to bounce. So what I think is coming is kind of this broadening out of the sports economy, to where these emerging leagues will start to see some of this the same growth that the NFL, NHL, MLB have seen over the last few years.
One thing you learn about private investments, Marcus, is just liquidity. You can't just hit a button and sell. And what do investors need to know before putting money to work in the wall?
Well, that was one of the biggest drivers in the structure of the NFL structure. So the way that it's set up is with two redemption windows per year. So as we map out what we call the investor avatar, we started with the athlete, knowing that some athletes are going to be accredited investors, and over time, some kind of drift into the non-accredited market. So when we started to solve for kind of the liquidity needs there, we figured out we would solve for the retail investors as well. So the interval fund structure allowed us to take less liquid assets and create a source of liquidity with those two redemption windows. So it's not a catch-all, but it is a source of liquidity so that you can take these excess vehicles and at least introduce some liquidity to the picture.
Marcus, so good to have you. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Tesla, no follow through. All right, that's fine. NVIDIA's still pushing.
Everyone remembers their first bite. The sense of confidence and freedom you had with your own set of rules. The world was at your fingertips, and everything important was only a quick tap away. It wasn't about where you were going, but how you got there, and those you shared the journey with. It was much more than a bite. It was childhood. For all the adventures of childhood, make sure they have a guardian.
Okay, Google is starting to flag a bit.
This is kind of the question I've been asking today. After we see this Broadcom induced sell-off that comes after a huge run-up in the AI trade, and we're going into the
summer season, like we're trying to think about, okay, is this a pause? Is it the start of more of a downturn? How are you thinking about that?
I think this is a healthy pause. If you sort of look at and dissect the Broadcom results, it wasn't about sort of any fundamental change to the long-term AI thesis or anything sort of alarming from a big picture sense. It was more about very high expectations, which we're seeing because every company that's reported it. Dell saw 50% upward revision, for example, and we're kind of, getting a little bit accustomed to these parabolas, and we didn't see maybe the rate of change that we had expected. So market's taking a breather, and we think it's healthy. We think the overall long-term secular trend is still there, and you gotta stay invested.
Stay invested in the AI trade specifically, and do you think, like, do we need sort of more catalyst there, or can it just sort of continue to be carried by momentum?
Yeah, it's interesting because if you think about the AI trade right now, it's sort of a narrow group of spenders and a narrow group of receivers, and you do want some exposure there, but you don't want to put all of your eggs in this basket. The expectation is that you're going to broaden out. So certainly you want some exposure to this trade, but diversification is certainly key.
One of the really interesting things about this rally, one of the characteristics of it, is the Fed is like kind of absent from the discussion right now, because there is this perception that they're not necessarily going to move this year. And my colleague Jennifer Schomburg actually talked to John Williams of the New York Fed yesterday, and I want to play for you what he said, because he talked about kind of where we are right now and how he's thinking about it.
But right now, I feel like we're in a very good place. But we do need to respond if conditions change, whether it's on inflation, whether it's on the employment side of the mandate. Of course, we need to, just be focused as we always are.
So is this just what it is for the year? No cuts, no hikes, maybe? How are you thinking about that?
The Fed could certainly make some moves. I think earnings is the story right now, and the strong earnings backdrop, the CapEx spending. And if you look at what's priced in, there's already one hike priced in. So the market's digested that. Arguably, the market is okay with that. And I think he's right that if you look at the numbers right now, it is in an okay place, right? We're not seeing wage pressures. We'll see what the payroll number gives us tomorrow. But we do see some volatility risk as we get, we're going to get 4% inflation readings.
Yep.
That could challenge the markets, but we think we could still, rates can rise and markets can rise. It's happened. It happened in 23. It happened in 24. So it's a higher nominal growth backdrop for them.
Yep.
On that point, there's been a resurgence of demand for I-bonds, right? For the government sold sort of retail product that people were getting into, I don't know, a couple of years ago, and now there's some people coming back to that. Is that a good place for people to be looking within fixed income?
I think so.
Some of you are starting to notice. That it's really cool when you guys catch this. I have to commend Corey for catching some of this stuff. Core 1M is moving back up. So what does that mean? It means calls are being washed out. Okay. So if you can catch these kind of things intraday, that means you've definitely becoming a much better trader and investor. Okay. So you're watching this kind of thing. Core 1M moves back up. What is junk bonds doing? All right, let's go take a look at junk bonds. Okay, junk bonds, holding. Okay, that looks good. We know that breadth is looking good. We know that the New York FANG is looking good, better. It's bouncing. It is moving a bit lower. But if you look at the New York Stock Exchange, NYSE, right, we're trying to make a new high here. Okay, we took out yesterday's high. That's really cool to see these kind of things happen, because it didn't look very good at the open. What else? RSP, the equal weight index, making a new all-time high. The S&P 500 equal weight. Okay, so all of these things are starting to stack up in our favor. S&P equal weight. We know the number of stocks trading above the 20-day have turned back up. That's a good signal as well. Okay, see that? So a lot of stocks are surging right now. Does that mean go out and buy, a ton of new positions while we're at all-time highs, I would suggest not doing that. I would suggest continuing to reduce your risk. Let's see if Core 1M can get back up, and these shorter term options that expire tomorrow, next Friday, and into June. Okay, those options start to reduce some of that premium and implied volatility. Let's see what this looks like here. Okay, so let's do. This is not showing up here. What's going on? Bitcoin, FANG. All right. So a lot of stocks on the right side of the screen, but some are moving to the left, which is good. See where IBIT is? Puts are very expensive. IBIT over here. Okay, so calls are not expensive. Puts are very expensive. Let's see what else is going on here. Okay. FANG. Okay, builders, aerospace, banks, getting a little bit more expensive. Banks. I don't know if you noticed the banks. The banks jumped. Okay, Wells Fargo. Nice jump on Wells Fargo. Okay, looking good. Bollinger Bands opening up top and bottom. Wells Fargo pushing. Yeah, looks good. Looks good, Mondo. So long as the 10-year can continue to drop. This looks good. IWM looking good. I'm interested in buying some more 290s if I can get a dip in this. I don't think we're going to get a dip. This looks really good. Looks really good. Okay. Thank you, Steven. Okay. NVIDIA is still climbing here. NVIDIA. Walmart looking good.
Vote Melanie Wellens for Horry County School Board Chair. Election Day is Tuesday, June 9th. Vote early now or on Election Day. Melanie will provide strong leadership, transparency, and fiscal responsibility. Okay, Meta's trying to break out again. Meta. Meta's going to go. All right, let's look at Meta. Meta's at the high of the day. Okay, we got the high here. Okay, let's move this up with just a hair. That's the high of the day from last week. They shook the tree. They got a lot of people to sell. They got what they wanted. Here's Meta. Maybe it gets rejected right here. Let's see. Meta. Goldman Sachs. Okay, look at what's okay, SoFi, is that back up? SoFi? All right, SoFi. The bank's bouncing. SoFi with a bounce. Banks. Do 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 do. Boom.
to a new episode of Power Players with Brian Tozzi. I am your host, Brian Tozzi, it is a real honor to welcome in my next guest. That is former Secretary of Defense, Dr. Mark Esper. Doctor, good to see you here. I know you're busy. Thank you for making time for me. I appreciate it.
Sure thing, Brian. Great to be here with you and your audience.
Yeah, very, very appreciate it. I was trying to think, like, where do I actually begin this? Let me just come at this from this perspective. Right? In our world of stocks and business and investing.
Okay, Nvidia's still pushing. Nvidia's still going here. Nvidia looking pretty good. Okay, looking for Meta to break out. Watch Meta.
Well, first of all, I'll say I don't understand the market either right now, given what we're facing. And what we're facing is this. It looks like a strategic standoff right now between Iran and the United States. On one hand, neither side wants to go back to open warfare. But on the other hand, neither side wants to back down with regard to the next steps and open up the strait.
Google looking good too. Google.
We're now at the point where Iran at least is sending offers over to President Trump. He rejected the first one. They're going to send another one. This war that was originally predicted to go on for 4 to 5 weeks is now into its 8th or 9th week. So, and I don't see an end anytime soon either, Brian.
What?
Google Meta.
Well, I think one side or the other is going to have to blink, right? Either economically, the Iranians say it's too much.
Nvidia looking good.
Oil revenue, because with the United States blockade, they're losing about 128
Meta. Google.
Because politically, the economic impact of high oil prices, particularly as we move into the summer traveling season, is too much for the White House to bear, and they want to get this over with so that November election looks much better for the consumer.
The market is looking at this is that we have this, I guess, ceasefire, and that's really when stocks start to take off. But I mean, can you rule out, another major escalation of this when we're back to really hardcore bombing and some of the things we saw in those first 2 weeks?
Yeah, no, not at all. In fact, Trump has talked about it.
Nvidia, nice bounce. Okay, we had a pullback that shook a lot of people out, I'm sure. That's what it feels like. A lot of these stocks are getting shaken. And institutions buying. This is not what I anticipated for today when we were down 40 handles earlier this morning. Where are we now? Are we green yet? Yeah, we're green. Okay, so the S&P went green. Google's still going here.
I look at various amount of economic data, Dr. Esper. I look at consumer confidence that's starting to hit, gas prices are still high, and there are signs that they kind of are going to feel an effect of this war. Is that what's going to take here?
Well, look, first of all, I'd say, because I think you just said, the fundamentals of the economy are strong. It's the consumer, their ability to bear the prices, and consumer sentiment, particularly.
Google's still going. Google. Google looking really good. Okay, 60-minute, 20 MA. Okay, looks good. Walmart looked like this yesterday. Walmart looked like it yesterday. Continuation following through. UNH popping back up. Meta. Okay, Meta's trying to break through this 643, 645 zone. Get to 650. It's a call wall there. So I'd be taking some profits off into strength into that area. Meta. Generac. Generac. Okay, Generac. GNRC. Generac. All right, that moved lower. I was trying to get in. I'm going to cancel that order. Let me cancel that. Cancel. Wells Fargo. Okay, Wells Fargo. The banks look really good, folks. I got some 85s, some Wells Fargo 85s. I need to take some profits off here. or roll them out. I got July's. Those look okay. Probably keep going till it gets to the 200 day. Okay, these are a nice profit though. NVIDIA looks like it wants to break out. Google's still pushing. I don't know how much more energy. Okay, Apple's starting to turn the corner now. Apple futures did go green. Okay, we are green by 3 handles right now. S&P, nice reversal. Okay, starting to feel like maybe we'll do another one of these like we did 3 weeks ago. Pull back and then rally. In order to assess that, we need to look at the New York Stock Exchange. We need to look at the RSP, the equal weight index, that's still pushing higher. The number of stocks above the 20-day rising, number of stocks above the 50-day rising. This is not what I anticipated for today, to be honest. I hate to use that expression, to be honest, but I was not expecting it. We were down 40 handles at one point. We knew that Core 1M was bad. We saw how Broadcom got roasted. What's Broadcom doing? Okay, Broadcom looking a little better now. Okay, a little better. Just starts to rise up. Institutions show signs of buying would be good for Broadcom. Got next week's puts that I need to adjust. Okay, Axon. Okay, got to the highs. Axon looking good.
Where does money like this come from to support these operations?
Yeah, I didn't anticipate this. Of course, the 10-year moving lower is good. Somebody somewhere said that the U.S. dollar is not the number one currency. Like, really? So who is? What is? I mean, nothing's really changed with the dollar. What would make it change? The renminbi? I know it's not that. The Chinese yuan? I don't think so. I mean, nothing against Chinese people, but the Chinese government, who can trust them, you know? Somebody show up, an executioner show up at my door. Are you Cousin Benny? Boom. Okay. No, I don't know who that guy is. He must be. He must live next door. You might have the wrong address. Go grab my AR. CRML turning up. Okay, so these got a shake too. A lot of these stocks got shake. The tree got shook yesterday. A lot of these stocks. The banks, same thing. Banks, little shake, back up. If you sold yesterday, seeing it higher today. Okay, here goes Amazon. Amazon's pushing higher off the 50-day moving average. Google did something similar. Bounce before it got there. Nice bounce on Google. Can we get a follow through? Here goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA turning back up. Nice hammer showing on NVIDIA. This is the second one in 2 weeks. Second hammer in the same area. Are we going to continue? Need to get back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. Walmart above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. A little fade right now. Probably going to buy some more Walmart on this fade. No hurry. We'll see if this fades and then it moves sideways for a couple of days. Maybe a better opportunity. It did hold the 200-day, so they were buying at the 200-day. So my sense is that they bought, they being institutions, if they wanted to buy Walmart, they probably bought like a tenth of a position. Maybe they bought 100,000 shares instead of 1 million shares, right? And if it holds up here, they'll buy another 100,000 shares or whatever. You know, it takes institutions days and weeks to fill positions. So we're never in a hurry on a pullback like this. This is what, day 10? 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is day 10 after the pullback. So we're always looking between day 7 and 8 for a bounce. Got a bounce yesterday, day 9 on Walmart. All the retailers are doing the same thing. So when you get a whole group to do the same thing, that's always good. 5 below dropping off. So that'll be an opportunity. But you get stocks like TJ Maxx, okay, nice balance sheets, TJ Maxx, Dollar Tree, okay, American Eagle, AEO. These are fading a little bit right now. AEO, that looks pretty good. American Eagle, Gap Stores, Dick's Sporting Goods, Macy's breaking out, Costco, Ross Stores, BJ Wholesale. You know, all of these are bouncing, so they look good. All right, CRML. This one's on the move right now. CRML bouncing off the 50. This got a shake yesterday. Looked like it was going to break higher on Tuesday, right? And a lot of people got surprised when it pulled back. USAR. Okay, that was very active on Tuesday, and then Wednesday really dropped hard. Now we're bouncing. MP Materials. Look for a bounce in these. You don't have to buy. I wouldn't buy today. I'd wait for the bounce and see if we get a bounce tomorrow to add to these. NVIDIA looking good here. Okay, nice hammer. NVIDIA, nice trend up. Okay, if this doesn't hold, be aware of it. Okay, if this doesn't hold, okay, and this starts to lose it, okay, I'd be taking profits off. Okay, let me see what NVIDIA, how big a position I have in NVIDIA. I might want to take some of this off, actually. NVIDIA. Nice bounce on NVIDIA. Okay, I'll get this to bounce a little bit more. Got tomorrow's calls, 220s. Can we get the 220? Nokia, what's Nokia doing? Nokia farting around at the highs. Nokia, a little drop there. I'm going to reduce my exposure in Nokia. Collect some cash. Nokia. See if I get a fill. Nokia. Let's see how much I'm going to bounce here. Nokia. You know what? I'll leave this alone. I have August calls. I'll let it alone. Cancel. All right, I'll cancel that order. Shopify, SHOP, Shopify. Looks like it wants to go a bit higher. Shopify, 60-minute 20 MA. Higher lows, higher highs. Looking for Shopify. We bought Shopify last Friday. Okay. Last Thursday. We were looking for it to follow through on Friday, if you recall. We pushed above. A lot of stocks did. It ran up Thursday, Friday into Monday, faded Tuesday, Wednesday. Now we're bouncing. Look at the similarities. Looks like a buy program or a sell program. Okay, a lot of these did exactly the same thing. 3 days up, 2 days down. Now we're starting to see a bounce. Even Meta did it, right? Meta did it to an extent. It ran up, came back down, bouncing now. NVIDIA, okay, ran up, came back down. Everything, all these stocks doing the same thing. Amazon, okay, that just faded. Google, faded. Now we're bouncing. Okay, CRML. I'm going some more here. CRML. Okay, turning back up. CRML. People are chasing cheap stocks. You know, they hit it with 1,000 shares, 10,000 shares, whatever. These run up. These can be highly volatile stocks. CRML, these rare earth metals. Okay, Tesla's starting to turn. So if you wanted some Tesla, okay, inside day, inside day, inside day. Looking for the bounce. Looks like they're waiting for the SpaceX IPO. Okay, NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA is still going. Okay, NVIDIA, nice little power move on NVIDIA. Futures continue to rise. RSP, equal weight, okay, making a new high. It's trending. Okay, this is a good way to play. This is a good way to play the S&P 500. My son is looking to buy the dip. Okay, he's having a competition with a friend of his. So, teaching him how to use the 20 EMA on the 60-minute time frame. You know, stock doesn't move a lot. You can see there's only $2 of movement here from the high to the low, right? And the equal weight, there's only $2 of movement. So, does it lose the 20 EMA or does it bounce? Right? We can't assume that we know that the markets are going to roll over and die unless we drop below the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. We're making new highs. Okay, we're making new highs. So it's kind of hard to get too bearish at the moment. All right, so here's SPY. That has the weight of all these New York FANG components. Okay, there goes Amazon. Amazon's on the move. Okay, Amazon looks like a good reversal. Amazon. What's gamma right now? Okay. Here you go. Here you go. Still purple, still bullish. Okay, rising. KBB. Rising. Bullish. Bullish. Hedge flows. Yeah, AMD looked good, right? AMD. I didn't catch AMD this time. I didn't catch it this time. Does look good though. The chips, nice reversal. Intel's starting to do the same thing. Okay, these are all turning back up. I tell you, this morning looked very, very bearish, right? The way we were opening up, we were down 40 handles at one point. I woke up early, and then we gradually went green. All right, so a lot of people that were bearish probably very pissed off. I took those SPY puts off. Oklo, okay, LL, let's see. Well, first target would be 835 and 855. 835, then 855. Oops, sorry. Responded to 835, then 855. Sorry about that. Oh, you didn't see what I was doing anyway. Okay, so Oklo, OKLO. Okay, these are bouncing. OKLL. OKLL. The high yesterday was 990.
With Moomoo, turn data into sharper canvases, and with Moomoo AI, spot what matters, predict what's next, and decide with confidence. It's all on one platform, from stocks and ETFs to options and crypto. Trade smart with Moomoo. It's the Ringer Podcast Network. Are y'all ready?
All right, Trade Desk. Let's see what Trade Desk is doing. TTD. All right, it's coming out of a base, so this could stay down here. Let's see what they're trading. March next year, March 30 calls. Okay. Trade Desk.
But are those still complementary to jet fighters? Are they still complementary to humans?
Yes. I don't think
Meta.
should always be used together in certain
Okay, Meta starting to slow down here. Microsoft turning the corner. That's helpful. All these New York FANGs look good.
can do other different tasks. So I think the same is true, with regard to other parts of the military. Just last month, or maybe just earlier this month, Ukraine for the first time captured enemy infantry using both autonomous aerial drones and autonomous ground drones. The Russian combat. So what does that tell you? I mean, in that case, you don't want to send men into an urban area where the casualties are terribly high. You can send in these drones and forces surrender, and then you backfill with human infantry, if you will, to kind of do that mission. So I think they're going to be complementary in different ways, in different situations. One will be used more so than the other.
All right, all the New York things look pretty good for the most part.
The challenge of commanders and leaders will be to figure out when is that situation. In my view, when I was Secretary of the Army, when I was saying, I would always like first contact with the enemy to be with a robot, whether it's clearing a room, whether it's engaging enemy tanks in the open field. If you can use them to fix the enemy and then maneuver with manned infantry or manned
NVIDIA.
and to me, that's a far more successful
Nice move on NVIDIA.
far safer operation than what we've done in the last.
Google at the high of the day. Google. Intel turning. Okay, all of these chips look good. Okay, what's Broadcom doing? Broadcom. Okay, starting to see some action here on Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. A little bounce on Broadcom. This one got the stuffing knocked out of it. It was down over 14%. Big drop here.
Where we know that it's going to perform as expected at the reliability levels and accuracy levels and things like that as we expect. I think that's back in the position right now. That's what I would expect of our computing systems we have employed. I'm sure there's more. We need to get as much people around the room, not just the engineers, the programmers, but also the ethicists and the work planners to talk about how you go about doing this.
You know, I'm sure you know the numbers better than I do, but you know, there are fewer numbers of young people listening in armed services in our country. What is there a solution to help boost those numbers over the next few years? As a lot of these conflicts, China, Russia, Iran, you name it, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers are stunning. When I worked this pretty hard, and I've written about, America's youth, 30 and 34 million each year. 78% are unqualified to serve. 78%, and the top reason is obesity. And then from there, you get into drug use and mental health issues, and maybe just not smart enough. And maybe the issues go on. But we cannot have a nation where 78% of our youth are unqualified to serve. So I think first and foremost, we have to think about how do we get our kids in better shape, and how do we get them more engaged, and how do we make sure that we, of course, always stay away from drugs. But in this area, because not only will always be fitness in combat, but as our military becomes more and more technical, right, we're relying increasingly more on AI and autonomous systems. We're going to need young people who understand, who are smart enough to use this technology to implement it, because it's not necessarily going to replace, but as you said earlier, complement. It'll be a tool, just another tool that young people use to fight future fights.
Just a couple more before I let you go. The president's trying to rebuild our Navy. I mean, build some amazing new ships. What has been your reading on the speed at which this has gotten done? I think there's been some reports this is not moving as fast as the president would like. But again, these are complicated ships being meant to serve in some capacity for the next few decades.
Yeah, look, he's got the right instinct. In fact, when I was Defense Secretary in 2020, I put forth a plan to expand our Navy from the current level of about 295 ships to well over 370 manned ships. We had a plan to go to 120 to 150 unmanned ships. So it'd be a total force of 500. So look, he wants to build more ships, far more many years than most people realize. It takes years to build a ship. There's not even a new design on the table right now to take a look at. So I think the instincts are right. Before we build new ships, so we have to get the shipyards right. We have to get the labor shortage right. We have to get rid of a lot of rules and regulations. I'm co-chairing a task force now with the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C., where we're going to put forward a number of recommendations. But we have a lot of problems in our shipbuilding right now, where we don't build ships the way we used to in the United States, whether it's military or commercial. I mean, it's a strategic shortfall we have to fix. So before we can build more ships, look, we've got the greatest Navy in the world. We need more ships. We first of all, more suffering, more distributed force.
All right, the Nvidia is still pushing. It looks like Amazon wants to take out the high. They just keep buying this. This is crazy. Okay, they keep buying. There goes Google. Solid day on Google, breaking out the new highs. Look at Google. Ay, ay, ay. That's crazy.
What signal has that branding change sent to our adversaries, and how might it change how they think about things they may or may not do to us?
You know, it's hard for me to say. The folks who adopted that, readopted that name, if you will, thought it would show a more aggressive stance for adversaries. Look, my view is the military has always had strong war-fighting posture and ethos, and I didn't see much in the name change. In some cases, though, allies said, look, we think it's too aggressive for an America that's been the benevolent superpower and brought folks together. So each country is going to address it simpler. I think more important than words and names is how we act and behave and posture ourselves out in this broader global environment that continues to get more complicated and more dangerous.
Dr. Mark Esper, former Secretary of Defense, really good to see you. Thank you for your service to this country. It's all very appreciated. I look forward to staying in touch with you.
Thanks, Brian. Great to be with you and your audience today.
Thank you so much.
Banks looking good. Banks doing their job. Thank you very much.
Asher is a square emerald cut. I've designed these Asher cuts that have a micro cave around them, making them more elevated, more dressy, more upscale than your classic studs. This is all fine diamonds. Does this guy look like it doesn't belong with its fine?
Do 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 do. Amazon breaking higher. Amazon. Okay, watch Amazon here. Amazon, nice bounce at the 50-day. Okay, 3-candle reversal. Not the prettiest chart, but it is definitely showing signs of institutional buying. Amazon. Wow. Wow. Look at Google. Holy smokes. Google's smoking the bears here. That's a beautiful outside day. Encapsulating the bodies of the previous candles. I know some people use the wicks. I do too, but suffice to say, it's a big bullish reversal. You got selling coming into yesterday and today. RSI rising. You know that Warren and Berkshire is in this one. Here goes Amazon. Amazon just took off to the upside. Saved the day. It's hard. This morning it looked like we were not going to have this kind of day for sure.
Along with Brian Saw, the executive editor here at Yahoo Finance. It's going to be an exciting discussion because it is big tech week. There's a lot happening this week.
Google.
We've got 5 of the major companies reporting this week. On Wednesday night, we've got Meta and Microsoft and Google. And on Thursday, we've got Apple. So let's get right to it. Steve, first of all, thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure. And Brian, this is a shift for us. It's usually me in that seat and you in this seat.
I'm only here to ask you why or how $8 gas will impact that earnings. Kenny, come on, baby, get at me. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, so Steve, let's start first about just kind of your overall view of what this week is going to bring and what people should be thinking about.
Well, there's a lot to unpack. Then. I mean, first of all, Wednesday is like the most things, right? I mean, it's in theory, it's volatility. In reality, stuff doesn't always work out that way. Let me explain why. First, we have the Fed meeting at 2 o'clock. We get the announcement. Then 2:30 is
interesting because
Tesla still no follow through yet.
So his last FOMC.
Yeah, because
Bears and the Bulls are fighting over Tesla right now. So the Bears pretty much lost on Google for now. Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, we reserved the right to reopen this. And wasn't the other criteria supposed to be an end to the Lisa Cook investigation, which they
Tesla.
But I'm not going to.
Let's see.
It's not my job.
Do it. It's kind of like we're wrong with that. It's behind us, right?
SoFi. Wells Fargo. Yeah, Wells Fargo looking good. Wells Fargo, the banks. Banks look good.
Yeah, I think that's just probably protect yourself. I don't think.
Wells Fargo.
Well, in any event, I think he is done as chair, and that's so this
The banks.
I think there's no expectation that they're going to change policy.
Let's take a look at the banks.
What can he say? It's going to be more of like a valedictory address. So let me push it before we move on to tech. To that exact point, is what he is going to say important or not? Because this is it. Right now, it's going to be the war year. So is it that people aren't necessarily going to pay attention, or is he going to have the opportunity to lay out the narrative about where inflation is, where he thinks growth is, and what should happen?
I think the latter.
Right.
I'd like the unvarnished Jerome Powell. Like he's always, I often called him Goldilocks in a suit.
Right.
He's always managed to be, even though he's not an economist by trade, the proverbial two-handed economist.
Right.
Like, yes, things are bad, but this is why it's good. Or flip side, this is why it's good, but by the way, here are the risks.
Let me push back on this. I don't want to say the market fair less than what the Fed chair has to say. I mean, it's the Fed chair. Right. Whatever he says in the economy, rates are going to get important. But this market, guys, you guys know better than me. I mean, the trading experience is so fixated on all things AI and momentum and sentiment. I don't know if Powell steps up to that mic and he says something hawkish. If these AI stocks take a tank.
Well, that's my question.
That's part B of the volatility on potential volatility on Wednesday. Thank you for that.
Hey, it's your fault, guys.
Thank you very much. But yeah, that's exactly it. Now, here's the thing with the earnings that come out.
Banks look good. They're all pushing higher. Okay.
In one direction or the other, up or down. We could have a giant post-market event. Rarely that's the way it works. You usually get some up, some down, and that just becomes sort of a wash from an index point of view, even though individual stocks might move dramatically.
Right. And to your point, I think that's exactly the point. Right? It's all going to be focused on the spend, CapEx spend. What are they doing? And when is it going to be a return on investment?
Well, the interesting part to me is if I were to, I'm thinking the way to hedge these earnings is either number one, you're doing the individual stocks, and number two, you do it with stocks. Here's why. I mean, we're taking this. It looks like as we're taking this now, Monday around noon, SOX is breaking its 18-day winning streak, and we can talk about how unprecedented that is. I'm sure we can have
like 50 stocks.
I do have some, but let me not. We'll get to that.
I'm just like, I'm making it too easy for you.
Yeah, but so to me, but that's the key. If the big hyperscalers say, damn the torpedoes, we're going to keep borrowing money, we're going to keep spending money, we don't care if the stock market We don't care what the investors think about, whether we're changing from asset-light businesses to asset-heavy businesses, blah, blah, blah. If that spend continues, stocks is the way to go. If they say, you know what, we're taking a little bit of a breather here.
Right.
That is not what semiconductor. That is not what a 50% rally in stocks is pricing in. And so to me, that's actually where I would consider hedging with stocks as opposed to hedging with some of these specific stocks or hedging with views or something of that nature. That's where it's going to be reflected. You're going to get, I doubt that somehow the semis will just be unchanged after all this.
I'll be worried when this next, and I'll try to keep my
Okay.
when those tests.
All right. NVIDIA still pushing a bit more. Looking good. NVIDIA. The banks look good. Meta at the highs. Not able to get through the high yet. Okay. So we'll wait another day for a break higher.
Maybe except Apple, because it farmed out its AI to Google, so we'll forget them for a second. But I'm looking at really some potentially big
We've switched from all cap spending is good, and we're just going to reward companies for spending money, to we're going to we're going to be more judicious about it, and we're going to be concerned about whether the business models that we love about these companies is changing. These companies, to me, have sort of magical business models, right? Like very few assets, very low fixed costs, insanely high margins,
and fewer people too. Fewer people. I mean, they're finding thousands of people.
Well, that's another key, right? That is telling you that maybe we're thinking about other people. Microsoft is in a more software and more.
Do you think that that's all AI? If any of it is like just over the block, like they just got the back because.
All right. Snowflake, Meta, everything's at the high of the day, trying to push a bit higher. Traders trying to eke out a little bit more profit. They're going to get stuck if they don't take some profits off.
Not in great length, but sort of we were in a room together, and I said, isn't this a lot of isn't some
Google.
Cutting the fat? They overhired.
Google looking good.
And now they're getting rid of it now.
You're using AI.
Finally starting to see some benefit from that SCO. Short crude oil. Okay, starting to see some action here. Crude oil, crude futures. Let's see what that looks like. Crude futures. Maybe we back off a little bit more. Sure feels like we're getting closer and closer to getting something done with the Iranians. Palantir.
And they're not done. They are not. This is their first, I would say, series of blood letters.
Okay. Micron.
For me, it's good out. Well, but it's good from a stock perspective because you can unleash your profits, you can have multiple, and
Layoffs don't necessarily, they're not necessarily bad for stock.
No,
right? They view investors view that as a positive because they become more efficient, they get rid of the waste, they get rid of the fat. Right? So that's viewed as a positive.
As long as it's not trying to grow by shrinking.
Correct.
But now, and especially in Meta's case where, we forget because the stock performance has been so good, they incinerated billions of dollars in value on the metaverse.
Right.
And so,
What time is it? 11:40. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're coming into the noon hour. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break, and I shall return. Let's see. What's the strongest look at the moment? NVIDIA looks like it wants to see a little profit taking. NVIDIA doing very well here. NVIDIA. AMD. Okay, chips look good. Broadcom, big reversal. Broadcom starting to rise back up. Looks good. Broadcom.
created those 10,000 people. Right. Were they working on the metaverse? Right. Yeah. I of course I do, but it's not necessarily, that kind of. The game you're playing right now can't hit a jackpot in 10 minutes. Just delete it. Then come try 10 luck. You have a chance to win big. No ads, no tricks. Any prize you win can be pushed out straight to your bank account. Just log in and claim your free daily bonus.
ABGF may resume in less than a minute.
Wow. So cute. I don't know. Something's off. Can my teeth be whiter?
Wonderful. Teeth naturally yellow over time.
Dr. T?
So, okay, let me take a couple minute break here. What's IBM doing? IBM, Taiwan Semiconductor, Taiwan Semi, big reversal, Taiwan Semi. That one's done a big shake, Taiwan Semiconductor. Dave, you still in this one? TSM? I'm still in it. Got the 450 yesterday and reversed hard. Gap down this morning. Taiwan Semi. Very nice, Taiwan Semi. Okay, I got August calls, so I got plenty of time for that to recover, continue higher. SoFi looks good. Nice bounce on SoFi. All right, let me take a few minutes. I'll take a break. All right, NVIDIA continues. NVIDIA still moving higher. Okay, I'll be right back.
Invites you to a dazzling slot adventure. Get a 10 million welcome bonus. Enjoy the 777 Giant Wheel in your VIP journey starts now. I'm here at the scene of the crime, and we can confirm the suspect in the house behind you has lied about the candy crush level.
If you're gonna brag, you better back it up. You got over 20 No Wi-Fi? No problem. Play anywhere, anytime. TG Magazine electronic. Best of all, it's free to download. So just go for it and see how far you can really go. Download Candy Crush Saga today. TG may rest in 10 seconds.
Are you guys in the camp that AI is going to close the story? Do you think they're going to do job creation the way there is in every industry? I think you know, right? Yeah. I think initially, job creation. We had a small movie there with Rob, and I'm watching Vlad. He's talking. And we had a bunch of AI agents helping play this thing. I didn't pick too much up on it, or think too much about it. Went home, that's a job of reinforced systems.
TG may rest in 10 seconds.
Agents planning on working on programs. I'm seeing it shift in real time. I don't know what the next job is going to be. It's just weird. I think that's right. You don't necessarily know what the next job is. But listen, during the Industrial Revolution, in the early 1900s, when they were losing jobs, did they know yet what the new jobs were going to be? No. So there was this transition period, and there's going to be a group of people that are not going to be able to transition, but then there's going to be a generation coming up that suddenly is going to be all these new jobs. That's what I think about the big changes that have happened in the industry and society, right? Railroads in the late 1800s. Okay, so you eviscerated the generation of, stagecoach drivers. I mean, but obviously the railroads brought more productivity. Right. But radio and media, radio in the early 20s, moving away from more ancient history. The internet was transformative, and I think a lot of jobs. Or take something like word processors. How many secretaries and stuff like that lost their jobs?
jobs initially, but then everybody, remember, we have a 4.4 unemployment.
Which is historically low. Historically low.
Historically great. So that's one thing I don't, what that tells you is 95.6% of the people in this country who want a job have a job.
Right.
And so that's historically great. Will there be dislocation? There always are, but if you believe that AI is going to unleash great productivity over time, that will lead to other benefits.
Somewhere AI permeating that. I'm trying to figure out right now if what we're seeing at Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, these layoffs is about to trickle down to other sectors.
I guess that's the question.
How's AI being used around the unclear level? I mean, maybe it's used in various parts of their technology, but can't use AI agent to build his tracks. So I'm not sure yet how.
No, I agree. And listen, there are AI agents, you call it extended or something. You ask the question, the AI agent, it's not able to answer the question. All it does is give you other things to choose. Well, no, it's not really answering my question. Right? And there are a bunch of places where that's true.
We're not there yet. And I think one of the points that I'd like to bring up is, I think that, people always say, is this 1998, is this 1999, is this 2000? We are discussion about markets and the 18 straight days of stocks, where I think I might be telling us. But regardless, think about where we were with the internet in 1998.
Exactly.
We would be, we'd be looking up from AOL CompuServe. Our search would be done.
Wait, you remember how you used to hook up your wait for the three.
We heard that like DSL modems might be coming. So, meanwhile now, flash forward all these years, the company I work for is completely transformed. Like we were options market makers, taking advantage of the electronic trading abilities and the internet as it existed then. Now we are a full-fledged internet company, and we are using AI to the extent we can for the amount of but our headcount hasn't shrunk.
Yeah, I think this makes perfect case for yourself. But I mean, AI has more chips. It's not just NVIDIA. Look at AMD, of course, $5 billion market. I mean, AMD still is a certain machine amazing. What she's done is in there has been mind-blowing. But
NVIDIA put on $1 trillion in market cap in a month. Okay, let that
Think about that for 1 minute.
let that sink in. Or the semiconductor stocks, Index, which was not exact. You can argue whether it was fairly valued or not, but it wasn't by any means historically cheap. Just got re-rated by 45% in 4 weeks or so.
Right.
I think that's just how we roll with it. You have $1 trillion in market cap.
It's not.
No, the audience out there, like that's not normal. Okay.
That's why I brought up this. It's so beyond. It's something. Okay, well, here's the thing. You asked me to bring statistics. Last week we broke a 3-week string of 3+% gains in the S&P 500. Since 1980, that had happened twice. Once in 1982, in September 1982, which was when Paul Volcker basically, the bull market, basically said, we are done fighting inflation. So that was a huge change in monetary policy after a long bear market, at best sloshing around, at worst prolonged bear market. The other one was May, June of 2020, which, as you remember, that was when QE got unleashed, rates to zero, basically. And this was, I don't remember if it was exactly implemented at that point, but we all kind of got the sense that stimulus checks were coming. What happened here was
NVIDIA is still pushing.
from outright shooting in a hot war to stalemate in a not so hot war, but still none of it really being resolved. And a lot of the headlines, at least from very broad macro point of view, are forward each time that there's progress that can be announced about talks went up. Each time those talks, each time result of that, or it's a NAND.
Wow, NVIDIA is just showing some superb strength today. I tell you, looking good. Still going, NVIDIA. Okay.
What's your kind of broad view? Do you think that Meta's going to get hit because people are going to be concerned about the capex, but yet Google's going to be fine? Do you think it's going to be all the same? Do you think there's going to be differentiation?
CRBS, is that the one you're looking at? CRBS? Okay. Or CBRS? Okay, that one is at $290 now, right? No, $206. $206? Wow.
Same deal, very focused on Amazon Web Services sales. That number is going to accelerate this year, in part because of that prototype with Anthropic. Very good. Apple, I need to hear John Turner on this earnings call when they report. I need to hear his voice now. People need to help the guy. Apple and Google, that company is taking home runs the past 4 quarters. I want another home run, and the market expects another home run.
Right, but Apple, this is going to be Timmy Cook's last earnings announcement, right? He's still on.
I think
Turner's still coming until the fall.
So we may get Cook in July. So we're not
right in July
because he's stepping down September 1st. We should get him on the July call. But to Brian's point, I mean, I don't know.
But right. I think he made a good point.
I had no idea who this guy was.
Yeah, he's like a rock star internally. It's the outside world, like the average investor. The thing is, I don't think it would be this CEO shift if the quarter was going to sell.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And look, I'm in a position that it's funny. I own Apple, Firm owns Apple. I'm going to die with my Apple. Apple's not a name that I trade. I'm just going to die with it. So, if Apple gets hit, I'll use it as an opportunity to buy more, right? If it takes off, I'm not going to do anything. And that's the same way with Microsoft. I feel the same way. I don't own Meta, and I don't own Google. I miss those both. I just don't get it. But Microsoft, I still view as an opportunity. It's still negative on the year. Even though it's had this big rally off the low. But I'm looking for that one to actually, if that gets hit, I'd be a buyer.
Well, and I think that's a very strategy. That's why we never really sold off on the first right. I mean, you both have been around for a long time, right? The closure of the Strait of Hormuz was the blackest of black swans, right? We were supposed what I'd always planned for in years of managing risk for an options market making book was you'd figure you get $150 to $200 a barrel of oil, an immediate 10% correction in the S&P 500, and a big flight to quality in the dollar and the short end. We got
Okay, NVIDIA ripping here. NVIDIA going.
Barely got to eventually. We didn't quite get to an S&P correction. We kind of almost did out on that. And actually, we have kind of the opposite. The short end rate, we did have a bit of a run in the dollar, but that was largely the short rates went up because of price fears and taking out 50 basis points.
There goes NVIDIA. Looks good. I see a dollar. You're on top of it.
We would be in an environment where bond yields would go up 35 basis points. We would take 50 basis points in cuts off the table, and yet stocks would zoom higher and be at all-time highs. You probably would have said this sounds preposterous.
That's but that's what happened. That's what happened.
And that's the power of the buy the dip mentality. And in many ways, generational. I agree. I think, well, they've been rewarded. Well, that's rewarded. That's exactly that.
There's been a dip. You bought it, and it might be more expensive a little bit, but by and large, you big bang.
They know you should. That was exactly it. You've been rewarded. If you've been through
all right, NVIDIA.
cycles where the rewards aren't always immediate,
you're not so quick to
if you came of age after 2009, which at this point a lot of individual and professional investors have, you haven't sat through a long downturn. You had a rough, call it 10 months in 2022.
Nice little pop there.
A down year very slightly in 2018.
Okay, Google trying to push a bit more.
But other than and in 2020,
NVIDIA.
2020 and April of 25,
Video.
Substantial downdrafts, drawdowns, but they were resolved incredibly quickly. So why wouldn't you?
Right. Why would you?
Why wouldn't you do
Right.
it?
Listen, I got two things to say. Number one, we're at the end of the podcast. Oh, time just goes by. We could talk about
Broadcom. What's Broadcom doing? Broadcom. Okay. Still chopping around. Oracle.
I knew you guys are both from here. And I didn't want to wear my same getup I wore on my show, so I came here, rolled up my sleeves, and I gripped my
Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure. I look forward to doing this again. We should do it about 6 months out just to see how this all plays out.
Absolutely.
We're going to be right.
Wells Fargo.
Until the next time. Take good care.
Axon. Axon.
I think that music is a kind of magic. As a therapist, I have seen firsthand what music can do. And because of my lottery-funded life scholarship, I was able to go to school and turn my passion for music into a career that helps others. And that is pretty magical too.
Broadcom. Nvidia. Jeez, Nvidia just cruising higher here. Nvidia.
So you're saying drivers aren't just stuck with one?
IWM. Off the highs of the session. Looking for these dips to get bought. IWM. If the 10-year yield to US 10-year can continue to drop off.
Summer starts with a pavement day. Get adventure ready with Onyx Off-Road. Find trails for your rig, scout dispersed camping, check cell coverage before you lose service, see private land boundaries before you cross the line, and share your location with your crew when dusk kicks up. Whether you're in a 4x4, overland rig, side-by-side, or moto, plan smarter, ride farther, and make this your best summer yet. The Onyx Off-Road Memorial Day sale is on now. Use code NBS50 and save. Download Onyx Off-Road.
Unlock CGG may rest in 10 seconds.
1,000 fun levels and celebrate every big win. No Wi-Fi required. Candy Crush Soccer. Download today and play for free.
Okay. Nvidia is still pushing here. What's going on with Nvidia? They offered a dividend. Is that what the deal is? Ex-dividend. So Nvidia. Let's see. Yes, 75.70, 75.70, 99%. Okay. Right below it right now. Probably get rejected. We cruised all the way back up here. So wouldn't be surprised to see a rejection. So far. Now, if we stay up here and push higher, that could get crazy. Yep.
STRC is trading well below par, around $94, and there is peak fear in the market. I'm doing something different today. I brought in my friend Gary Cardone to talk about Bitcoin price action and what's going on in the market.
Ex-dividend today on Nvidia. I did not know that.
Bitcoin trading in the low 60,000. We've been on a historic outflow streak here with ETFs. A lot of fear about Michael Saylor. Maybe let's start with Saylor. Right, we sold 32 Bitcoin and people seemingly lost their minds.
Yeah, it is fascinating. I've got 5,000 Bitcoin. What's he bought? 700,000 Bitcoin. 800, 40, 50. And he sells 32 Bitcoin for about $1 million per Bitcoin. And you would think the entire demand has been sucked up forever. I don't understand it. He then bought back 37 and the price fell again.
I didn't even see that.
So I think, all the narratives of Bitcoin right now are just outlandish. I think it's very simple. There are more sellers.
Okay, NVIDIA continues ex-dividend today.
And now, with supply exceeds demand, prices fall. And until we get real demand, it's either the OG whales are going to have to step up, get some fiat, and buy Bitcoin at 65,000, increase their average cost considerably, or we're going to languish here until TradFi invests in everything else.
I tend to agree with what you're saying there. Now, future SpaceX and OpenAI and Rocket coming unceremoniously from Bitwise had a great tweet today, and he said, "Listen, SpaceX is going to be bigger or the entire market cap of crypto, not just Bitcoin, because market cap dropped 48%." So I do think there's a very strong argument to be made that a lot of money is leaving crypto for the future, as you said. But if that is the case, we're going to see a lot of things selling off not just us.
Yeah, I think that's right. But I think people are also trying to figure out, we're on these 3 IPOs now in space and AI really going to fly. 1 and 2, are they going to make it? I'm not convinced they're going to make it. But I can see how someone using the product could expand their margins considerably, which in the last 2 weeks we see legacy industry. By legacy, I mean companies that are 25, 30, 40 years old, like BlackBerry, Hewlett Packard, IBM. These stocks are moving like they're meme stocks, and there are few. This is not 1998, 1998.
NVIDIA is still moving here.
AOL, Yahoo, internet phones, were small companies being bid up. This is IBM netting $150 million market cap now. And where will all the launch with them? What's happening here? This is dozens of companies. And I just look at the AI structure and go, these guys are never going to make any money. The user will make a shit ton of money. I'm already making deep from using AI. Just making me a tiny bit smarter.
12 o'clock.
What if IBM was able to reduce their 10,000 people down to 6 and not lose any customers? And by the way, they have all of them.
That's funny to say they won't make money. It does remind me of the 90s when you didn't need to make money. Yeah, these companies were
last night. Maybe CrowdStrike initiated it for parts of software, but the trend feels like it's still very much intact. It just may be a little bit shifty within the tech universe.
I agree. Trend's intact. This is a healthy rotation. As Jim noted, you kind of have to have this and consolidate it and show strength in other sectors in order for it not to be a correction and really kind of take the next leg higher. I completely agree. One thing that stood out yesterday was when President Trump talked about the Strait may not open until Labor Day. He's setting a time frame out there, and I think that put the market in general on a little bit of weak footing. Now we know how a lot of his negotiation tactics work, and that can start getting moved up or to the more near term, and that becomes a bullish catalyst. But these two companies, Broadcom and CrowdStrike, I don't think they were bad reports by any means.
No, they weren't. But expectation-wise, you're in a real difficult playing field.
I mean, Broadcom just the last week was up 20%. So we're just giving that back. You had these reports come out when not only also you had the comments from Sam Altman talking about AI spending or in the budgeting of these companies correlating to the spending. So you had some just weak footing yesterday, and then these reports come out, and then it exacerbates some of the downside.
Are you buying more Broadcom like you ought to? I mean, so the revenue missed for the first time since December 24. They're outlook was unchanged. It's not like it was, but you can't be unchanged. Your outlook can't be ho-hum in the environment that the stocks have run up in. That's just not going to cut it, as they're finding out the hard way, and you as an owner of the shares are as well. Yeah, it has to be a real raise of that guidance. It can't just come in just below the high expectations of the guidance. It was a good report. Some of the things that are emerging from here is where their moat is on the TPU. They have that
Google going. Google's going.
2031 it might be, but names like Marvell are starting to appear in the mix there. You've seen that name go parabolic. Now, Broadcom, like I said, was up 20% in the last week. It's giving that back. I think it was a good, it's been still a great name this year. We're not buying more right here, but I do see a tremendous amount of support if it were to keep going. 355, 360. That's where the 200 moving average is. That's where consolidation was earlier this year. So if we did keep going and there were a real game, I think that's where you want to be buying. Well, man, the street's not giving up in any way, shape, or form on this story. Wells Fargo's bullish. They're buyers of the week. We got 6 target raises today. JPM to 580. UBS cut theirs down slightly, 485, but the street remains bullish on this stock, and I don't come across very many investors on this program or otherwise that are not bullish on this name.
I don't disagree with any of that, but I think what also factors into this that we're not talking about is the fact that you have Taiwan Semi CEO saying we don't see any way that we're going to catch up to global demand for semiconductors anytime soon. And a lot of the excitement and the
Google's still going here. Google.
That we've talked about, the run-up.
Google, Meta's starting to go too now. Okay, so here's Google. Wow, this is crazy. I never expected this. Google. Looking at this morning, I did not anticipate this. We were down 40 handles. Look at this market. Google, Amazon breaking higher, Amazon bouncing. Meta, I meant to say Meta breaking higher. Okay, so this ascending pattern. Wow, that looks good. Okay, we're about to take out the 642 area. Shorts covering, MACD stochastics rising.
Where can we actually kind of stop the excitement over RPOs and actually start to be concerned about legitimate sales happening now?
You've got to like the fact that you've got an almost evenly split market performance over the last month. If you take the NASDAQ over the last month's up 7% thereabouts. S&P up 5.25.
Meta.
Russell 2000 up near 5.
Meta.
Its big gain today up about 5 and a third or so, approaching 5.5% over the last month. It's hard to argue about the makeup of all of that, especially as I said at a time when people are hung up on the fact that yes, we do have a narrow market at the top. We get it.
Right. I mean, the narrowness is not necessarily in performance. The narrowness is the size of the top companies just make up so much of the return.
Okay, Oracle, Broadcom. All right. Need some institutions to buy some. Broadcom, Meta, having a good day. Meta, following through. ARM Holdings, little consolidation. Palantir. Okay. Intel. Intel.
Microsoft and Google are all handily positive today, but the Qs are down. They were down 1% earlier.
Microsoft.
But because the semiconductors, Intel is in the top 15. You have Micron. You have Broadcom. You have these semiconductor companies are now such a big part of the Qs. It's interesting how much that's changing. And so I think this bifurcation is going to continue. But I do think for Q investors,
Tesla turning now. Tesla turning back up.
Are up very nicely today, but the Qs are down, which is telling me just invest understand what the biases.
Apple's turning. Apple turning up now. Watch Apple.
Semiconductors deciding if that index is going to be up or down for the day.
That's hit CrowdStrike, which is lower today on, the street. Just
All right, let's see what App 11's doing. App 11, that's been very active last few months. This pulled back. Now it's starting to turn back up. App 11, the weekly time frame, back to 50% retracement from the high and low, recent high low. App 11, Axon doing well. Axon turning the corner. That's probably going to keep going. Axon.
Specifically, the response doesn't actually surprise me. You just look at the movement in the name, like we've been saying this whole time. We're talking 60% year to date.
SoFi, the bank's doing well. Morgan Stanley. These are doing really well. Morgan Stanley. Gave you a little dip yesterday. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan. Turning the corner. JP Morgan, it's finally turned the corner. Moving higher. Nice trade there, Dave. Earlier. Already have Morgan Stanley and SoFi. And Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo doing really well. Trade desk.
Than they have been in the past because Mythos is scaring the crap out of everybody. It's making it very clear that where we used to be able to identify a vulnerability and say, okay, well, we've got time between the time the vulnerability happens or gets found and when it actually gets
trade desk. TTD, trade desk. Look at the break higher, trade desk.
Scaring CISOs into scaring their CFOs into being willing to spend. So I think the cyber category
S&P continues to grind higher. We're up, was that 15 handles now? 19 handles. Okay, 19. Futures are up 19. It looks completely different than it did this morning, eh? Wow.
So-called death of cybersecurity as it relates to, fears about Anthropic and whatever other models are out there. We're greatly
weekly.
That's the case that the bulls obviously made, and the market.
Google's still going. Google's still going here. Nice day for Google. Big bullish move. Looking for a follow through tomorrow, Google.
And I think the facts are telling us, have always told us that just sentiment or hedge funds or what have you overwhelmed the market for a minute, that somehow these companies are going to be, usurped by companies that don't really exist today. And so I think these companies, they got access to, the big cybersecurity companies got access to Mythos to understand it. And so I think that these are going to continue to get stronger. The total addressable market with this industry is going to continue to get larger because cyber attacks, Malcolm, I think, said it so well with these zero date attacks, are just going to continue to get smarter as AI gets smarter. And so I think you're going to get ebbs and flows, but I think for investors, watch the 50, 100-day, 200-day of these stocks and take those opportunities to buy. I obviously want to buy bug because I think the individual stocks, ebb and flow, and I just want the direction of it long term. So I'll continue to add to that, over time. But I definitely think that idea that OpenAI, I guess, and Anthropic are going to take over these is just not based in fact. It's based in sentiment and pure fiction.
I want to note as well, let's throw up the Dow, guys, and just give everybody a picture here. We're better than 900 points now. It's a near 2% gain. We do have a new high on the Dow from an intraday basis today, 51,606. We're right at what the new number.
Yeah, so, you're not expecting the type of price action we had today at all when we were down 40 handles pre-market. We're seeing breakouts in the industrials. Okay, that's not correct. This will flip back to, there you go. That's what it looks like today. The New York Stock Exchange, same thing. Breaking out. New York Stock Exchange. 23.6. We're at 23.575. Okay, let's go look at the ARCA Institutional Index. I'd be very curious to see what this looks like. Market institutional index. This is what institutions have in their core portfolios. Okay, still a blue stick. This is crazy. At that rounding top, and then we broke out. These are the 75 stocks that institutions commonly hold in their core portfolios. You can see the names over here. I'm sure most people are familiar with all of these stocks. Okay, so there's 75 of them. I'm sure a couple of these have changed. Okay, but you can see the names, okay? And the weightings, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to go ahead and update that. I haven't updated this list in a while, so I'm sure they've changed. Speaking of, I see Walmart about number 6 down the list. Walmart, let's see what Walmart looks like now. Walmart, nice reversal candidate. Okay, we got buyers stepping up at the low today. Walmart, I'm probably going to, let me add to Walmart. Let's see, Walmart. Walmart.
I actually did that today, Scott, as you know, with Cisco, which has been a darling. One of these parabolas, I've owned it for 11 years. I'm not sure I've ever trimmed it, frankly. I mean, you might remember, Scott, better than I do. So it's grown to be
Walmart.
in my portfolio, was looking for a reason. And, you know, we get these bad
Okay, Walmart. I'm going to add to Walmart. Let's see, products, Walmart. WMT, Walmart. December. You know, Walmart's going to be much higher from where it is presently by the end of the year, right? By vertical 120, and I had the 121.30. 121.30.
So I didn't buy anything today, but I'm going to tell you what's on my mind. This is classic me. Classic me. I like that, but no, I'm not going to do that. Healthcare, right? I mean, the demographics support healthcare stocks doing well.
Walmart trying to add to the 121.30 for December.
And so maybe somebody is front running me.
Probably should wait, right? Probably should wait. This could maybe drift a little bit lower first. I can scale into it. You know what? Let me low. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to lower my limit order to buy. Instead of 380, I'm going to bring it down. Actually, 375. It's at 382 right now. I'm going to bring this down to 325. I probably won't get filled. That's okay. Oh shit! While I'm at it, let me just go down to $3. $3 for the December 121.30 limit. Good till canceled. $3. Yes. Okay. $3. All right. So I just changed it. All right. So that's $1 below where it's being offered right now. So Walmart, if it does in the next couple of days give me a better entry, that's fine. I initiated a position in Walmart yesterday, as you know. I bought the 121.30 for December, thinking, okay, it's at the 200-day. It was early on showing signs of a reversal. We looked at the 60-minute. We saw this early in the morning, the first bullish candle for the day. We caught it halfway through this. It went right through the 20 period moving average on the 60-minute and continued higher out throughout the day. We gapped up today. So I'm looking to get in. If it does drift a little bit lower or base in this area, that's fine. You know, this over here is a base, right? At the highs. So if we base here and I get a better fill, that's fine. I'm not going to chase it. This market is like psychotic, really. The way this reversed today, I did not expect this. I welcome it, but I didn't expect it. Now, when we were down 40 handles pre-market, I thought to myself, okay, a lot of these stocks are going to head down to the 50-day, like NVIDIA. You know, we have a iron condor on AVGO. That's going to be fine, most likely. You'll probably get some bargain hunters coming in, looking to buy this over the next few trading days. It'll probably be up here near 430, 450 by next week, maybe. If it starts to catch a bid. If not, we'll roll it out. Same strikes will roll out for another couple of weeks, a month or so. Give back some of the credit. The overhead calls, those are toast. Don't have to worry about them. So I just rolled the puts. All right, so that's what I'll do. I'll roll them out a couple of weeks. If any of you took the Broadcom. Okay, what's Microsoft is at the low of the day, like it usually does. Microsoft makes it look really bearish before doing anything. Okay, they're talking Meta up right now. Apple keeps coming off the low here. Inside day. The bodies of the candles are what I'm looking at, not the wicks. Inside of Tuesday's price action yesterday, we did make a new high and come back in. Today, the body of the candle and the wicks are all inside of yesterday's price action. So we're looking for Apple to continue. Nothing's changed for Apple as far as the picture for the end of the year. Still looking for $400 by the end of the year. That's Wedbush targets. Other analysts have upgraded. If you're trading Apple, make sure you check out the analysts that are bullish on your stock or bearish on your stock. You should always pay attention to that. Just do a little quick search and see how many are bullish, how many can become more bullish. If you got 25 analysts covering a stock, and 3 or 4 of them turn bullish, as it starts to rise and it's higher in a couple of weeks, double check. Maybe they've gone from 5 analysts covering it to 10 or 15. The more available to upgrade the stock, the better it is. So if you got 25 to start, 25 analysts covering a stock and only 5 are bullish and it starts ripping to the upside, and now 10 start to cover, you still got 15 or more that could cover it, right? So that creates more bullish tailwind. Just something to think about. NVIDIA is still going here. Wow, NVIDIA ex-dividend today. That's crazy. Oh, CRML.
I think it might be more tightly correlated to the SpaceX IPO than Brent is saying. I think.
What's Nike doing? Nike. Nokia, Nike. Nokia. Trending. Nike. Nike dipped. Initially bounced, right? Nike bounced. And now it dipped back below 50 days. So it needs to push off of this level. What's probably happening is institutions are still accumulating shares, so they don't want this to get too far away. So they sell some shares, push it back down. That's speculation on my part, but I'm just thinking this is sitting here. It's a good brand. Okay, let me turn on volume by price. Volume by price. Now you have the option to put it on the left or on the right. I'll put it on the left. And I'll put it down to 1%, 10%. Okay, so we're looking for this to scoot in here. Once it gets above this level, you can start to rise quickly. NVIDIA is still going here. NVIDIA. Let's go to the 60-minute. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, so we're above the 60-minute. Good strategy to get used to utilizing. Before you take a position, ask yourself, where is price relative to the 60-minute? Okay, so if you can answer that question, a lot of times you'll alleviate making mistakes. So here's NVIDIA, right? So what do you see? I see it's not trending. This is trending over here in May, right? It's trending. If if you're bullish, and especially if you're trading options, you want to get this kind of trend. Right now, looks like a range, right? To me, it looks like a range, NVIDIA. And it's going ex-dividend today, so it's possible that we get people selling. Okay, so we got this high, we got the low. Ooh, sorry about that. So range bound, right? So the best we can expect is a move inside of this range. Probably 50% would make sense by tomorrow, next week. Okay, so 225, 226 maybe. But it's not trending. So we want to see these stocks trending if we're going to go and execute a bullish trade, or trending down if we want to execute a bearish trade. So that's one of the first things I like to check. Let's see what Meta looks like. Meta, kind of similar, but notice the range is starting to make higher highs. Okay, we're trying to push higher highs. So this looks like it's trying to turn. Looks like it's trying to turn and push this moving average this way, right? So it's trying to take this level out. Notice the range is broken to the upside. So that's a clue. RSI is rising. All right, these are all clues that we want to pay attention to. Remember, this is the price action that's already occurred. This doesn't really tell us much about what to expect in the future. I mean, we can analyze it, and in so doing, we see this higher high like I just showed you. So that part of it, this previous price action is telling us that maybe we start to see this pop to the upside. So that's what we're looking for. What else? Let's see. Apple. Okay, it's trending. All right. So lately, it's been consolidating. So I was telling you before that Apple might continue. So here's the high, but we've been trending up to this point. Okay, so that's good to see. Let's look at Google. Okay, the trend is down and trying to reverse. So this is where we want to initiate a trade, but we're going to scale in. Instead of doing 50 options, I'm going to do 5 or 10. If it continues to move higher without pulling back a little bit, then, I just stick with that trade. If it does pull back and then bounce off the 20 MA, and the 20 MA turns up like it did over here, then I know that's my cue to add to the position. Let's look at Walmart as an example. Okay, let's look at Walmart. Walmart's just now turning the corner, right? So it was trending down, now it's trending up. So the first time it pulls back, I'm looking to add to my position that I started yesterday on that first candle. Okay, so I'm anticipating Walmart's going to continue to move higher. Is it a guarantee? No, but that's why I'll scale in. I'll look for it to start trending higher, like over here on the left. Okay, instead of dropping, I want this to be trending. What else? Let's see. Intel. Okay, Intel. Okay, Intel, another range. All right, so it's very clear what you should be thinking with Intel, at least from my perspective. This is a trend. This is a range. And this range is consolidation. So do we break to the upside? Probably. Probably at some point through the third and fourth quarter, this is probably going to keep trending. But right now, it's consolidating. So if you're going to trade it, just know that you're probably going to trade it from 105 to 125. If it rolls over, you stop out. So that looks pretty good for Intel. Let's look at some more semiconductors. Let's look at AMD. John was in AMD this morning. Okay, this is pretty much trending. with a few exceptions. Okay, you get this little consolidation, then it breaks to the upside, consolidating again. But we want to see this. All right, so it tends to consolidate for a couple of days, a week or so, and then it runs, consolidates, runs, consolidates. What's next, John? Run, right? That's what it looks like to me. Consolidate, run, consolidate, run, consolidate. That's what it looks like. It looks like it's going to run again. So if it starts to break out, we can start to add to our position. Let's see what Marvell looks like. Marvell. Okay, that's trending. All right, you see the difference? See the difference with Marvell? Now it's starting to get, yeah, it's starting to accelerate. But this is like a base over here. Starts to make new highs. That's what we're looking for on Meta. Remember Meta? Very similar kind of look. Starts to make new highs. Then all of a sudden, boom, it starts to trend. So next time this pulls back to the 20 EMA or the 10 EMA, we'll be looking to buy. We don't want to buy at the high. So that's Marvell. What about Micron? Micron? Well, we know Micron's been trending. Today's the first time it's gapped down a little bit. So this still has to prove itself. It could be a consolidation phase. All right. Let's look at the S&P. S&P trending. S&P trending, right? So we trend, then we consolidate. A little consolidation. We break to the upside. We start trending again. Looks like we're consolidating. This was a very quick consolidation compared to the last time it did this for 3 days. This is 2 days in reverse. What about the Qs? Qs. All right, the Qs, same thing. Trend, little brief pullback. Is it a consolidation up here? We're expecting it would be more consolidated. That goes NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA. Core 1M. Okay, this pullback is killing a lot of the premiums, so we're trying to get back above 8. If we get back above 8, that would be bullish or more bullish than it is right now. Problem is, when Core 1M drops down below 8, it's telling you that calls are super expensive. You shouldn't be chasing. If you're going to chase, use call spreads instead. It's better to buy puts whenever Core 1M drops like this. That's why I bought the SPY 750s last week on Friday. And then I bought, towards the end of the day, I bought the 760 call to make it a strangle. Wound up taking that off on Monday. The call side, put side, I took off this morning when we dipped for those reasons. Okay, Intel looks good. NVIDIA's still going here. NVIDIA's still going. AI regulation bill. It's funny, the U.S. Congress wants to make regulations on AI. You think the Chinese are going to make regulations? They just use that as an opportunity. So I think that's probably a mistake to a certain degree. Yeah, some serious risk, but what's the trade-off? China takes the lead and just never looks back. That's the issue. One of the issues.
So you've owned Tesla for a long time. I want to know if you're going to buy SpaceX, and if not, why?
Okay, let's look at some more of these. I think these are very helpful to new traders, especially. Let's look at Axon. Axon's one that turned the corner recently. Axon. So let me look at the 60-minute. 60-minute. Okay. Consolidation, very clear. Starts the trend. So stocks have two phases, right? They go through consolidation and then they start trending again. Consolidation when shares are trading hands, institutions. If institutions outweigh the regular folks and they want a bullish trend, then the consolidation breaks to the upside. And that's what we're seeing with Axon, right? 60-minute. Let me go to the 2 hour. No, let me do that. Let me go to the 30-minute. 30-minute. Okay, it's trending. 30 minutes, very obvious. Buy the dips, sell the rips. I have the 500, 510 on this one. We hit 501 this morning. What else can we look at? Let's DoorDash. DoorDash is moving today. Now, before we do that, let's look at Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is trending. Wells Fargo is trending. Okay, you see that? Made it up to the highs. So do we have an inflection point here? Consolidate some more before taking off to the upside? Maybe. Let's see what Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley have in order. They're trending as well. They're breaking out to new highs. So probably most banks are going to go with, not against. Goldman Sachs breaking out. I'm shaking my head over here. These banks, mentioned this like the first hour of the trading day. These banks were probably going to keep going. Citigroup, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, PNC Bank. You can trade KBE. KBE. All right, that's a little bit behind, but it's starting to move higher. The bank index, BANK, higher. Okay, this is probably going to break above. Again, here you go. Trend, base, and a larger base. Let's see what else. ALNY, Analium. Okay, that's turning. Okay, what are the pharmaceuticals doing? Those are starting to break out. Pharmaceuticals, Pfizer, no. Gilead, no. Johnson & Johnson, no. The healthcare stocks, United Health, maybe. HUM, Centene, CNC, right? CNC, sorry. CNC, Centene. These are breaking out. Okay, so they've trended. What do? They trend higher. They consolidate. What's next? Trend. If this does continue. I'd like to see volume pick up a little bit like it was over here at the end of April. Okay, banks have been looking good. Let's see what the sectors look like from this perspective. Let's look at XLB. All right, it's above the 20-day, 50-day. XLC Communications, that would be Meta, Netflix, Google, etc. Still got some work to do. Meta is coming off the high of the day. There goes NVIDIA. So we know that semis are doing well. Semiconductors, trending. Notice the difference. Okay, so a number of you, like Frano, etc., are still long many of these. Consolidation, trend. Yeah, we had these little bits where we came back right here. Coming back again, maybe, but the trend is up until it breaks the trend. It gets below the 20-day, then things start to change. Okay, looks like a lower high. Looks like a little bit of a lower high. So we have to be careful. Instead of hanging on to 1,000 shares or 20, 30 options, call options, instead of holding on to that kind of position as we're up here, I've been reducing exposure. So instead of having 25, 30 options, I got maybe 5, which is pretty low for me. 5 or 10. Okay, and I bring my stops up instead of my stop being underneath this level right here. I brought my stops up today or yesterday, the day before. And I keep bringing them up and tight. Now we're starting to push back up. We're into yesterday's price action now. 625.61, looking good. So semis look good. What about energy? What about energy? Energy was starting to show some signs. Okay, it's looking okay. Stocks like Chevron, ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, Devon Energy, EOG, the refiners like PSX, Delek out of Texas, MPC. All of these look good because that's XLE. XLF, we know, is bouncing. Probably going to go some more. XLF, XBE, KBE, sorry, KBE. KBE, KBE. All right, these are moving higher. FAS, Direxion bull 3 times. Okay, these are leveraged. So if you get long this, you can expect to see 3 times the performance of the index, the ETF rather, the sector. All right, so industrials also looking pretty good. All right, so stocks like Caterpillar and John Deere breaking higher. Okay, so this looked terrible during the weekend video, and now things are looking a lot better, right? We had a couple of sectors that looked good, but coming out of the weekend into the first trading day, I was telling you that the sectors were all looking kind of ugly, except for I think it was energy and financials, right? Financials in look at the watch list. Financials, I believe I mentioned, and industrials. Consumer staples pulling back, which is really what we want to see. We'd like to see them all moving higher, but if we have consumer staples pulling back, that's okay. XLU, XLP, defensive. XLV is defensive, but that's breaking higher. So look at biotechs, IBB, XBI, stocks like Regeneron, okay, Biogen, Amgen. Okay, these all look good. All right, so that's consumer staples, utilities, healthcare, and the big one, we need to see consumer discretionary. Now, this is ruled by almost 50% of the weight of XLY is Tesla and Amazon. So we want to see these moving higher. This is just kind of a doji right here for Tesla. Amazon holding up. So XRT is the next one. XRT retail, we want that to be moving higher. Let's look at the 60-minute. Trying to consolidate. Let's see if we make a higher high. Software, XSW, and IGV. They're taking a break. So financials, industrials, some of the materials, some of the biotechs, some of the healthcare. Those are the areas I'd be paying attention to. And if you have a stock charts membership, you can always check in the morning. Come check over here and see what's working. Okay. So if you're trying to go long, semiconductors right now or tech, there's a little bit of a headwind here, even though NVIDIA is at the highs. So what I would normally do is look at, okay, I want to look at healthcare, see what healthcare stocks are working, financials. Maybe I'll buy some banks, maybe some biotechs, maybe some industrials, Caterpillar, John Deere. This is the way I would use it. And you could look at the weekly too. So you can go to these and look at the weekly time frame and see what these look like on the weekly. This is turning back up, so that looks good. What about what about the small caps? Small caps should look good because the 10-year is dropping. Small caps, let's see what sectors look good. Okay, we've got discretionary. Okay, you've got energy, small cap energy. That's 2. 3, you got small cap healthcare. Small cap industrials, that's 4. Small cap materials, that's 5. Small cap technology, that's 6. Small cap utilities. All right, so you got 6 out of 9 sectors. 6 out of 9 sectors are bullish in small caps. So I would expect to see small caps moving higher, and they are. Okay. Okay, so that's the way I see it for now. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 12:45. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Senior markets commentator and the overtime co-anchor is here post 9 for his midday word. It's good to see you. In a minute, minute since we've had a day that looks like this, right? With such a profound outperformance from everything other than tech.
It has. That was the big question coming in, right? We know the setup. The setup was semis have to rest. They're super overbought. The AI hardware trade seemed kind of fully exploited in the short term. Okay, we're going to back off with Broadcom. What is it going to mean? Well, everything else picked up the slack. The idea that this momentum unwinded, it's a very modest one right now. It's not destabilizing the whole thing. At least today, that's what bangs the VIX down by a point from the high this morning, right? Everyone was like, okay, maybe it's time to hedge. A lot of the street commentary coming in is it's time for the summertime rest for this market, right? It hasn't really made a lot of headway at index level in 3 weeks. In fact, like 0.5% at this point. So I say, you pass the test today. You have to see if it continues or if it's more just, basic repositioning. Hedgers have been gotten, essentially shamed by all this activity because the rotational energy remains in gear. We think of the playground game 2 for flinching. If you flinch when someone goes to fake punch, he gets the punches. And that's the way it feels until the real sell-off comes. And then the hedgers feel smart.
Yeah. All right. We'll see how the day progresses, but it's, I guess Goldman's up 5%, for example. So
Goldman and UNH are about half the Dow increase.
Yeah, all right, I'll see you in a little bit. That's Mike's in totally. Committee moves are next. Bill's adding to a stock. It's down nearly 5% this year. We'll tell you what it is next.
He's sitting in the pit box. High five in the pit crews after they do a pit stop. Like, it's really motivating for them to see him, see how, they have the ability, and that's what everybody else is. You guys have the ability to bring joy to the most famous athlete in the entire world. Like that, you control that power. So what you do with that is very, very important. And so they took it to heart, and they've obviously started this year on absolute fire.
I think you and I are around the same age. We both probably grew up watching Jordan play every single day. We didn't watch all these YouTube videos. But key to his success, every year he found new ways to get incrementally better and he made it better than everybody else. What has he told you about, planning for next season and the season after that? Like, how do you see the team evolving in part because he is so competitive and he wants to win every single race?
Well, the biggest thing I've noticed is that we hold off-season meetings and we kind of are very honest with each other about what our team is. And this one was a really good off-season chat, and we had Michael sit in on it and give his perspective. And he says, the main thing I'm looking for week in, week out, is that I want to know from all of our leadership, all of our management, all of our drivers. Tell me week in, week out when you're debriefing with your team on what.
All right, Meta faded. Nvidia's still going.
I've just done an amazing job, and it's their fault. They didn't tighten the tires enough, or whatever it might be. It's like for every, think about it, when you're pointing.
Walmart.
3 fingers pointing back at you, and so never point the finger at someone else.
Cisco.
Always be the one to self-reflect.
Cisco about to break out again.
Everyone has a very crucial role in our performance, and so always analyze yourself and what you're in charge of. And I think that really was beneficial because it's very easy in our sport. That is a team sport. I know the drivers get all the recognition, but it is a team sport about every person really being honest with themselves, and you get the best out of each person and their particular job if you're going to have a successful team.
Is it fair to say his winning attitude? Look, your winning attitude too. I mean, you've crushed it for many years. Like that has infiltrated every part of the 2311 organization. And you just brought up that the team is managing to fix these track, and you're still winning races. Like that is not; those aren't things necessarily you have to see.
I think that they think at once or now they're just beating us. So I think that a lot of things, 2 things can happen. When you find success,
Welcome back. Another move to tell you about. Bill Baruch buys more Berkshire Hathaway. Tell me why.
Well, we're starting to see that rotation we've been talking about most of the show, and I'm leading into the rotation. In fact, the financials are at the lowest level stop thinking way to go about this, because there might be some industries within financials you want to ignore. I think Berkshire's one that can really start to benefit. I like the investment they made this week with Taylor Morrison or the Alphabet. And Alphabet, the $10 billion. Greg Abel, he was the CEO of Mid-American and then became the CEO of Berkshire Energy. And I think this is a start of his legacy to make an acquisition or investment here. And you're going to start to see some of the things that he likes to do.
True.
I think that's going to help him to stop taking the slumber that has just been trading sideways and below the 200-day moving average. So I think buy it while it's not really loved much right now. What would you think of the Taylor Morrison thing? I like the acquisition there. They're starting to put money to work and move around. I think that's also just very important because over the last couple of years, they haven't done a lot. And as they're waiting for like to sit on this mountain of cash. Yeah. So I think the activity is going to get people excited about the name. I think that for us too, it's we've been leading in healthcare, leading into financials, and we're trying to rotate some of that profits we have in tech into these sectors. I think you're going to see healthcare and financials really take a move here in the next couple of months. Do you think, Farmer Jim, that this stock is prime for something? What'd you make of, this is Abel putting his stamp on his future here? What it's going to look like.
I think he's coming out of the gate strong with both deals, the housing deal and the Alphabet deal. I agree with the purchase, but I'm speaking from a fundamental point of view. Bill, what I know of you, this is a little bit against the grain, and I like it, right? Because the chart doesn't look good. But
Nvidia's still going, man.
here that it's taking the Buffett premium out, and I think at this point the Buffett premium is out. You labeled it as a financial, that is what it's classified. But if you really look at it, there's a lot of this company that's not so
Nvidia beast mode just keeps going.
aerospace, it's energy.
And Cisco's almost there.
I think it's cheap at about a low teens multiple when you look at those operating businesses. From a fundamental basis, I totally agree.
When was the last time you added to it?
It's been a little while, but maybe he's triggering me here. Maybe he's making me think.
That's all it takes. It's not part of the Dow, but he's highly impressionable. Is what we're taking away from this.
Oh yeah, highly impressionable. Old man, Scott. But look, waiting has
Watch the age have anything to do with that.
The guy gets stubborn. Actually, this is true. You know I'm very patient, but sometimes I do think I'm stubborn. And as I look at this chart over the last year, there's been.
Jeez, look at Nvidia. Nvidia is crazy.
Where patience has paid off. I think you'll be vindicated. And I do have to point out, though, to answer the question.
Yes, please.
There's no catalyst. Maybe he makes some big splashy deal, but if he made a big splash,
Imagine if this is a bullish engulfing candle by the end of the day. Wow. Nvidia is just killing it.
How seasoned one might be. All right, just remember.
I honestly do think about patience is a virtue in investing. I strongly believe that, but taken too far, it can be stubbornness.
Okay, final trades.
What is their marketing budget? And does it need to increase? So there's lots of different ways to go about this. I don't know exactly the perfect way, but it's something that certainly that is something that you could take from that one and say, we probably could improve in that area.
I have two fun ones from you, and they come from my friends, and I think your friends at Yahoo Sports Team. I love that team. I mean, they do amazing things. Two questions. One, would you ever do a double? In full and fair disclosure, I didn't know what a double was before.
Yeah, it's not something that you eat.
No. So, no, the double is essentially the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 race. It's on the same day, Memorial Day weekend. And so, I think there's years that pass me. Truthfully, at my age, I think that my best IndyCar possibility years are far behind. I'm so well trained in NASCAR now that I like to stay in my lane. So I think there's some young drivers that would be very, very good at it and have an opportunity. But it's very hard. I mean, that's 1,100 miles of racing. This is not like running 1,100 miles in your vehicle. You're driving from New York to Florida. This is, I mean, you're sustaining heavy G-forces, lots of calorie burn, the heat. And so the double essentially is that happens in one day. So the Indy 500 typically is run, right around 11 to 12 o'clock in the afternoon. That race will go 3 or 4 hours. You then have the Coca-Cola 600 that goes on in Charlotte. So you have to then fly an hour. You barely get there in time, but then you can run the 600-mile race
NASCAR race. Only a few have done it, and very few have done it successfully to where they've run competitively in both. But I just think I'm going to be a fan of that. No, I can't do it.
Yeah, I have no say in this, of course, but I don't want you to do it because that sounds absolutely that's such ridiculous. And then lastly, from the team, how are you coping with a shoulder injury?
Not been ideal. Yeah, I tore my rotator cuff probably 3 years ago. I had it repaired 2 years ago, and then I just noticed really in this off season, gosh, it started bothering me again, and I had it rechecked, and they're like, it never healed. It's torn just the same as it was 2 years ago. So now I'm gonna have to go through that all over again this off season. Not ideal. But I'm just doing everything I can during the week to kind of not do things that will aggravate it. That way I can use up the strength that I do have in it on Sundays.
Danny, thank you for everything you do for the Yahoo brand. The whole team loves you, man. Good to see you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, that's it for the latest episode of Power Players with Brian Sozzi. Thank you so much.
Are you trying to feed your dog better but stuck between overpriced fresh food and low quality kibble?
Spot and Tingle on Kibble is veterinary developed so you know your pet is getting complete and balanced nutrition. When pet owners ask what I feed my pet, the answer is I'm Kibble.
TWEV.
Teaching wanted to be upset.
Download Marvel Rivals today. Welcome to the Color Bomb Lab, where we dish up your secret weapon when hunting for fun. Packed with pizzazz, crackling with energy, and sprinkled with a fresh twist, every color bomb is your key to a clear board and fresh new start. Unlock sweet combos and clear more than 20,000 stages in style to celebrate every big win. No Wi-Fi required. Candy Crush Saga. Download today and play for free.
Hi, welcome to my house.
Thank you for inviting us.
My pleasure.
How much do you pay rent?
About $4,000.
What do you do for it?
I don't tell this often. I play this game called Club Vegas. It has totally hyped me out, and I just keep winning.
Club Vegas.
I used to be so bad at slots, but after finding this game, I keep winning and not losing. I'm super satisfied with this slot now. Club Vegas is the best slot game you can play. Plus, if you're new, you get 10 million points as well.
Only to Club Vegas. Claim your 10 million free coins.
Good morning, Brew Daily Show. I'm Randy Lou.
And I'm Kayla Lopez.
Today, Meta wants to sell its AI agent to businesses, but will anybody buy?
Then, a fire and firing at 60 Minutes ripples across the media industry. It's Thursday, June 4th. Let's ride.
Good morning, everybody. As you can tell, Neil and Toby aren't here today. They are having fun at Toby's bachelor party. But today, I'm super excited to have Kayla guest hosting on the pod today. And you may know her from co-hosting alongside Kyle, I think from my last email. Kayla, I think you're waking up super early to talk.
Honestly, not as bad as I was expecting. That 3:30 wake up really hit different, but a few cups of coffee have done wonders. I feel energized. It's as excited to be here. And now, a word from our sponsor, Sage. Ray, have you ever had an awkward middle era?
Yeah, yes, the seventh grade. With the help of a lot of therapy and meditation, I've repressed most of that.
Wow, what a sad picture you just painted. Anyway, Sage is designed primarily for small and mid-sized businesses in their quote awkward middle. They build AI-powered finance, payroll, and HR software for businesses of all sizes.
Sage lives in that sweet spot, powerful enough to handle complexity, but not so bloated that you need a team of consultants to send an invoice.
That's part of why a whopping total of 6 million businesses use Sage globally across 150 plus countries.
To learn more, head to sage.com/morningbrew. That's sage.com/morningbrew.
Things just keep getting worse for CBS after firing 60-minute correspondent Scott Kelly, and their damage control is, well, not doing much. Here's where we are. Yesterday, the day after 37-year CBS veteran Scott Kelly was fired, editor-in-chief of CBS News, Barry Weiss, addressed staff, saying the firing came down to a breakdown of, quote, trust and mutual respect, and that leadership had tried to find a way back with Kelly before earning ratings. But Kelly fired back almost immediately in a statement refuting the network's and Weiss's version of events. He said the word firing came up in the first 15 seconds of the meeting, that executives were openly hostile from the start, and that nobody offered a path to resolution. The turmoil has left employees feeling completely adrift according to NBC News, especially as this leaves only 3 full-time correspondents left at 60 Minutes. Rick, what does this mean for the iconic news program?
Yes, it's looking pretty bleak for the news program. I just want to go over the depth of the exodus that 60 Minutes has had in about a span of a week. CBS lost Anderson Cooper, who announced his departure in February. Correspondents Sharon Alfonsi, Cecilia Vega, executive producers Tanya Simon, a 25-year veteran for 60 Minutes, all have left. That's a lot of institutional knowledge that is walking out the door. So a lot of people are saying the 60 Minutes that they're familiar with, which is a long-standing news program, is almost kind of unrecognizable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. This is such an iconic news program, and it is, very jarring to see so many big changes. This could also just be the new editor-in-chief looking to make her mark on this legacy media program. Weiss took over the news business last October after Paramount purchased her platform, The Free Press, for $150 million. And this is not the first time that she's shaken up staff or editorial policies, including changes in headlining anchors for CBS Evening News, or pulling 60-minute segments last season, which had critiques both inside and outside of the company. But ultimately, I think both parties are pushing for the same thing, right? They want this program 60 Minutes to continue to succeed. They want ratings and they want viewers. So as season 59 starts this September, only time, I know, crazy, 60 seasons of 60 Minutes. I think only time is going to tell if these changes result in better viewership for the flagship program.
Yeah, talking about the ratings that you mentioned, the show drew 9.1 million viewers last season, which is actually up 9% year over year, which kind of sounds healthy, but obviously if you get into context, just broadcasting news in general has kind of dwindled or developed in the rise of digital media. I think you touch on the fact that Barry Weiss, who's the editor-in-chief, is trying to basically bring 60 Minutes and CBS into the digital age. How does the show stay relevant as you have social media, you have all these different areas where people gather news and watch news programs? I think a lot of people are wondering, is this a good move that's going to bring the program into the future? I mean, we shall see, right?
Of course. And one last thing, it's you can't talk about 60 Minutes and CBS News without talking about the broader environment, which is CBS's parent company, Paramount, is in the middle of a $110 billion acquisition of Warner Bros. Discovery, and this is also right on the heels of the cancellation of other CBS legacy programs, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
Let's move on to our next story. Mark Zuckerberg has been running one of the most lucrative businesses in media history for almost 20 years, and he's ready to finally sell you something else. Meta yesterday announced it's charging businesses for access to its new AI agent, which lives inside WhatsApp, Messenger, and Instagram. It'll do things like answer customer questions, recommend products, book appointments, basically a 24/7, 365 customer service agent. It is all part of an effort by Zuckerberg to diversify Meta's revenue stream. Currently, 98% of its revenue is through advertising, which is great if the ad market is booming, not so great if it isn't. And if we're being honest, Meta hasn't had a great track record in selling other products. The portal flopped, the metaverse had roughly $80 billion invested in it, and that's effectively gone. Oculus hasn't produced a standout VR headset in quite some time. Remember back in 2019, Zuckerberg dabbled in crypto, but faced so much regulatory hurdles, he basically shuttered the whole project in 2022. Maybe the one exception is the Meta Ray-Ban glasses. People seem to get a kick out of that. But the AI agent product for businesses is the latest hope that Meta can wean off its reliance on digital ads. Kayla, it's going to be an uphill. Kayla, it's going to be an uphill battle for Meta. Do you think it could pull it off this time, though?
Well, first of all, it's hilarious to hear you mention all of Meta's failures, big swings and big misses. And it's no doubt that there's really real revenue potential in AI, obviously. World leaders in generative AI, OpenAI, and Anthropic have attained nearly trillion-dollar valuations, even though they're not in public markets. This is private valuations. Especially with Anthropic's recent news that it just reached a $965 billion valuation in its latest funding round, which we were paying attention to talk about. I'm sure Zuck and Meta obviously see the reported $47 billion revenue run rate for Anthropic this year and get those crazy cartoon money eyes. It's very, very enticing to want a piece of the generative AI pie. But will businesses actually be willing to pay for what Meta's AI capabilities are offering instead of one of the other major players in the space?
Yeah, I mean, this is all kind of a way for these major tech companies trying to find a way to pay for the amount of AI spending that they're investing in. I mean, there's just so much capex as we previously covered on the show. And so they're trying to basically try to find ways to monetize. I think what's interesting from Meta's perspective is that they're kind of being caught flat-footed. You know, like they were one of the leading companies when it came to monetization from an ad market. But now that AI is such a huge thing, you have OpenAI and Anthropic, as you mentioned, they're trying to play catch-up, essentially. And they've just not had a great track record in selling other businesses. I think what's also interesting is Jensen Huang in this story called a free open AI agent platform, the most popular source project in human history. There's this open source wildcard where, you know, the line is setting in where middle of the story, companies are charging for AI agents like it's nothing. And so is this the best product for the AI market? I'm not quite sure. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Mark Zuckerberg is essentially going to make money off of this product.
I agree. You mentioned AI capex. It looks like the big four tech companies are on track to spend over $700 billion as a group this year, and the vast majority of that is coming from data centers and AI chips. So if Meta's AI initiatives don't take off, they have quite a big bill that they're going to have to pay, with maybe not a lot of revenue to cover it.
I mean, with data centers too, they're essentially turning into energy companies, these tech companies. Like, they have to find a way to power the amount of energy that AI generates. Google also bought a wind and solar developer for $4.7 billion. So it's essentially trying to eat up some of the energy market and by supplying its own power company right there.
That's honestly pretty smart on behalf of Google.
Yeah.
Moving on, an old form of travel is getting a bougie new upgrade. Between airfare, accommodations, food, and excursions, going on vacation is looking like the price of courtside mixed tickets. So an increasing number of travelers are looking for assurances that they won't go over budget, regardless of how many spicy marks they charge for a hotel room. Hyatt's all-inclusive resorts in the Americas were nearly fully booked in the first quarter of the year, and Hotel.com searches for all-inclusive stays this year increased 70% versus last year. But forget what you think you know about all-inclusives. The increase in interest is paired with an upgrade from buffet lines and Jimmy Buffett stands to premium amenities such as private butlers, personalized concierge services, exclusive experiences, and spa treatments to attract affluent guests. Ray, would you opt for an all-inclusive over an a la carte vacation?
You know, I've only done one all-inclusive experience. I was on a cruise for a friend's birthday. I gotta say I didn't quite love it. I just felt like the overall quality wasn't great. I am going on another all-inclusive vacation real soon, so we shall see if
You gotta keep us updated.
Yeah, I'll see if I have a better experience. But you know, the most interesting part of this story for me is it's not just a travel story. It's kind of like an anxiety story because when you think about taking vacation, when you think about planning a vacation, there's a lot of decisions that you have to make. What hotel you're staying, how are you going to get there, how much, you know, excursions are you going to spend on, and so these all-inclusive resorts and all-inclusive vacations basically eliminates all the psychological like thinking and friction that you have to go through beyond just the financial anxiety that you have to make. They mentioned the decision fatigue that you have. Like as you're planning these vacations and more decisions that you're making, you're just getting tired. It's a lot of work to go on vacation for your vacation. And there's also a lot of work that you have to do when you come back from vacation. There's that phrase of saying you have to take a vacation from vacation. But I think it's really important. I think it's also interesting that there's a lot of people who are just saying, let me just pay this one lump sum and I don't have to think about it and I just want to enjoy myself.
I totally agree. I don't think I've ever been to an all-inclusive resort, at least not in my working memory. But there is something really enticing about not having to worry about anything, whether it's deciding to get dessert or doing an extra drink. There are so many areas of uncertainty in this era that could impact the price of my upcoming vacation. I'd rather like lock in this price now. And when over 90% of Americans plan to travel this year, with half prioritizing vacations over other financial decisions, it makes sense that if you're reaching the top of your budget to vacation, that you would want that number to be locked in. In fact, to make it happen. 17% of people say they would go into debt for a vacation, borrowing an average of $2,500.
Maybe not the best decision, but I get it because honestly, there's a kind of reframing of all-inclusive vacations. Previously, it was kind of like a budget kind of approach where you pay for it all-inclusive, but you kind of get like the most basic kind of buffets and like experiences, but the luxury trend is kind of heading toward that way. Fora, a luxury travel agency, reports that bookings at top all-inclusive resorts have more than doubled since last year, and that all-inclusive properties run about $250 less per night than comparable European beach destinations. But these are accommodations like that include helicopter rides, sailboats. Like they're really going all out in terms of the lavish experiences. And again, there's reports that the Bloomberg article or people are paying up to $20,000 for these experiences. So it's reframing the whole all-inclusive luxury vacation plans. It's like, I just want to pretend like I'm ultra rich for one day.
You know what? It sounds pretty great. If you have $20,000 to spare for a week, you might as well try it all-inclusive.
Yeah, why not? But before we move on, we're going to take a quick break and come back with Meals Numbers.
Have arrived. We're cooler than cool. We're flyer than fly. And the magic? You know we brought it. Yeah, we came to play.
I think Lindsey Graham is a disgrace, and I think he's one of the worst representatives of any representative in the United States. The guy is a nut job. I don't want his endorsement. I don't want anything to do with him. I don't think he could run for dog catcher in this state and win again. This guy, Lindsey Graham, you have a guy who's one of the dumbest human beings I've ever seen. In my opinion, I think he's disgraced. I don't want anything to do with him. You have one of the worst representatives of any representative in the United States.
I'm Mark Lynch, and I approve this message.
What happened to all the challenges? And all the motivation to start?
CDTG vaulted down.
Did everyone already hit their goals? Did they achieve everything they were hoping for a month ago? Motivation is a lie. The plan is the truth.
AOX. AOI.
I'm joking! Oh, here we go!
Welcome to a celeb shot of Neil's numbers, the segment where we try to bring you 3 stats from the week's news that'll have you strut with confidence like Jalen Brunson. For my first number, Americans are pretty bad with money because a new study found financial literacy scores dropped to a 10-year low. In the study, U.S. adults correctly answered just 47% of questions testing basic financial concepts, which is down from 52% in 2020. The share of Americans with very low financial literacy has climbed to 25%, up from 20% a decade ago. And there's gaps between generations, with Gen Z scoring 38% on average, the lowest of any generation, while baby boomers clocked in at 54%. But let's consider this. The financial system can be very confusing. Banks, credit cards, mortgage lending, and insurance firms bring in revenue primarily through fees. And the more confused a customer is, the bigger the opportunity is for those lenders to make money. Kayla, is this an educational problem, or is our financial system just way too complicated to figure out?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think basic financials are too hard to grasp with the right education, but I think the winds are against us, especially as we're inundated with misleading or confusing information about finances online, paired with, as you mentioned, the increasingly complex financial products entering the market. I actually have one of the questions that are included in the test, and I'm curious if you think you can get the answer. Well, let's see. So, at home also, let us know if you got the right answer here. So, Brent has $1,000 in savings that earns a 2% rate of return over the course of the year.
NVIDIA's still pushing.
There is 3%. Which statement is true? A, she can afford to buy fewer things at the end of the year. B, she can afford to buy more things at the end of the year. C, it's not clear. Or D, I don't know.
It should be D, C, and D. I think, what was A? Which one was?
She can afford to buy fewer things at the end of the year.
Fewer things.
Yeah, I think you're right, because the rate of return is less than the rate of inflation.
That's why. Working on this show actually works, because college me definitely would not have known that answer, but I think that, yeah, it's also what you mentioned. There's a lot of misinformation out there. The role that social media plays into that, where a lot of people get their information through TikTok, through social media, and oftentimes those, as engaging as those videos are, they can often oversimplify our complex systems. And I think that's part of the issue, though, that, as I mentioned, is that, I've gone through insurance.
To retake these averages and make a push back to the upside. RSI will measure momentum, a longer-term downward trend line here, coupled with a shorter-term green uptrend. We have broken through the 50 midline and our upward sloping.
Las Vegas Sands they're talking about?
Again, a bit more of a bearish
Nah,
trajectory here starting
not yet.
Albeit one that has not taken out.
Apple looks like it could go. Apple. Buyers at the low of the day. Apple. Apple's starting to move right now in the evening session. What's the matter, baby? What do you want? What do you want?
Meanwhile, looks like we got stuck at our point of control to the upside. Around 54 is where we saw the heaviest trading activity of all in this chart. It starts to thin out once we get above 56.
Yeah, and this name today, again, modestly lower, but has been a bit of a interesting play. We have seen it reshape more. It's huge exposure overseas, but also some improving trends in Las Vegas, which I know is not the bulk of their revenue, still Macau, but definitely a company has been at least trying to improve its fundamental story. And so, with all that to be said now, Alex, when we trade LVS for example purposes, walk us through your thinking today.
Notice that on that chart, the 51 level, this is such a magnet for price over the last 6 months or so. And so, zoning in on that for this example in a risk-defined way, in the event that it no longer acts.
All right, Apple turning back up. We'll see if Apple can do something here. Apple starting to turn back up. Watch your RSI.
Creates a $200 risk scenario with a chance to make 200, but because there's a straddle component to this iron butterfly trade, the
closer it is to 51 at that expiration, the closer you would be
Apple above VWAP.
to making that $200.
Some buyers at the low of the day, pushing this off the low.
Those break evens, where the closer it is to 51, the more you can make. So
Amazon turning back up as well.
it's neutral, of course, but it's one where
Google at the high of the day. Meta's starting to turn. Tesla's starting to turn. Maybe some evening session trades.
Again, I think a great way to summarize and sort of explain how to obviously utilize this example trade. But now to shift gears into Rubrik, which is a name we don't discuss as heavily as some of these true like hospitality and tourism stocks. But I will say also similarly involved in this entertainment world, and we are down substantially today. But we have earnings after the close today.
Yeah, so the declines that we've seen recently come on the back of a very sharp rally to the upside as well. You can see that we had this rising wedge type of shape here that we had an upside breakout from once we start to get above the 72 level. 72 stands out because it was the high point before we had a gap. It was a bit of consolidation before we had our breakdown.
CBRS.
Where we had our low after that same gap to the upside, that's around where we got stuck during our recent ascent. So if we were start to fall back down, 72 stands out as a potentially supportive area. 62.5 is around where we had a low point here and a bit of a ceiling that was established here. So that could be another area to watch out for if this does dissipate. Overall, though, longer term downward sloping trend line going across those highs on white line, kind of giving us a bit of a trajectory that's a bit more of a bearish setup here. So when we think about the moving averages again, in this case, our 5-day dark blue EMA comes in just below 78, prices below that level. We can see then as well our 21-day EMA lines up with the boundary of our old trend line, the lower level of our rising wedge type.
Apple trying to make new highs here.
69 level. RSI, our measure of momentum, has broken through its green trend line here. We are below the overbought area as well. So again, a bit more of a bearish signal, but one that I would give a bit of a grain of salt along with here because we are heading into earnings. It's very common for momentum to kind of wane as we approach an earnings event here. So that is not as significant as it would be otherwise potentially. Still, we are seeing things that kind of fall out of that overbought area. Not exactly what you want to see if you were bullish, but it is kind of more of an expected type of situation. So we find ourselves now within the midst of a volume node here between about 75 to 80. We got stuck at another larger node up here that contained our point of control between about 85 to 91, with the point of control coming in at 88.60 roughly. So those are a short-term area the bulls would want to clear to the upside. To the downside, a much smaller node down here near about 70 stands out as an area to watch as well, kind of lining up with that high point that we had before our big break to the upside.
Okay, and obviously seeing a bit of a substantial move to the downside, at least today, down about 3.7%. But appreciate it, Big Two Cat, for all of that technical setup. And now as we do look at that.
PLN.
Potentially volatile reaction, but this time maybe to the upside, unlike some of the names we talked about in the first segment with the downwards pressure. Earnings, the catalyst, looking at selling next Friday's 90 call to buy, the June 18th 90 call to calendar spread. 88.60, Rick just said, is that point of control. So using that as sort of the target to the upside, maybe it overshoots slightly. And if that happens, you got $100 in risk, and you can see the risk profile. Both the risk profiles today, sort of mountain-like. But we look at the one that we looked at in LVS, a little bit more pyramid structure. This one more your traditional mountaintop with the peak, but closer to 90 to better. So like the last strategy, you want to be precise with your strike selection and adjust that accordingly for whatever your individual price target may be.
And a good way to explain, I'd say, the two differences in these example trades, and obviously, utilizing some bit more time here as we do have this earnings event after the close today. But we will leave it there for Chartmaster today. Now, coming up next at the pretty significant move to the downside that we are seeing today in Broadcom. As we saw, this was supposed to be another blowout report. Instead, we are seeing overall some crowdedness as well as.
All right, I bought some CBRS options. January.
instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets. Follow me on X at NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Putting your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with million customization and track market with up-to-the-minute news and insights. SEOT.
LITX. VB.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
HY.
All right, once this, if this can start to turn the corner, Cerebrus, it'll get people's attention. A lot of good things going on. Mondo mentioned this earlier. Initially, it's inked as a $10 billion agreement in January 2026 to provide 750 megawatts of computing power. Supersize the deal to an additional $10 billion. The impact, the $20 billion multi-year commitment, represents what's being called the largest high-speed AI inference and deployment in the world. It helps diversify them away from their early extreme reliance on UAE's G42, which dropped from 87% of sales in 24 to 24% in 25. Cerebrus CEO Andrew Feldman has explicitly stated that the company has taken an aggressive approach to cooperate with virtually everyone in the AI data center infrastructure ecosystem except NVIDIA. AWS integration. Cerebrus signed a major deal with Amazon to deploy its wafer scale technology alongside AWS's own internal custom silicon inside of Amazon data centers. This cloud delivery model is allowing them to scale past physical unit sales by offering remote computing infrastructure to Meta, Minstrel AI, and IBM. It goes on to say the post-IPO price action has been a classic non-hot tech battlefield, creating a wide split between retail sentiment and institutional backing. The Cathie Wood floor. Following a sharp post-IPO pullback, Cathie Wood's ARK Invest has been aggressively buying the dip, dropping millions to accumulate chunks of shares. This has provided a psychological institutional floor for long-term technical investors. It has leveraged trading tools, signaling how volatile and actively traded the stock has become. TRADR Trader recently launched 2-time long CBRX and 2 times short CBRZ. That's an interesting CBRX. Let's take a look at CBRX. CBRX. Okay, I don't see it. CBRX. Is it available? Let me see if there's available on Schwabi. CBRX. Oracle heading higher. CBRX. It is. Okay, it's $18.
Particularly because the build out on AI remains in the early innings here. It's still their top pick across the semiconductor sector. KeyBank 10-year to 5.75. They talk about the
CBRX.
gigawatt deployments in fiscal 27 being the disappointing part. That $100 billion I mentioned appears conservative, according to KeyBank. Oppenheimer took it to 535, UBS 485. So they're on the lower end here. Its decision not to raise the AI revenue expectations for fiscal 26 and 27, again, disappointing. So you really do see a trend here. They've all picked up on similar things. Then you had sort of these interesting outlier type of comments as well. I saw that Wells today said that investors say it sounds like a mission of defeat. Then you had Macquarie downgrading Broadcom today to neutral from outperform. So going in the
All right, so CRBX bought some shares there as well.
Kept their buy ratings and outperform ratings with a 437 price target. And they basically put that down to some of the competition and market share. So pretty mixed coming from the analysts. As I said, wasn't a bad report. I mean, kind of numbers that a lot of companies would dream of. Just the bar was so high for this one, guys.
CVRX.
Yeah, do you think there's some similarities in sort of the punishment we're seeing in CrowdStrike? We talked about that one earlier, Sam, where it's like these two names that had just such tremendous trajectories in the recent years, and the numbers are good, but just not great.
Yeah, because I remember with CrowdStrike, I can't remember exactly which analyst it was, basically said that the beat was good. It was just not the kind of magnitude of the beat that we're used to seeing. So it was good, but it just wasn't fantastic. So that seems to be the angle with CrowdStrike. But look, Alex, today's a reminder that there is a trade outside of artificial intelligence, and we haven't seen a day kind of like this for some time with that rotation into some of the software names, into other parts of the market, the healthcare, the financials. Maybe the semis just needed to cool off a bit. Yes, okay, CrowdStrike, cybersecurity. It felt like a little bit of deja vu with Palo Alto. Good numbers, but both of those companies, what did they have? The best month ever in May, both running up, 60%? So I think there was a lot of excitement and positivity being baked in here. I was talking to George Sillis about this earlier today. He said, maybe this is a case of a lot of these companies perhaps being priced to perfection. It really begs the question today, Alex, where are the analysts at? I mean, are they just a little bit ahead of their skis at the moment? Are these expectations a little bit too lofty? The other train of thought with this particular name, Broadcom, is has this got something to do with Alphabet? I mean, the fact that that's the partner on the design of the TPUs, they're tapping the equity market. Are there some question marks around that? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions. Is it to do with TSMC, what they had to say last night, even though we're seeing those share prices actually rising today in TSMC? But Ben Emmons put it pretty well, I think. He said there's a few chinks appearing in the chips armor today. He points to Broadcom. He points to TSMC's warnings. An overdue short-term technical correction may be getting underway, but also short-lived, because take a look at the SOX, for instance. I was reading we haven't seen 3 consecutive down days since March, because when you see those pullbacks...
Oh, what was that?
It's just math, and we talked about how important the down move in Broadcom was in terms of weighing on the index. It was down like 15%. I said if you got that to narrow to 10%, maybe the S&Ps would be firmly green. Well, it's down 11%. I would say up 33 points is pretty firmly green. Sam, there wasn't a lot that wasn't working. Broadcom just wasn't working at all in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that weighting you talk about, I mean, what was the stat earlier that I mentioned? It was like, what, the 6th biggest component on the S&P 500. I mean, more than $2 trillion in market cap. Its worst day in like 16 months at the open or something like that. Obviously, you're going to feel it's going to have that ripple effect, okay, off the sessions lows now. But what I would also add, Alex, is that I put this question to Liz Ann Saunders yesterday. I asked her, what would be the catalyst for some sort of broadening out in this market, like we saw pre-Iran war? And she said, beyond, of course, some sort of resolution.
What's the matter, baby? You hungry? You still hungry? Okay. You're my favorite. Don't tell your sister. Okay.
Key miss on a big tech company or a key company, and that could pour some degree of cold water on all this enthusiasm.
see. No, that's a very good point. I think also a great point to make, especially around all of the commentary with Broadcom. There's a lot of analyst noise, a lot of headline noise even out there. It was still a pretty solid report, all things considered. So appreciate it today, Sam Vadas, host of Morning Trade Live and Market on Close, of course, for Schwab Network. And now, as we do discuss trading things here, actually, we're continuing to gain ever so modestly. I know today's move in the candle today, frankly, is a substantial repricing at that. We're still above our 50 and 200-day moving average, though, and we are down about.
I love that you bring this up. So I was going to say, incredibly, this stock's down 11%, and it's comfortably still above its 50-day moving average.
It is.
And that was really what I zoomed in on for this example, Jenny, which was, that's around 397 in real time. So 395 was the first strike below that. And using that as a potential support level, just looking for some sort of a line to draw in the sand for a company that's been so strong in a neutral to bullish way, leaning into some of this weakness today as a potential opportunity. It's a 395, 390, June 18th, short put vertical. You could collect $1.50, trade 30 cents on the dollar of risk. You risk 350, a chance to make 150.
All right, so that looks good.
350 being the break even. So, hey, I don't know if they're great minds or not, but minds thinking alike and looking at the same thing. With that level seemingly going to be tested this morning, we never quite got there.
Hey, great minds thinking alike, maybe not great price performance being so alike today, because unfortunately it is still a pretty substantial move. And right now it's, I believe, our second or our worst performer of the S&P 500, but Broadcom still up 22% and some change on the year at least. So we will leave it there for FOMO today. But coming up next, the World Cup is coming and it can spark a record-breaking surge in global sports betting. After the break, we will look at what could be a defining moment for the online gaming industry. More details coming up next.
All right, this looks good. Apple. All right, everything's looking good. Let me just put CRBX here. CBRX.
She's got your smile. Carl. Yep. Your number one broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. We have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up for college funds.
I've been learning about trading strategies. Schwab helps me generate
Poet continues. Don't you know it?
Invest your way with Schwab. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Poet looking for a follow through. It's holding the 21 day. Let's see the volume. Look to see the volume pick up. Maybe tomorrow.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Let's dive deeper into the betting boom tied to the 2020.
Nvidia's at the high of the day. Meta dipped. Apple continuation. Apple pushing higher. Apple. Okay, let me take a look at Apple here. Apple a little bit higher. Apple.
Thank you so much for joining the program today. You are expecting a record global wagering for the World Cup. What do you see as right now the biggest driver of this?
Ooh. All right, so we just continue to grind higher. Been a pretty bullish day off of the low. We're up 28 handles. Right before the open, we were down 28 handles. So a 56-point move from right after the open.
and there's legal sports betting markets in a lot of the key countries that have teams participating.
Yeah, Chad, this is so interesting from a global standpoint. There's nothing new.
All right, what's the S&P doing? Just grinding along. We got. Okay, did they shift this up? It's at 7,600 now. That wasn't before, right? Moved it up to 7,600, Mondo. Okay, let me just go back. Okay.
Absolutely. And look, we're looking at companies including Flutter, DraftKings, Supergroup, etc. We don't think it's going to be a massive boost for revenue or profitability in the second and third quarter during the games.
7,600. No, it was not 7,600. It was something lower, right? Okay, 7,600. Okay, let's go back and see where did that shift? Where did that shift? 1 o'clock? 70. No, it was like before noon, right? Before noon, you asked me. It was 75.70.
Is the introduction of prediction markets. So that's where you see Calcium Poly Market making a move there. But in the states that have legal sports betting, we think there's going to be really good participation from customers in these markets. And then, over the next couple of years,
Okay, so that looked, yeah. Yeah, look at it now. Look at it now.
That's something that we're expecting in future budgets in 27 and 28. And then in Canada, you have Ontario, which is legal right now with iGaming and sports betting. Alberta launching in the next couple of weeks.
All right, Chad, let's talk a little bit about the trajectory
of
this business model, because as you guys mentioned, predictions models or prediction markets have disrupted this space, not only from maybe some legal loopholes, but from potential for margin compression. And I think about, companies like Betfair, which I believe is under the Flutter umbrella, sort of pioneering the exchange-based model. Well, from what I understand, exchange-based kind of allows for penny-wide markets. Well, minus 110 is not a penny-wide, and if you look at these sort of traditional bookmaking services being, 5-10% wide on the margins, it's a very different business model if we go to a full exchange-based prediction type of model. So, how does that impact your job and sort of modeling out what revenues and things could look like down the road?
It's a very good question. I think the product matters the most, and consumers have been betting with their parlay dollars. So they're not just going to take the outcome of the game; they're going to take several different outcomes for several different player bets. They're going to parlay it together. So then it's an opportunity to win, multiples of your wager. Now that does come with a higher hold or a higher margin, to your point. But it's not just the 5% hold for the sports books. It's closer to 20, sometimes even 25%. But we think the customer likes those types of wagers. And legal sports betting has better product, better offering with that versus what we're seeing on the prediction markets. So we've been playing around with some of the products that are out there right now at DraftKings and FanDuel and the like. And the options are plentiful. Right? There's a menu of options that is several pages. So as long as customers choose to wager or kind of experience that type of product, we think that'll be positive for the historical sports betting companies.
Okay, you have called this a high variance outcome for some of these U.S. operators. So what separates the winners from those that don't convert this into more long-term profitable growth?
Yeah, it's a balance of what the books actually want, right? You want some of the bigger followed teams to make it far and then probably lose in the later rounds, right? It's kind of like what we saw last night with the New York Knicks game. I think it's really positive that you have a team like the Knicks in the NBA Finals, but there's going to be a lot of money on that side over the next couple of
Okay, watching hedge flows.
So I near-term outcome, right? Some of the bigger countries, bigger GDP countries going farther, and then potentially losing. But yeah, from a profitability standpoint, we don't think it's going to be a massive thing for the second and third quarter, but we do think this is what DraftKings and Flutter need to get that valuation that we saw last year, the year prior, before the prediction market impact really hurt these stocks. These stocks are down 30 to 50% since prediction was introduced back in September of 25.
All right, so final question along those lines then. If you're thinking 5, 10 years down the road, do you see these maybe incumbent players? We'll even throw the DraftKings and the FanDuels in there as sort of establishing an online presence before the Kalshis, the Polymarkets disrupted things. Do you see them more likely to be replaced, or you see a margin compression, adaptation? I get the high hold parlay, multi-event point you make, but it just seems like technology is holding back the prediction stuff at the moment, not necessarily the business model. So do you see a replace risk or a margin compression risk more likely?
At this point, as you talked about at the outset, it's a legal loophole. These prediction market companies are not paying taxes. They're offering products to 18-year-olds. Some of the events that are offered should and will be pulled off of their site. So I think responsible gambling is a very important thing. The CFTC is currently governing the prediction markets, and there's been a number of cease and desists in several states. So we think this will play out eventually in the Supreme Court. We don't think this is going to be the model for the next 5, 10, 15 years. I think what some of the companies have done is...
Okay, that looks good.
...in this legal loophole where they don't have sports betting licenses. That's a way to engage with customers. But we think the current model with DraftKings, FanDuel, et cetera, the tax revenues, the jobs that they've created, that's why gaming was established in the world here. And we think that will prevail at the Supreme Court and within the states and provinces in North America.
Okay, so appreciate your time today. Really good place to leave it. Chad Biden, senior gaming, watching, and theaters analyst at Macquarie. Thank you so much for your time today. But coming up next, we will look at red shares that are surging this afternoon after the company announced a new contract tied to commercial space agriculture. So we'll tell you more details after the break.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
CDTG may rise in 10 seconds.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Okay, looks good.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
COE checks.
I'm Nicole Pedalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for Under 30, and we are looking at Redwire surging after announcing a new space agricultural contract. The deal to grow strawberries in orbit highlights its push into long-duration space systems. So for more details, we're now joined by George Tillett, senior markets correspondent for the Schwab.
All right, looks good.
George, I have to say, I'm personally invested in this story. Growing strawberries
Apple.
is fascinating. So walk us through the details here.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of technology advancements in space as well as space-based communications, but there's a lot of companies like Redwire, which is one of these pivotal players in space and defense technology. So they, as a business, provide things like advanced spacecraft platforms and docking systems, avionics for space missions, but also for the Defense Department, nationally and avionics for space missions, but also for the
NVIDIA is still going, eh?
Nationally and globally for many countries. They provide reconnaissance and communication services. But I think the other thing about the business
USAR. Okay, I want. Let's put CRML here. Okay, and this we want to watch Google. Which continues to ramp higher, Google. I did not expect today, by any shape of the imagination. I mean, we were down 40 handles pre-market when I woke up. I don't even know what time it was. What time was it? Futures. Let's see. Let me zoom out here. Yeah, we were trading down at 75.24. It was like 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock. I just remember looking at the future screen and it's like, wow, I got a lot of work to do. I thought for sure stocks like NVIDIA and Apple would have lost the 21-day this morning. They didn't. And on top of that, which was pretty impressive, a lot of these stocks moved higher. 2,400 stocks on the New York Stock Exchange. These popped to new highs. The Dow Industrials made a new high. Okay, Dow Industrials making new highs. The IWM was looking really strong. That was starting to lead when everything else was down and starting to turn. Mondo mentioned IWM. We got the 290s on that. I had Fridays. That worked out. Yeah, I didn't expect this. This is really a nice present, if you will. Looking at breath rising. Okay, all of these turned up. We've got the New York Stock Exchange, like I said, that was making new highs. You got the equal weight index. Let me just check this out. Let me see if there's anything here. No, nothing yet. Okay. Marty Zweig's breath thrust indicator. Okay, New York Fang. New York Fang, of course. That was lower. They're buying the dip. You see that? That's a good signal. They bought the dip. Okay, now we still got to get it back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute, but this is a good sign. And I thought for sure that we were going to continue to move lower and that we're going to have to take more profits off the table. Now, I'm not adding a lot of risk. I did buy some CBRX, some shares, and I bought some Lotto calls. I posted that in the room. I want to add to Walmart. I want to add to Wells Fargo. The banks look good. I posted some information on the banks if you were paying attention. Banks. Okay. I mentioned Caterpillar after David mentioned John Deere was being looked at. John Deere was being looked at. Joe K. So we're looking for a pop there. What's STM Micro? STM. Okay. Taiwan Semi, looking for that to follow through. Okay, almost back to the highs. Taiwan Semi. I got August calls, so I'm okay there. If we get a nice little bounce. That was a little shock yesterday. I didn't think it was going to do what it did. It had a bearish engulfing candle, Taiwan Semi. And that recovered today. So that changes the status of what I was about to do. I was about to take when I saw this morning down here at the 21 day, that was one of the things I'd written down in my journal that, okay, keep an eye on this because you might have to stop out. Because we moved our stops up and tight, and this was new. This was a new trade, right? Tuesday trade into Wednesday. What else? Shopify. I took some profits in Shopify. Okay. Only because it's just sitting here. Now, if this starts to bounce tomorrow, I'll get back into Shopify. Walmart. I want to buy the dip in Walmart. Okay. I have a limit order down at $3 for the 121.30 December 121.30 December 121.30 call spread. I got a limit at $3. Okay, so I thought we might get a fill. Didn't get close really. I think as close as $3.50. It's offered at $3.92 right now. Walmart, this is probably going to be fine. Okay, moved above the 60-minute 20 EMA. That looks good. So I was going to add to Walmart. I didn't do anything. What else did I do? Shopify, Axon. Wait, did Axon fill? No. Oh, it's a working order. Okay. Working orders. Okay, I take that back. I'm not out of Shopify yet. I have a limit order that has yet to fill Shopify. Okay, so I'm okay with Shopify. I'm still long Axon. Trying to get out of the July 500, 510 call spread. Axon looking good. Axon, Ax off. Okay. You know what they do. Body cams, police equipment. You know, more and more, you see more and more stuff on YouTube, whether it's the UK or France or US or wherever. All the products that they sell. Just broke out of a squeeze last week on Thursday. Took out the high on Friday, following through. This is probably going to keep going. Look at the volume. That's institutions. MACD stochastics rising, RSI at 70. Now, you don't have to buy it here, obviously. If you don't have a position in Axon, you probably want to wait for it to pull back to the 9 EMA or something like that. For now, it's riding the 5 EMA, that orange line, and the Bollinger Bands, which if we look at the Bollinger Bands strategy, Bollinger Band strategy, double Bollinger Band strategy. If we look at that, okay, double Bollinger Band strategy on Axon. It's squeezing. This is the 10-minute. Let's look at the daily. Daily, okay. So it's riding the upper bands. As long as it stays inside of this channel created by the 1 standard deviation and 2nd standard deviation Bollinger Band, as long as it stays between, it doesn't dip into first standard deviation, which would put it at about 455 or so. As long as it stays up here, it should be fine. Should head to the 200-day overhead. Volume, like I said, institutions. All right, so I have a limit to sell only because I had the 500, 510, and I'll probably get, that got tested today, the 500 level. So 510 tomorrow, I'll probably get taken out of this at $5.50 per contract. So that's $5,000 trade right there if I get taken out. So that'll be nice. App Lovin', another one, App Lovin'. Okay, I got a limit to sell this one. It's dipping a bit, so I'm looking for the bounce. App Lovin'. XME, I have a butterfly that Joe K over at Option Hawk had mentioned. It is the 150, 170, 190, 150, 170, 190 butterfly, call butterfly. You buy the 150, you sell 2 of the 170, and you buy 1 of the 190. That creates the butterfly. The 2 short on this long setup, the 2 short are the middle strike. All right, so if you trade a butterfly, this is what it looks like. Okay, so I got the 150. I bought that, so it's green. I bought the other wing, the 190, and I sold, so that's 1 and 2, right? So the butterfly, you have to be equal. So this has to be 2 times. All right, so this is 2 times. That creates a fly. All right, so your broker will let you do this for pretty cheap. Okay. So you got 1 time, 1 time. Okay, 1 times long. Okay. Okay. Okay, 1 time long on the wings, 2 times short in the center. So what you're looking for is price to gradually, not rip. You want that's the price action to do that. I want to just grind up to that level. That's the purpose of a butterfly. Okay, that wing right there at 150, which is overhead, that 150 is starting to accumulate some profits there already. Let's see what that looks. Yeah, it's looking good. That is up. XME, where are you? That is up $100 per contract. Okay. And as it rises up to that 170 strike, as it rises up to that level, as it passes 150, the leverage starts to expand, as you can imagine, with options. So at some point, when we pass 150, we'll probably be taking some profits off there. The ideal close would be for this expiration, which is January. By January, this just sits right there at 170 and doesn't move in either direction. That would be the maximum profit. NVIDIA is still going. I can't believe this. NVIDIA is still going. Okay. Jeez. Ex-dividend. A lot of people are just realizing this is an ex-dividend date. Microsoft turned the corner right here. Intel's ripping here. Intel's going. All right, Cerebras. Okay, there it goes. There it's starting to go. Okay, we'll move our stops up +2. Stop +2.
You mentioned NVIDIA. I think this was the big catalyst earlier in the session, Diane. The stock was down over 2% at its session lows. I believe the low was $211 or so. It's trading 220 now. It's up over 2%, nearly 2.5%. That was the kind of the catalyst to get the market turned around. It's got the biggest impact on the major indices, so keep that in mind. Also, but this was maybe a healthy rotation. I think one of the keys for investors to kind of solidify the moves that we've had in the overall market is that even when we were rotating and the markets were mixed in early going in today's session, people weren't just selling and randomly getting out of the markets. We had some weakness yesterday, that little pullback, but maybe that's warranted at this point because we still have the NASDAQ 100 in overbought territory as far as the RSI level still above the 75 level, so anything above 70 is overbought. The S&P 500 is right there also, potentially overbought also. So, yeah, a day and a half just gives the dip buyers a little bit more opportunity as the optimism grows. But I think the key to this rotation or the strength that we're seeing off the lows from today's market.
Okay, there it goes. Let's see if they're. Is it on? Zendu? No. Okay. All right. So here is they don't have it on here. CBRX. They don't have it yet. So let's look at CBRS. Okay. Nice little run off the low.
you the consternation for, Broadcom when the stock was down 15%. It's only down 11% now, so there's obviously people taking.
All right, looks good.
Broadcom. It wasn't a bad report by any stretch of the imagination, right? It was a good report. The problem is when you get the CEO coming out and saying, hey, revenues on the AI side, he didn't really change it. He didn't raise his guidance on that. Now, remember, the stock going into the report was up 40% this year, hitting all-time highs. So the bar was elevated in this name. But when you get elevated moves like that, you're going to get punished if you don't see some of these whispered numbers as far as internal segments within Broadcom getting beat and raises across the board. And I think that's probably what the market's kind of digesting at this point, those commentary from Google Alphabet that, hey, maybe they're going to use somebody else to help produce their TPUs. That maybe hit the stock also. But yeah, I think maybe you can blame it a little bit on maybe the commentary from the company where they didn't just blow out numbers and then on top of that start raising guidance ahead of expectations. But you look at some of the segments, the AI semiconductor revenue came in at $16 billion. That was 200% growth year over year, but it was still below what the whisper number on the street was, and that's probably why you're seeing that. High bars tend to get punished if you don't hit beat on every aspect of an earnings event like this, especially with the bar so high.
And then, Tom, it probably did not help that CEO Hoppan started the earnings call reading notes from the previous earnings call and then realizing, hey, wait a second, I need to restart. I'm reading the wrong transcript to start here. Final thought on Broadcom, Tom.
Yeah, watch this one. Maybe it continues to catch a bid. We'll probably see more of the sell-side analysts come out. As you mentioned, most of these price targets were moved to the upside post-earnings. The outlier was Macquarie. They actually downgraded the stock moving forward. But there's a lot of stocks out there with high bars, and I think that's one of the concerns for maybe a little bit of froth here in the tech side of the market. But it's nice to see this rotation today, Diane, into some of the other unloved areas of the market as they sit less than 1% below all-time highs here.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Tom. That's Tom White, co-host of Fast Market, with a look at some of the big moves. Come back, we'll spotlight tech and talk with the CEO of D-Wave about how the company is positioning to take advantage of the quantum computing era and much more. And still to come, big moves. Rick Ducat will join us with real options trades for Cadence Design Systems, Broadcom, just talked about that one, and Marvell. So much more when the watch list returns right here on Schwab Network.
Excuse me.
My parents didn't really talk about money at all. In college, everybody around me had money. I didn't want to.
Sorry about that. Can you believe NVIDIA? This is really... I know why NVIDIA is doing this. It's just highly unusual. Wow, NVIDIA just crushing it. Excuse me. I'm sorry I keep coughing in your ear. I got something stuck in my throat. All right, I'm gonna mute you guys for a sec. IBM fading, looking for an opportunity. Axon. Intel continues. Intel moving back up, higher low, looking for a break above 120 in the short term. I have August calls for Intel. Intel, let me see.
Recently, you made an announcement about gate model quantum computing, the roadmap from there. Can you tell us more about that and what's the significance here?
Yeah. So as I said a minute ago, we are the only dual platform quantum computing company focused on both annealing and gate model. Our annealing systems are very mature today. They're commercial. They're the only systems on which true quantum supremacy has been demonstrated, specifically the ability to solve an important real-world problem in minutes that can't be solved classically. In the gate model space, we recently acquired a spin-out of Yale University called Quantum Circuits. They bring us some very revolutionary gate model technology. It's a new qubit technology that's very fast. It's superconducting, so it's very fast, 1,000 times faster than some of the other modes that are being used to build gate model quantum computers. But they also have very high fidelity. They are highly reliable, very low error rates. So what this means is that we have technology that can allow us to build gate model quantum computers at scale efficiently. And once we build them, they will be very fast.
Very fast. Now, quantum computing, this is such a new field for investors. We know you got Rigetti, IonQ, etc. What makes D-Wave different? I know you talked a little bit about that, but let's dive a little bit more into the differentiation factor.
Okay. That's not Nicole. I thought she would understand, but that's not Nicole. So NVIDIA is at the high of the day. Man, NVIDIA is just killing it.
Using our products to solve their hard business problems today. Gate still in the R&D phase, but that's like
still in the R&D phase. What differentiates our game model program from other companies is this revolutionary qubit technology. So, if you think about some of the companies you've mentioned, like INQ or, Continuum, which is kind of debuting today, they use trapped ions.
Cisco. I'd like to add the Cisco too. Cisco, or should I? Should I just keep reducing for now? Talking to myself. Intel, Cisco. Okay, we got muscle telling you that the strength of the trend is persistent, having broken out of a 2.5 week consolidation. We broke out on Tuesday. Okay, volume shows institutions were buying just 2-3 weeks ago. Do you think institutions only want 20 points? That's 20%. 20% is good, right? Or do they want more? They probably know that. They probably think that there's a lot more to Cisco, right? So I'll keep swinging Cisco. All right, Apple turning back up. Apple just turning back up. All right, Google. Google looks like it wants to go some more here. Google. Here's Cisco. Cisco at the highs. Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi tapping the highs as well. Taiwan Semi. What's Oracle doing? Oracle. ORCL. Oracle. All right, that looks pretty good. Let me just bring up the daily too. Daily, nice bounce. All right, a little flag back to the 9 EMA. Okay, supportive. We want to buy dips and sell rips. Okay. So that's working. Google. Okay, Google. That's at the high of the day, trying to break out. Google. Every reason to believe this is just going to keep going. Big reversal day. That looks good on Google. NVIDIA just killing it today. NVIDIA killing it, followed by, what's Palantir doing? Let me look at Palantir. Palantir, not doing much. Micron. Where's my Micron chart? There you are. Micron. Okay, Micron bouncing. All right, that looks good. Micron, AMD. AMD. Let's see. Let's take a look at AMD. Cisco looks good. AMD. John trading this one. Congrats, John. AMD. Okay, SoFi. We bounced SoFi, right? SoFi bounce. SoFi with a bounce at the 50-day. Looking for this to get above 19. All right, let's see what CBRS is. Okay, they don't have it on this here. CBRS. Okay, CBRS. Okay, just hit the highs. It's a hell of a day today. What a big change, right? I gather most people were not looking for this kind of price action today, but welcome it. Okay, NVIDIA especially doing something very unusual. Looks better than it really is. It's up $5.60, but it did dip this morning. Feels like it's up 10 the way it's trading. Intel.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com. We're back on Watch List. Heading out getting a booster shot from Wall Street today. Stock on the receiving end of an upgrade to a rise from neutral for Bank of America. Current losing its price target to 450. CBA says that improving medical cost trends and supportive near-term data supports a favorable
This week there was some key headlines. We saw Michael Saylor making his first sell of Bitcoin since I think 2022. So he sold 32 Bitcoin, about $2.5 million at an average price of $77,000. Now that average price of $77,000 would be pretty nice today, seeing as Bitcoin's sitting around $63,000. So we've been in this period over the last couple of weeks where the news has been pretty negative, and then we've seen a lot of outflows. We had 9 days in a row of inflows back at the start of May, and now we've had 1.5 billion taken out just in the last week, which I think is marking a pretty clear regime shift.
It's a regime shift. Michael Saylor, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, he has been posting on Twitter X today. It seems like it's kind of a defense about selling the Bitcoin. He's made some arguments about funding the AI build out at historical scale. So, maybe he's trying to make the point that some of those flows are moving out to other parts of the market. This is about fueling the AI growth story. He talked about that capital rotation to the AI build out, but I guess he's trying to make the point that Bitcoin is not impaired. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, I think it's a fair take. I think it's expected one from somebody like him. You're right. He did actually break his silence this morning. That was a big thing we hadn't heard from him. And he did. On X, he posted it. He called it a capital rotation, not Bitcoin impairment. This is due to the AI build-out, and this sort of volatility creates opportunity. Now, I'm not particularly sure that that's exactly what's going on here, but there's obviously a lot of interest in this IPO market with things like SpaceX and OpenAI coming to the market soon. Those investors need money to buy those shares, and a lot of those folks maybe are the same types of folks who are invested in an asset class like Bitcoin. And then the other thing that I think is going on here is Bitcoin is a hedge against uncertainty. And I think the market right now is very certain about one thing, and that is that AI will absorb the next decade of capital, earnings growth, power demand, semiconductor demand, everything. And so the attention is shifting there.
So, in other words, because there was so much certainty around AI, the thesis behind what would normally fuel gains for Bitcoin makes sense about the fund being pulled, essentially.
Yeah, I think that's the take.
Okay. And then let's talk about
seeing some more progress here on the Clarity Act would be huge. Now, we did get it through one committee. We still have to have the full Senate vote. What we saw this week was that it has been placed on their calendar. So it's on the Senate's legislative calendar, and it should come up sometime over the next probably 10 to 14 days.
Quite a reversal today. The futures were down 40 handles. They're up almost 40 handles now. Big reversal. So I have to wait for you. Have a good day.
For it passing. It's gone back and forth a little bit. We saw some comments this week from Jamie Dimon that were a little negative on passage of the Clarity Act. He doesn't. He is not for it as it's currently constructed now. But that could change. But right now, I think that pushback from the banking sector, particularly on these crypto companies being able to pay essentially an interest rate for those stable coins that they hold, they're not going to let that fly. So until that gets resolved, I think we may be in this holding pattern. Hopefully at some point they'll be able to come together because the clock is ticking.
The clock is indeed ticking, and we're continuing to watch the pressure on crypto today, with Bitcoin still down more than 3%, below 64,000. Thank you, Adam. That's Adam Lynch, Director of Equity Research, Schwab Center for Financial Research. We also see IBIT wrapper lower as well. Coming up, we'll dive into CrowdStrike as investors react to its latest results and the announcement of a 4-for-1 stock split. We've got that and more when the watch list returns. Marley Caden, live from Chicago. We're tracking market movers, earnings reactions, and what traders are watching next. Stream Schwab Network, live at schwabnetwork.com.
Enter. This place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like everything investors need. That's right. Invest, trade, and full service. Second. We have to buy that hamburger.
Invest your way with Schwab. Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally
Don't care.
VERU.
GLXY.
WXN. VERU.
GLXY. DGXX. SITU.
INDP.
Google still hanging here. Big day. A close up here would be fine. It's been a very productive day for Google and NVIDIA.
SITU. GLXY.
All right, Tesla's trying to turn. Tesla.
Raise prices without any corresponding value, and I'm beginning to see that as our churn starts to come down. The second is friction in the process. When you come into a store, how quickly can we help you? When we sell you something, is that reflected on your first bill? When you call into customer service, do you get somebody who's empathetic? Do what they see match with what you heard in the store and on your bill? And that's really, really difficult. That's the end-to-end customer experience. And that's hundreds, if not thousands, of things that you need to do better. And we are focused on every single one of those incrementally getting better, because I feel if we can have the best end-to-end customer
Apple turning back up. Apple. Apple's sales in China were huge. Okay, there was a problem there for a while. I guess last year or whatever. They were talking about Apple earnings and sales in China. I want to say 300 million units, I want to say. Anybody catch that? Let's see if we can Apple sales, China, US, Europe comparisons. Yeah, that was. I just saw something on on Yahoo. Let's see, Apple. Okay, 5 hours ago, Apple Store ecosystem reaches 1.4 trillion as developers. Okay, blah 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 blah. Sales facilitated by app stores have more than doubled in China.
It's unfortunately, it is like having a long-term plan and every single day matters. Like I want to see improvement every.
All right, so Apple's doing well. When's a new CEO come in? I think, Corey, you said June, right? Apple looking good. There he goes. Microsoft just popped here. Microsoft just popped. Watch Microsoft. Microsoft popping.
When it comes to use AI tools, what's your stature? What's your stance on
Oh,
that?
wow.
And specifically, I think early on, a lot of businesses were saying, hey, get out there, use as much as you want, create things, create chatbots, build agents. Have you had to become more disciplined about that? And what are your marching orders when it comes to using AI tools to make either the workplace or the customer experience better?
Well, I'm pretty outspoken on AI, as some of you may know. And I think as leaders of companies, I think we have a responsibility to talk about what could happen as a result of implementing AI. It's clear to me that whatever we have right now, these are the worst models.
Okay, Microsoft bounce. Watch Microsoft here starting to go. Okay, still an inside day. Got a lot of work to do. Just like yesterday, had a lot of work to do. Yeah, from what I'm gathering is you can buy a $4,000 NVIDIA computer, supercomputer, basically, the little brick. I don't know if you've seen them, but you could connect that to your network and rent it out to local companies for AI compute. I'm not exactly sure how that works. but some people are doing it, making up to $8,000 a month. They're showing invoices and everything. That's pretty cool. Distributed networks, so you don't have to worry about the power. Alleviates
And those agents, their customer satisfaction rate is 1,280 basis points better than what we had before. Think about that. If it was 50 basis points, that'd be a big improvement. So our ability to satisfy customers.
okay. Apple going here. Apple going.
All of the data around you, like you may think of yourself as one customer.
Okay, Apple's starting to go too now. Apple. Okay, trying to go higher today. Still got a lot of work to do. Some of these have pulled back inside of yesterday's price action, but looks good.
To be able to satisfy you. And then finally, AI is going to radically redefine our value proposition. I mean, my view of this is that initiative inside the company called every customer has a need. And that means that every customer is individual. How we respond to you should be empathetic, but every part of our value proposition should be tailored to the 300 plus different ways that we can look at you and tailor a proposition to you. To what extent does AI just completely replace, if they're so much better, to what extent does AI
CBR.
Tom Giles, Senior Executive Editor of Global Technology at Bloomberg, asking a question and talking with Dan Schulman, CEO of Verizon. They're up on the main stage here at Bloomberg Tech, talking about technology and transforming telecom. Let's go back.
With AI in certain job functions, I don't see how that's not possible. And I don't see how anybody can look people in the eye and say that's not possible.
What percentage of customer service gets displaced?
It can be a large percentage of customer service. I think that function, is a function that has a lot of rote parts of it. I forgot my password. What's my billing amount? Those are all simple and easy things for an agent to go do. More complex things would be a combination of human and machines working together to satisfy. But that doesn't mean like you will have functions that will be disrupted for sure. And I don't see how anyone again could say that they won't be, but you will have, like what we're seeing in our customer service right now is the road stuff can be done. More complex is a combination of an agent and a human working hand in hand to be able to satisfy that customer much better than either of them could do alone. And so I think you'll see all of those things happen, but I'm going to lean heavy, as I think all of my colleagues will, all of Fortune 100 will lean heavy on AI. You cannot be a part of this age without understanding the technological revolution. It'll be AI. I think personally we get to AGI, like some are saying before this now, but I think in the next 2 to 4 years we're in AGI. I think in the next 4 years we're at quantum. We're already for as early as 2 years away because we need to look at all the encryption pieces of this, and then you're at humanoid robotics. A couple of years.
Okay, looking for these New York FANGs to turn completely. Many of them. Cerebrus, watching this one closely. This thing, I got a feeling it's any day now. We're going to jump above the 60-minute and start to trend higher. Start trending bullish. That would be nice.
People that are impacted by AI. That's the tip of the iceberg for what we're going to go do. Like my view is we have a responsibility to put serious money, resource, and effort into training not just our employees, not just people that are impacted, but the communities we serve as well, in utilizing AI in a responsible way. But as I say to everybody, inside the company. You should not be scared of AI. You need to learn AI. You need to be able to use it in your work. You need to be able to use it in your personal life, because that's the age we live in.
One of the first moves you made was a difficult move, admittedly, in eliminating a lot of jobs at Verizon, 13,000. You set up this fund, 20 million. You said that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg. What are some of the early takeaways from that, and what do companies need to do to reskill workers who are affected by, whether they're in customer service or some other area that's affected by AI?
Yeah. First of all, we're training everybody inside the corporation. We do week-long events now, and that can be from some people don't even know, the right prompts to go use and how to use basic chatbots, to being able to gin up agents. We have a whole AI tech stack that we are now implementing, most of which will be done next month in July. All will be finished by November. But you have to move quickly. You have to train. We have 7,000 people in this reskilling that have already applied for that. But as I mentioned, I think our responsibility is to work with government. I'm spending a lot of time down in DC to think about how we take our resources, maybe the resources of Fortune 500 as well. Think about if we're putting 50 to 100 million into it, and you multiply that by, my peer set, and then what the government can do. You can have a lot of money going into thinking about reskilling, retraining, and how to really utilize AI as hopefully a force that can unleash the best parts of humanity, as opposed to a force that, could add a lot of stress into our democracy.
Speaking of powerful tools, briefly, in our last few seconds, you were
out of time.
You recently joined, well, they don't need to know that. Recently joined Project Glasswing. Given your background in cybersecurity, give us a sense of, now that you've had a chance to get in there and test it.
Okay. All right. Enough of that. Let's go back here and check out Apple, which is trying to break out. Apple, Google, rounding out at the top of the day. It's been a good day. So any close up here in the top 5%, 10% would be great. Closing in the upper half of the daily range is particularly bullish. Okay. So futures continue to ramp up here. This is, I don't know, it just seems not a conspiracy theorist, but it feels manufactured almost. Did not expect this kind of price action today. When I woke up this morning and saw the futures were down 40 handles, I expected to be some carnage to have to deal with.
But when you link them together, they become critical infrastructure. I think that needs to be repaired. Mythos is very powerful. It's enabling us to identify vulnerabilities, but also fix them quite quickly as well. But it's also forcing us to think about, how we ingest third-party vendors into our network, and how we everything needs to be patchable remotely.
Come on, Apple, let's go. Let's go, LETS Geo. NVIDIA is still pushing higher. Crazy.
Given its concerns about how its tools are used in defense, how problematic is that for you as a company?
All right, let's see. Let's run a scan for the evening. Run an end of day scan here.
was a real good look at what the capabilities of these models can do in specific functional areas. And I'm glad because we do a lot for the critical infrastructure of the United States, and NIOS is going to help us protect it.
Thanks a lot, Dan.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
NVIDIA, SoFi, Micron, AMD, Oracle, Form Factor, Tesla.
Yeah, we're going to be talking a lot more about Mythos throughout the program, including coming up right now because we're going all in on AI.
Right there. He is one of the godfathers of artificial intelligence, and with good reason. His work on deep learning is why he is the recipient of the 2018 AM Turing Award. It's considered to be the Nobel Prize of Computing. And our team here at Bloomberg Technology reminding us that he is the most cited living scientist in the world across all fields. If you Google him, you will find that he is the only living scientist to surpass 1 million citations on Google Scholar. It's a milestone he reached in late 2025. People are watching what he says and what he does.
We're talking about Joshua Bengio, founder and scientific advisor over at Mila Quebec AI Institute, co-president and scientific director at his new research organization, Law Zero, is focused on building safer AI agents.
Apple rejected. Is that standard deviation +1 VWAP? NVIDIA. Approximately standard deviation 2 VWAP on NVIDIA. Can we take out yesterday's high? Got time. Time's on your side. Time's on your side. Yes, it is. Google. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Your car running back. All right, Cerebrus. I'm watching this. This is a 30-minute. Okay, so I'm looking for this to push a bit more. Cerebrus Solutions. I got a feeling one day we're going to wake up and this thing is going to be surging higher. So getting in basically the ground floor. We got Kathy Woods putting in a floor, buying a lot of Cerebrus. Okay.
I think one of the big differences is that there's as much money to be made with nuclear weapons as there is with AI, which means the incentive structure is now pushing companies towards going faster and faster and not paying enough attention to the safety issues and public protection.
But I think one thing that I think concerns a lot of people is that, okay, you could have
Google's still pushing.
Just because Anthropic has that right now doesn't mean DeepSeek couldn't have that 6 or 8 or 12 months from now, or even slightly more powerful.
Microsoft did fall off there a little bit. So is Apple at the moment. A little profit taking end of day with an hour and 8 minutes, 40 seconds to go.
Initially, it's probably going to be just the US and China, but at some point, as other countries are also beefing up their capabilities, it has to be international.
What keeps you up at night? Like, lay out the doomsday scenario for us.
Well, they're really catastrophic risks because intelligence gives power. And that power could be in the wrong hands, could be used by terrorists or countries which want to destabilize us. It could be used even by the people in power to create a dictatorship. And we don't know how to make sure AIs themselves will not use that power against us.
But how? Like harnessing social media, logging in, like taking infrastructure offline, like give us concrete examples of what these entities could do.
So what the companies are worried about right now are cyber attacks because these AIs really have a lot of knowledge of computing and vulnerabilities. And on the radar and the evaluations they're making is
Google's still hanging out at the high.
To build dangerous viruses. So you think of people using AI to create new pandemics. They're also worried about what happens when AI itself is used to create the next version of AI. So we are doing AI research, and if we don't control these systems they could put backdoors to create AIs that are not like friendly to us.
So,
Okay, now I am worried.
so in other words, you're talking about AI that can think on its own and work on its own.
Well, it's already the case. The whole point of agents is that they're autonomous, they have goals, and they work towards those goals. The real question is, who controls those goals? We would like to be the ones in charge, but right now we're not. We don't have the technical answers to make sure that's the case.
Joshua, do you regret any work that you did years ago?
I think I should have been seeing ahead, earlier, that we were building something that could become extremely powerful and that we don't know.
Google looking for this to break higher. Apple just pulled back, so we'll shift to Google here for the now time being. Google.
So, okay, but here we are, right? Yes.
Nvidia also hanging out at the highs.
It does feel very doomsday and scary, but I do.
And it also feels like it's too late.
No, it's not.
And I want to talk about that, but I also feel like there's a lot of potential to do some great things as well.
Yeah.
Talk to us about that side.
Absolutely. I've been working for many years on how we can use AI to design better drugs in medicine more broadly. How we can use AI to design like better materials for batteries or energy storage. And I know a lot of people working, for example, in how AI can help agriculture, can even help democratic debate tools. The question is, the same power that enables these things also enables, for example, in the case of biology, dangerous uses that could really harm a lot of people.
Do the potential positives outweigh?
And
because it sounds great to have better medicine, it sounds great to have more efficient batteries, it sounds great to have an ecosystem where people will learn more and do it quicker and be more efficient. But none of that matters if the AI agents are going to kill us.
Yes, or if we lose our democratic institutions and we end up in a dictatorship. So these are.
But we're already having, like, if I think about democracy, let's go there.
Yes.
Right? We're already having these kinds of problems.
We do.
And this is a pretty
really getting worse. There's studies showing that AI is now getting better than people at persuasion. In other words, making people change their mind. Imagine this applied to change political opinions, to change public opinion. This is like shaking the foundations of what democracy rests on.
I don't know. People talk about the new industrial revolution. They make comparisons. Do we have any comparison in terms of the impact of AI agents? No.
I mean, as usual,
something else that's changed our world dramatically. The light bulb.
As usual, I think the past can tell us things, but you have to realize we've never been in a situation where we build technology machines that would be smarter than us in many ways. And it's already the case in various domains. It's just growing. There's nothing in history like we build machines that help us physically have much more powerful, like muscle-wise, but brain-wise, this is new.
We're speaking with Joshua Mengio, founder and scientific advisor at the Quebec AI Institute, co-president and scientific director at Law Zero, which focused on building safer AI agents.
All right, let's go to S&P 500. 99 percentile. Looks like it's back down to 75.70. Oh, no, that's the wrong time. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. 7,600.
I think the default is going to continue the same trend, but it could also saturate, and maybe some of these promises will not be realized. The other issue is.
So we're 5 handles away, S&P.
It doesn't mean that it is behaving well. In fact, there is a serious scientific hypothesis that intelligence and the goals to which that intelligence is put to use are like two very different things.
All right, so we talk about races in the world, and this is certainly a tech race, an AI race, right? So it sounds like for things to go better, safer, we've got to have global collaboration. So what is happening on that regard, or what needs to happen in your view? Based on your knowledge, you understand how this works. So what needs to happen to make sure that we don't have AI taking over?
I would say the the most important thing that needs to happen is better understanding and awareness of what we're talking about by the governments around the world. Of course, China and the US, the first place, but eventually many governments who have researchers and companies building AI as well. Because once we understand the magnitude of the risks that we're taking, we'll sit down. We'll sit down at a table and negotiate.
One of the things I want to go back to what you said about productivity. What about the labor market? Is it going to create? It's already tough for some of them starting jobs. I think the kids coming out of college. Or how? What does it mean for the global economy? What does it mean for the labor force? Does it create jobs? I mean, building data centers, yes, but what? How do you see it?
I mean, the number of people needed for data centers is peanuts compared to the effect that AI could have on the job market. But the economists will agree. It really depends on the curve of advances in AI in the future. If it continues at the current rate, then yes, there will be massive automation coming too quickly for society to adapt.
Joshua, given the work that you've done in this, understanding the potential pitfalls of the technology, name names for us. Who's doing this well? Who understands the potential repercussions here?
I don't name names. I think there are a lot of people who have good intentions. The issue that makes the current dynamics dangerous in some ways is the incentive structure. Is the competition between companies and the competition between countries.
So maybe I'll ask this question in a different way. What if you could have Dario Amodei in a room with Sam Altman, along with Jensen Huang, along with the leaders of all the hyperscalers, and then of course the leaders of the Chinese companies as well? What did you tell them? What do they need to know?
So they know already, right? They know what I'm talking about. What they need to do is to agree with each other on a set of principles about safety and careful deployment of AI. And they're already talking about it. What they are asking actually is governments to agree with each other to make sure there's a level playing field for all.
Never going to happen.
So that every company, before they build and deploy very powerful AI, needs to show to the public, to the governments, that their system isn't going to be dangerous in the wrong hands and all these issues we're talking about.
The financial incentives getting in the way. The race is on.
Yes.
And it's who can go fastest and get it all done. So does that prevent the right thing from happening? Just got that 30 seconds.
Well, we've dealt with situations like this before. I mean, governments have regulated things like drugs, trains, meat.
Yeah.
Because if it was just competition, we would end up with dangerous food, dangerous planes, dangerous drugs. Now we enjoy all these things that are safe and useful because governments have intervened.
So in a word, yes or no, you're more hopeful than worried? Yes or no?
I feel like it's not my vision that matters, it's the actions that we take collectively.
Fingers crossed. Joshua, thank you so much. Joshua Bengio, Professor of Computer Science, University de Montreal. So glad to have him here. If you missed any of it, check it out. Folks, we are continuing here from Bloomberg Tech in San Francisco. Stick around. Some amazing conversations coming. If you're watching on TV, the close is coming your way.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and
Miller Kendall in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, futures continue to rise here. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're just shy of 7,600. Market's looking good. Tech recovering. A little bit of a rally. Bloomberg. Tesla.
Down by about 2.3%. Take a look at oil as well. Moving lower right now, down by about 2.6%. It feels like we've been in this price range for a while here, the mid-90s or so. In the bond market, a little bit of a rally, but I stress little because 10-year Treasury yields down by about 2 basis points, but the absolute level is still around 4.5% remaining.
You know, Katie, if there was any day that you were actually going to finally single out the Dow Jones Industrial Average, today would have been it. Snicker all you want about the price weighting of the Dow, but it is the structure of that price rating that is precisely why the average is outperforming the rest of the market today. 4 of the 5 biggest weightings rallying hard, led by a 6% intraday jump for United Health, a 5% intraday jump for Goldman. That's pushing the Dow to a record high, and get this, its biggest daily outperformance relative to the S&P and NASDAQ since January 27, 2025. Meanwhile, the opposite effect is kind of underway with regards to the market cap weighting. That's keeping the NASDAQ contained as Micron, Qualcomm, and the other chip names get dragged down by Broadcom's less than bullish outlook yesterday. Broadcom's drop, which coincidentally is the worst since January 27, 2025, is a reminder that always chasing that upside sometimes becomes the downside, particularly when AI spending is still running far a pace ahead of the AI business model. Now, it is that business model that is still in flux, but the AI impact that is real. Outplacement firm Challenger Gray saying AI now the leading reason companies are giving for cutting jobs. It will be interesting to see if that's actually reflected in official data. Like the US
Okay, NVIDIA pushing a bit more now. NVIDIA.
Most economists actually expect to show hiring in the leisure and hospitality industry, helping to keep up with
Apple turning back up. NVIDIA turning back up. S&P turning back up. Volume coming in. S&P.
We just haven't heard from businesses that they're seeing transformative, ongoing productivity gains yet.
And that was San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly, Katie, sitting in front of the hedges there in San Francisco, which is, I'm told, it's the seat of our technology economy.
Absolutely, I believe that still is the case, but it's interesting because, you know, the conversation that we've been having about tomorrow's jobs print is that you do have hiring in this economy, but it's very narrow, similar to the stock market. But let's take a look at the data behind us to maybe put some meat to what we were saying about AI and layoffs, because we have two data sets here. In blue, you have the Challenger US Tech jobs cuts, and then in white, you have the JOLTS job layoffs overall. And you can see that when it comes to economy-wide layoffs, that's in white. You really have to split with this data because, you know, it's kind of noisy, but you can see that overall those layoffs are falling. But then you take a look at this blue line, similar to what we were just saying here, that you can see that those layoffs are ticking up a little bit. So AI disruption, it has a place in the stock market, and it's increasingly making itself known in the economy as well.
Katie, you know I love charts that make me squint as we kick you off to the close here on this Thursday afternoon. Let's bring Jason Pride into the conversation. He's Chief of Investment Strategy and Research at Glenveagh. And Jason, I do want to start with the macro. We're going to get this jobs report tomorrow. Yeah. And, you know, I bring that up too because most people have ignored the macro for the past 2 weeks as we look at AI spending, the CapEx boom that's led to this, what's now at least a 9-week rally.
S&P continues. About to take out yesterday's high.
Absolutely. So you guys
NVIDIA still pushing.
You got to think about this, right? We have companies that are now spending almost 3% of GDP, right? Put this in the context. They're spending about 2.5-fold the magnitude that we spent on the Apollo space program in launching AI at this point in time. This is a magnitude of spending that is, it's one of those things that changes corporate environments. So are there going to be companies that feel pressure because they've spent so much money on AI to actually cut labor on the other side? Yes, and that's probably going to happen.
NVIDIA is still pushing. NVIDIA breaking out. Wow. This is crazy strong. NVIDIA killing it today.
In jobs that you just couldn't imagine coming about. I mean, to tell you the truth, 20 years ago, did I have any idea what an AI influencer was? No. But it showed up on the screen.
Still going, NVIDIA.
But you make a good point too about this idea of sort of these big inflection points in our economy over history, from the ag revolution to manufacturing. There's always been a disruptive
Cerebrus looking for another pop. See if they can push through 20 now. CRBX. Okay.
Has it gotten maybe a little bit too far ahead of itself, or is that not something we're asking these questions on a regular basis? When you're talking about numbers of this size, you need to be asking those questions because there's
Intel pushing a bit higher. Intel.
Number one is, have they spent too much, and you're not going to get the efficiency gains out of it? In which case, there's going to be a comeuppance for those that spent the dollars, which is bad for the market. Or if they've actually been successful in deploying this in efficient ways, then you get the job losses, which has implications for the company. So it kind of cuts both ways. I think long term, the story is probably still a good, positive story, but there may be this window here, just like every other technology cycle in the past, where you have a ramp up of efficiency, a ramp up in automation gains, a drop off temporarily in job opportunities, a slowdown in the labor market, only to later resume and us look back 5 years later and be like, what were we really worried about? But to say that now, 5 years in advance of being a little
NVIDIA just tagged 221.50, 221.60.
This AI build out, the CapEx spend being funneled towards it, it's had implications for the equity markets, but it's also had big implications for the bond market.
NVIDIA up 3%. Feels like it's up 10% the way it's trading. Intel turning back up. Google starting to see some profit taking. Google. Cerebrus making new highs of the day. CRBX new highs of the day.
Which is kind of the borderline where we start getting a little bit more conservative or constrained in our portfolio allocations. What we've been advocating to clients is this is an environment where you actively rebalance back to targets because you basically just don't want froth in your portfolio. You're trying to kind of just manage the risks along the way on an equity basis. Now, fixed income side of it, admittedly, we've been very hesitant to play in the private credit space where actually a lot of that sits because the magnitude of money that's been chasing the same dollars of investment there up until now. And when we look at the private credit and actually broadly the credit field, higher yielding bonds, the opportunity there in terms of what you're getting paid in terms of yield is actually relatively thin compared to other areas. We'd actually prefer to have
S&P still pushing.
Actually still on the equity side rather than high yield bonds. That's in the corporate credit side. Municipal high yield is a completely different story.
Interesting, and you bring up private credit, and we have to talk about the fact that we're starting to get these redemption requests again. That was the big story coming out of the first quarter. We've heard from Cliffwater and Blackstone. Some of the
Crazy. The market's moving. Tesla looks like it might bounce a little bit more. Meta did fade. That was a little disappointing. Meta was looking really good.
Great question. I was actually walking through our clients on this last night. We took an approach of what's going on, do we care, and how much do we care, right? What's going on? We've already highlighted the slowdown in private credit, and the fact that we're now seeing these markdowns to the tune of like 90 cents on the dollar in terms of the back-end financing collateral marks that the banks are doing. So we're seeing the downgrades in valuation. Now the question is, how much do we care? And that comes in two parts. Number one, are you invested? For us, we've been hesitant to invest in that space. So we actually don't care on that path quite as much for our client base because we're very lightly exposed, if exposed at all. On the flip side, do we care about it being systemic? And we went through the process of actually tallying up all the bank back-end ownership and lending and saying, okay, let's haircut to zero. Let's see what it looks like. Let's haircut to zero and see if the banks actually care. And after haircutting it all to zero, they're still above the capital ratios that the Fed requires them to be at. So I had this marked as not a systemic item related to the banks. Maybe we have a little bit of question mark on the insurance side still remaining, but insurance is less capable of transferring into a contagion scenario.
All right, Jason, great stuff. I have to leave it there. Jason Bryan, Chief of Investment Strategy and Research over at Glen Mead. If you count it down.
NN. Okay, you mentioned NN the other day, right? NN, Scott? Okay, NN. Next nav. What kind of earnings did they get? Do they have next nav?
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client.
Earnings growth 20%, revenue growth minus 35%.
not more of the same. It's better of the same.
So NextNav does not only horizontal GPS, but also vertical. That's pretty interesting. Okay, Microsoft turning back up. Okay, Microsoft is scooting back up here. Watch Microsoft coming off the low. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA having a good day. NVIDIA, Intel, all the chips performing very well. Watching Tesla. All right, not a bad day. Not a bad day at all.
Start investing with no account minimums. Talk about easier investing. Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks in.
Okay, so looking pretty good. Breadth has been good. We got the number of stocks trading above the 20-day, turning up. The equal weight index, RSP, breaking out today. So, so much for thinking the markets are going to pull back after yesterday's little doji. The equal weight, removing the weight of the New York FANG components, moving higher. So New York FANG did have buyers at the low of the day. Okay, so that showed up on the 60-minute time frame. All right, so we still got work to do. Maybe we push a little higher. We're off the high of the session, so this could roll over, make a lower low. What bulls want is a higher high and a move above that 20 EMA. Might happen. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just very suspicious of this price action up here. Core 1M. Let's go take a look at that. Core 1M. If this is repairing itself, okay, we're still at under 7. Trading 666. Okay, Core 1M. So this is still pretty low. Calls are still very expensive. People chasing, no doubt, today. Okay, Apple, looking for Apple to turn back up here. Okay, Apple looking for that to pop, maybe. Apple. Like to get Apple, Microsoft to turn up. That's going to help. That'll help. Apple. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, June the 4th. Okay. A lot of positions are starting to see some profit taking now. All right, we're trying to push a bit higher here. Apple. Okay, Apple trying to push higher. Watch Apple here. Apple's trying to go.
Right now, opening arguments are set to begin in the closely watched murder trial of Carmelo Anthony. He is the Texas teen accused of fatally stabbing another student at a high school track meet last year. Brooke Taylor is following this story for us. She is live in Dallas. Good morning, Brooke.
Apple trying to push higher.
High-profile case. More than 100 people showed up to court today, but many of them were turned away because there's limited seating here. So defense attorneys for Carmelo Anthony, they are expected to argue self-defense. Well, prosecutors say that he provoked this attack and he brought a knife to a high school track meet. So it all started when prosecutors say that 17-year-old Austin Metcalf asked Carmelo Anthony to leave a team tent during a high school track meet back in April of 2025. They say the confrontation quickly escalated, ending when Anthony pulled out a knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest, killing him. Now, Anthony has pleaded not guilty to murder. Race has become a major issue surrounding this case. It was even front and center during jury selection. Several jurors, they were dismissed after raising concerns about whether they were able to be impartial. Supporters, meanwhile, they have raised hundreds of thousands of dollars online to help for Anthony's legal defense.
So if I could simplify exactly what's going on with this case now that we're finally here, because it's been quite some time since that stabbing took place that led to Austin Metcalf losing his life. Supporters of Carmelo Anthony say this case is about race. That this jury is going to make an example out of him once again because the system is racist towards black youth. And supporters of Austin Metcalf say, no, this case is about accountability. There was no self-defense in the eyes of the law of Texas, and that's something obviously the lawyers are going to have to prove or disprove. But here's
Apple trying to break out. Intel, a little profit taking now. So stocks are starting to see some profit taking with a little over 42 minutes to go.
I don't understand where that idea comes from. Now, let's go to this. Not a single person of color, not a single black person is on this jury or makes up this jury. A jury I spoke with after that news broke said to him it appeared to be, strange. We'll get more into that later. Meantime, when we see the defendant here, Carmelo Anthony, we've been showing this picture, but he's going to look slightly different than the pictures we've been seeing. He's going to have a shorter haircut. He got a haircut. So this case has become racially charged, as you mentioned, in large part fueled because of online speculation, misinformation. Potential jurors were questioned on their views of a variety of issues, including race, religion being another, as well as immigration.
You would hope that the jury would be a reflection of the community, but it does happen that you could get an all-white jury and it could be upheld in the courts because it depends on how the prospective jurors answer the questions. If the prosecutor can convince the judge that the reason why he is striking the juror is because of a race-neutral reason, then he'll be allowed to do so.
So based on the eyewitnesses, based on the language that was used that led up to the actual stabbing, none of it was race-based. It was a simple scuffle that usually happens at the high school level because kids are immature. And in this case, Carmelo Anthony thought it was a great idea to carry around a knife in his backpack. Now, for what reasons, I have no idea. I'm not from Frisco. I never went to that high school, so I wouldn't know what the culture is over there. And so I think that might be part of what may be shown in court, maybe not. But the idea that this is racially charged, that's coming from the media. They're the ones who are giving that attention. You're always going to have people who play the race card, but that's not really at the center of this. What's at the center of this is what is the legal definition of self-defense in the state of Texas? And does Carmelo Anthony have a strong enough case to get a jury to agree with him without reasonable doubt? That's what's at the root of this case.
Inside the Collin County Courthouse, the process of selecting the men and women who will fill these 12 seats in the courtroom of Judge John Roach continued behind closed doors. Carmelo Anthony appeared on a live camera feed sitting at a table with his attorneys wearing a dark suit and tie. His attorney, along with prosecutors, continued the work of finding a jury that would give him a fair trial. Prosecutors asked prospective jurors if media coverage of the case has led them to form opinions. Several admitted that it had, with one replying, "I don't know if it's going to affect me, but I can't tell you those thoughts are deep inside my head." Another prospective juror, who identified as an educator in Frisco ISD, both the defendant and victim attended separate high schools, said this is close enough to home, and I'm not confident that I can be completely fair. Potential jurors were also asked if the age of the 19-year-old defendant, who was 17 when authorities say he fatally stabbed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet, would influence their judgment, as well as his race. One prospective
juror who prosecutors identified as African American said he would have a hard time putting a brother in jail.
Let me tell you something. I would have a hard time putting someone who broke the law in jail. Okay? But see, this is what's wrong with the black community in particular. Not all black people. The black people who dip into this mindset or accept this type of mindset that, oh yeah, I don't want to actually hold my own accountable because of their skin color. What nonsense is that exactly? How are people supposed to get better as a community if we don't hold our own community accountable? And here's my other question for these people out there who are black. So you want the white man to hold us accountable? Because I know how you already feel about them. So you don't want to hold your own accountable, and then you start bitching when white people hold them accountable. It just doesn't make any sense. Right? I'm using their logic that way. I don't actually think this way, but they do. Based on that comment right
All right, futures looking like they're going to go some more. S&P's climbing.
Who was unarmed in self-defense after an altercation. Prospective jurors were asked if they would hold it against Anthony if he didn't testify. One prospective juror said he would, saying silence is deafening. It matters. It's difficult to ignore. But a question from Anthony's attorney, Mike Howard, drew the ire of several prospective jurors. When he asked them, how do you feel about the country's immigration policies? A number of them refused to answer, saying it was irrelevant.
Okay, you guys are going to have to help me understand. What does immigration policies have to do with the jurors that are going to serve in this case? Please, I don't see the relevance on that. But what's more disturbing is how a lot of jurors actually tapped out. They don't even want to take part in this. Some of them is because they have slipped into what we would call fatal empathy. Some, as I already pointed out, and you heard, because he's a brother. And some believe he's just a kid and doesn't belong to go to jail for the rest of his life. So they automatically say, hey, I don't want to be a part of this particular case. And so it just goes to show that there are people in our society that don't even want to take part in the process of holding someone accountable, even in a fair way.
The jurors are pushing back. There were quite a few jurors that said they're not comfortable. This is a kid. They don't feel comfortable giving him life. They don't feel comfortable sending him to prison for 5 years. You had juror number 142 says, I am not comfortable giving or sending a brother to prison. You had white women that were saying, this is a child.
NBIS.
He needs to learn. He made a horrible mistake. But sending him to prison for the rest of his life will not allow him to learn. You have white men saying, I can't do it. Even if you selected me, I'm not going to issue him a punishment. So the prosecution took the court first. Both sides get 1 hour and 45 minutes. And so far, I'm going to tell you, it's not looking good.
Yeah, I'm glad I got to play that clip because it shows you a different perspective of how other people saw these jurors. And I'm glad they tapped out because they clearly have a case of fatal empathy. They're not in the business of really holding people accountable. You know, I just don't think in America some people have a stomach for it. And I'll give you an example of this. Just look at parents. You know, some people don't have the spine, the stomach, the confidence, the commitment to actually be a firm parent with their child. So they let their child walk all over them. No wonder the child struggles to really become an adult. You see, the problem with Carell Anthony is he clearly not only had some anger issues in that moment, he clearly felt that he needed to defend himself with a knife. So that's flag number 2. Flag number 3, where was his father at? His father did not teach him how to avoid confrontation, when to walk away, etc. You see, I learned very early in the military, there's always someone who can kick your ass. There's always someone who's a better fighter, okay? The smart people out there who actually know how to fight, they're the ones who actually avoid fights, okay? Because they know they can potentially kill someone. Yeah, I agree. I mean, self-defense is not a crime. But the question remains, will his attorney be able to prove that to a jury? Meaning, is he going to be able to prove that he did commit some offense because he felt he was in danger? And according to, again, the rhetoric that was reported, I would argue he's the one that actually issued the threat. So, that's a whole another thing. But again, I just want to go back to this problem with sons and men in America. When we don't have strong fathers, when we don't have strong leaders, we end up becoming the stereotypes in the movie called Boys in the Hood, right? You had Cuba Gooding Jr. and you had Ice Cube, right? Best friends. Well, as you guys know, one had a father, the other did not. What happened to the character in the movie who had a father? Well, he went on, got a degree, had a successful life. And what happened to the son who didn't have a father? He ended up getting gunned down. See, it's the most classical story you're ever going to listen to. And that's not the only movie that Ice Cube has been a part of, communicating that message. Go back to the movie Friday. So, the bottom line here is when we don't have strong men and strong fathers, we get situations like this. And I wonder, will they also be protesting for better fathers? Will they be protesting for marriages? Will they be protesting against black women committing the highest abortion rate? See, this is where we actually attempt to have the real conversation within black culture. It's so interesting that I find that these people always want to show up when they think a young black man is innocent, even though he may have committed a crime. And they want to blame racism, but what they don't want to do is actually look in the mirror and address the issues that put that man in the position to begin with. That's the thing that pains me every single time.
Intel trying to push a bit higher. Apple just sitting there watching Apple, no follow through. There goes the S&P. S&P going. Going for 7,600. Here we go, Mondo. S&P. Wow.
It's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with this young lass who seems rather confused, and it seems like she wants to confuse others as well with a variety of contradictory pronouns.
You know what else is in my bio? My pronouns. Why? Because I'm non-binary. Yes. There are more ways to be queer than just being capital G gay. Also, I'm literally pansexual and my partner doesn't change that. I feel like in the big year of 2026, we should do that. Highly recommend reading some books and touching some grass.
Oh, honey, take your own advice. People who touch grass and read books don't typically subscribe to your crazy views and pronoun protocols or victimhood narrative. If you're one of the people out there who's watching this and has put pronouns in your bio, it's time to have a good hard look at yourself. Do better. Now we have some delicious lefty losing it content, and we have to thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio for his sterling contribution here. But first, you're going to hear from a Democrat, I've never heard of her either, Sydney Canlaga Duff, carrying on like a fruitcake during a House hearing.
We're talking about a $1.8 billion slush fund. And I think that's corruption. The American people think that's corruption. They want to know if you think that's corruption.
Okay. Number two, this goes back to the point of transparency. You're absolutely wrong about the way the money flows. It's pretty straightforward, and I'll share.
So I'm going to have to reclaim my time again because
well, then,
the
what kind
question
of
about
process is this? They get to ask questions they don't get to answer?
It's my time. The question
I don't know,
about
but you want to
corruption
get
is
my
really
time.
important.
So why am I here if I don't get to answer your questions in the
I'm reclaiming my time.
But I want to reclaim. Do I get time? Because you make these defamatory statements and no one can talk here.
If you can't call out corruption,
it is crazy. And that's the entire process. The Secretary of State, who has about a dozen roles at this point, is wasting his valuable time appearing at a hearing not to answer questions, but to watch Democrats have little tantrums.
These
Oil.
guys
Who
are just talking, I don't get to answer.
determines the barrels of oil that gets
What?
sold? How
But you
many
won't let
of them?
me answer your question. I have an answer for your question.
Where is it
Oh,
going?
I
I will
They
let
have to need their time for me to
The
answer. your
onus is on you to prove that there is no corruption happening.
How do I
That is
prove it if
your
you don't let me talk?
responsibility as the Secretary of State. And when Marco Rubio was finally given a few seconds to respond, the Democrat asking the questions there fled the chamber.
Why is she leaving? I'm going to answer her questions. Oh, she's go. Okay, I got it. Well, thank you for coming.
And here is a Democrat, Madeline Dean, also misusing this hearing to rave and rant rather than seek answers.
And we saw an incredible amount of the aid flowing into Hamas's hands.
Reclaiming my time, the aid was
Here you
held
go,
up at
reclaiming
the
our
border by Israel, and
I
you
gotta
know
fix the rules here. You can't even answer a question.
you're not following the rules. You're very familiar with how this works.
No,
The
I've
time
never
is-
served in
the
the house.
time
This is
is-
a weird rule.
the
When you
time
ask
is
the question and I can't answer.
Would you please add time to the clock?
Nope.
And to complete this terrible trifecta, here is Democrat Sarah Jacobs ranting and raving about shoes.
Just like you couldn't admit that the shoes the president brought you were too big. You clearly don't know what winning means, and not because the facts are unclear to you, it's because telling the truth would cost you your job, and the American people are entitled to a Secretary of State who tells them the truth even when the president doesn't want to hear it, and my constituents, our service members, deserve better. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I don't know what shoes she's talking about. What is she talking about?
Representative Burchett, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'd like to answer any of that.
Yeah, I don't know about the
I'll
shoes.
give you a
They gave me
minute.
some Florsheim shoes. They're actually pretty good. They fit fine. I don't know what she's talking about. Or maybe that's what she's referring to.
Your shoes look very nice today, Mr. Secretary.
How can you see them? They're way down here. We're talking about shoes. Are you guys kidding me? I mean, is this the Foreign Affairs Committee or is this like a circus? What is this?
The circus to California now, where voters, fed up by the many failures of Democrat leaders, look set to send Spencer Pratt and Steve Hilton to runoff elections.
25 minutes to go. 25 minutes to go. S&P. Stupendous day today. Just straight up from the pre-market levels. It's crazy. Pre-market, we were down at 749.50 to 759.
Yes, 8 percentage points Pratt has managed to build, but how quickly will he lose them? No voter ID laws in LA. And if you want an example of how crazy California Democrats are, look at this Spencer Pratt ad highlighting LA Mayor Karen Bass wanting to fix the teeth of meth addicts. She doesn't want to fix their meth addictions, no, just the teeth.
Taxpayer-funded teeth for meth heads. One Mickey Ramen was to ban grills outright, and another bullet was to get shiny new grills for drug addicts. It's the most quintessential Karen Bass policy. Another cosmetic cover-up that fails to address the rotten need. In a way, this reveals the most perfect allegory for the city of Los Angeles.
How many people who are unhoused that you meet have no teeth at all? They don't have teeth. Why? Because meth rots your teeth.
On the surface, Karen's pitch seems lifted straight out of one of my father's office brochures. She asserts you can't succeed without teeth.
You can't succeed without teeth.
While that's objectively true, everyone with an IQ hovering slightly above room temperature has the same reaction. It's not the teeth that's holding them back. It's the meth.
It's the meth, Karen. It's the meth. And Spencer Pratt is not afraid to take on the media. Even old school lefties like Bill Maher, who've given him a fair run. Here he is with Bill telling him he would be arrested if he smoked pot in front of kids.
They're about safety, safety, the lights being on, pop, what a man care about. It's legal now. It is.
Broadcom moving higher. Broadcom.
You can live for free looking at the view of the ocean in LA. And now look, the election obviously is
Intel trying to push a bit higher. Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. The Iron Condor we took on Iron Condor. Okay, we're starting to look a lot better now. Let's see, where is that?
And by the way, ironically, the best thing that ever happened to Karen Bass is Spencer Pratt, because he knocked out Rahman. And if Rahman was running the social, she may have beat the Socialist Democrats / Communists, would have probably beaten Karen Bass. So Karen Bass is kind of a lucky star that Spencer Pratt jumped out.
And that is astonishing. I mean, how dumb can LA get? They've seen what's happened in New York City, and they've said, oh, yes, we'd like a little bit of that. Bring us some of that communism, some of that dysfunction, and even high taxes. Yeah, let's just completely destroy the joint. A lot of the focus has been on Spencer Pratt, but of course the race for governor is even more significant. And President Donald Trump has congratulated California's GOP gubernatorial candidate Steve Hilton, who is likely to advance to the state's general election. The president wrote, "Congratulations to Steve Hilton on coming in first last night in the California vote for governor. If Californians are smart, which I know they are, they will put Steve into the governor's mansion and watch their state get better at a rate that has probably never been seen before." Army, that's very much a bit of wishful thinking there.
Whoops, sorry.
We've got 18 minutes to go. 18 minutes to go.
Lots of bad reviews and take it up with my critic.
CDTG halted down. AAOG.
Pound me. Rent is going up again? Wonderful. This can't get any worse. Hey guys, do you have a minute? Uh-oh, that statement never ends well. I know, I'm sorry, but I'm putting in my 2 weeks. I got a higher offer somewhere else.
More than $18 an hour in retail?
Yeah, they're giving me 20, and I couldn't take it.
Where the hell did
I don't know how other places are surviving paying this much.
Procedures. And we also have opened up for leasing another 13.1 million acres.
looking for Broadcom to continue to move higher? Way overdone. 14%, that's crazy. Company's worth a lot more than that. Okay, looking good. Walmart. I didn't get a fill, did I? No, Walmart. I've been trying to get into Walmart, but my limit is way down here at the low. Let me see what I can get it for now. Let me see what Walmart looks like. Walmart. Okay. I did want to add to Walmart, but I can't get my limit that I wanted. Let me see what this is here. Walmart. Working orders. Walmart, you're down. Where are you, Walmart? Did I get canceled? Oh, there it is. Okay. Still offered at $3.87. Okay, I got 87 cents disparity there. So I'm not going to get into Walmart. I wanted to add to Walmart. I had a $3 limit order for the 121.30 for December. You know Walmart's going to do fine for the holidays. People are too short-sighted. They're thinking summer right now. They're not thinking about Walmart for the holidays at this point. They'll wake up to it probably in September, October, in which case this is probably back up to 130, if not higher by then. Okay, SoFi. I did want to add to SoFi as well, knowing that Susquehanna and BlackRock have, like, between the two of them, like 70 million shares. And you got Jane Street also. And it's been trading near a base, a low. All right, we're back to the 50-day. We bounced off the 50-day today. So in investing, the best to do is to buy dips and then sell rips, right? In a bullish market. So we want to get an advantage. This has been basing down here for a few months now. Looking for this to take out this 20 level at some point. I have the 20 strike calls. Got the 20 strike calls. Okay. Okay. NVIDIA, stupendous day on NVIDIA. Quite a move on NVIDIA today. It felt like it ran like $10. In reality, it only moved $5. It's up $5 right now. It's moving from the highs. So it was about up about $6 today, which feels like a lot for NVIDIA. Hopefully tomorrow we can get back into Tuesday and Wednesday's price action. Today is Thursday, right? Yeah, Friday tomorrow. So I got some calls that expire tomorrow. Okay, Microsoft turning back up. Been watching for Microsoft to do something. I'm not going to add to this one until Microsoft can regain and show that it's got strength. This pullback was a little bit, felt like shenanigans here. Okay, it popped up 2-3 days, drops back down so quickly. You had a lot of stocks do the same thing. Okay, what's IBM doing? IBM, I've been looking to get into some IBM. All right, that's got a base a little bit better. Apple, of course, that's at highs. Apple, inside day. This looks pretty good. I did add some Apple today, 315, 320 call spreads for July. Apple, I added 315, 320 call spreads just out of the money. Those were 45 deltas, the 315s. I started some shares in CBRX, Cerebras. Once it gets above 20 and starts to trend, I'll probably start adding a couple hundred shares at a pop. I got a good feeling. I mean, this company, their technology is it's just a matter of time before people wake up, I guess. They're partnering with everybody except for NVIDIA. It's kind of like dating everybody except your ex, you know? It's a weird thing. I like everybody but my ex. What does that have to do with technology, Vinny? Absolutely zero. I'm feeling kind of froggy right now. It's been a hell of a day today. We were down 40 handles. We zoomed back up 40 handles. It was 80 handle day. We're currently up 34 handles. We're off the best levels of the session there. Looking for a follow through tomorrow. It feels almost manufactured today. I don't know. It's just something I can't put my finger on, but it doesn't feel I'm skeptical. That said, I am looking at everything that I normally look at, and I can't really refute what I'm seeing here, right? Price action, unless they're faking it, price action on the industrials, we're making new all-time highs. Okay. Only 30 stocks, but it's 30 big cap stocks. Okay, let's go look at the components of the Dow Industrials. Okay, Dow Industrials components. All right, let me just change all of these. Let me go edit and select all of these. And I want to change the style to 20, 50-day bull cross. Okay. Okay, so here's Apple. That's bullish, right? Here is Amgen breaking above the 20-50 day. 20-50 day is going to cross soon. So if you like Amgen, you like the pharmaceuticals, you like the biotechs, watch your favorite biotechs because these are probably turning the corner. Amazon, that needs some work. Inside day for now. You got American Express trying to turn back up. Boeing, okay, that's lagging a bit. Caterpillar and John Deere, both of these look pretty good today. John Deere, okay, so these look good. Caterpillar, John Deere, industrials, CRM, Salesforce, not having the best day. Cisco making new highs. Cisco, I did add Cisco on Tuesday. We had an iron condor on this one, expired last week. I don't know if anybody held on to it, but expired last week, right below 120. Okay, well, I think it was 120, 125, right? The spread, so that wound up expiring worthless. Let's see, Cisco. This is the one that I did not keep a chart of for whatever reason. I might have done it. Here. Let me see. Cisco, CSCO. Cisco. No. Huh. All right. Let me see what I have here. It should be in the spreads channel. So let me go to the spreads channel. Cisco on Cisco. Spreads channel. Cisco. Palantir. Hood. Intel. Did I not do this? Cisco. I know I did. Cisco. CSCO. From me. Okay, we got about 8 minutes to go. Cisco. There we go. All right, so I had the 120, 125s. Okay, so there you go. 120, 125s. Team. Let's see. Oh, I just noticed that voice hasn't been on all day. Voice. If you guys don't mind, if I forget to enable Pulse audio, I mean, it's a very helpful audio alert. Okay, because you hear a lot of times you'll hear big trades going off, and you'll look at the chart and you'll go, "Wow, look at that going." I give you a heads up. because Pulse will show up when there's a big order. Let's see here.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep puts.
To be getting rid of these regulations as quickly as possible on behalf of those Americans who want to just stay warm, who want to live the American dream, who want to have affordable access to energy.
Okay, so here is, I was hunting for this. All right, so here's that Cisco trade, right? Here's that Cisco trade, 121.25 expiring last week. Actually, it's the 18th of June. So why did we take that off? That's a good question. All right, that's one to do a little research on. Cisco. Okay, so we're looking at the Dow Industrials. We have 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go. Components.
Zero D to PE, call sign. Size.
Okay, that's probably just that 0 DTE on S&P. That's probably just dealers closing positions. Here's JP Morgan. Okay, oops, sorry about that. Here's JP Morgan. We were just talking about Cisco. Cisco, where are you, Cisco? Okay, there's Cisco. All right, so for whatever reason, I thought it was for last week. So this is moving higher, 130. We tag in 130 today on Cisco, looking good. And what do I have expiration-wise? Cisco. I have Cisco. All right, I have the July 130, 135 calls for Cisco. Okay, so we're at 130 tomorrow. I'll have to check out Cisco. If it's at 135 tomorrow, that's the maximum profit. So I'll roll that out for a profit and a credit. I'll take half off and I'll roll half out to August. Cisco looks like it wants to keep going. I'll probably go to 135, 140 if we tag 135 tomorrow. That's a $5 move today. So, okay, so that's Cisco, Chevron, Energy, Disney, not going anywhere. This is the Dow Industrials, Goldman Sachs. So these bigger names like Goldman, higher price. These are moving. Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. Home Depot looks like it's bouncing. Honeywell pulling back. IBM. J&J turning up. Okay. JP Morgan. The banks look really good. So if you're thinking about banks, I would be looking at JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, Bank of America, PNC.
Zero DTE, call sign.
Those all look good. McDonald's, nothing. 3M. 3M, was that a gap up? No. Okay. Merck, pulling back up. Merck. Microsoft. Nike coming off the low. Nike, about to get a 20, 50-day cross here. Nike. All right, so hang in there. Nike's probably going to push back up. NVIDIA, big day today, NVIDIA. We did fade from the high. Looking for that to be above 125 tomorrow. PG, Sherwin-Williams, Travelers, UNH, Visa, Verizon, and Walmart. Okay, so if we look at these and we rank them. Okay, so we've got 2/3 of the Dow Industrials gaining.
Zero DTE, call side.
All right, so the industrials look good. The New York Stock Exchange, of course, 2,400 components, making a new high here for the year. We got this high over here. Not quite a all-time high, but a new high right there. So that looks really good. You got breadth looking good. So going into tomorrow, this doesn't look bad at all. All these are turned up. That looks good. Big caps, mid caps, small caps, and NASDAQ all pointing higher. That's good for tomorrow. S&P 500 with 50 seconds to go. S&P 500 equal weight index making a new all-time high. This is really important. The New York Fangs did well, but this is breaking out by itself. So that's taken 37% of the weight off of these names, and just everything is equal. Number of stocks above the 20-day, number of stocks above the 50. Everything looks good for tomorrow. Okay, here we go. Here's the equal weight pushing higher. New all-time high. 20-day, 50-day, all turning up. All right, so we're about to close here. I got about 15 seconds to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, June the 4th. I hope you had a good day. I got a hard stop right at 4 o'clock p.m. straight up. The closing bell. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao. Congratulations. Good day today.